Exploitation Hollywood 1980. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 801 The Princess at the Premiere. Daydream booked a small screening room for an internal screening for film buyers from around the world. The copy brought by Michel Canauld included French subtitles for European audiences. About 30 distributors attended the first screening of Spicy Dance. Besides Daydream's distribution manager, Canon's distribution manager was also present. However, after the film, the buyer's reaction wasn't the best-case scenario Ronald had anticipated. No rush to sign contracts. Instead, they dispersed, asking Canon people for information about the film. So, what do you think? Why do they seem to be going to Canon instead of talking directly to our people? Ronald whispered to Daydream's distribution manager, Canauld. Many of them don't even speak English, not even here, Canauld whispered to Ronald, covering his mouth with his hand. This is our first time selling a film in Cannes. Cannonball has been the main sponsor of Cannes for 4 consecutive years, so they trust us, so they'd rather negotiate with Cannonball than buy the print directly from us. Yes, I've talked to them. They trust Yormza for film selection. They'd rather be forced to buy it as part of a bundle deal than take the risk themselves. The forced bundling Canauld mentioned is a common sales method in the film market. Distributors specify that if you want to buy film A, you must buy it along with film B, or bundle it with film C. Predicting box office revenue has always been the biggest challenge for Hollywood and all theater owners. Especially with foreign films, whether they will be successful in a country with a different language and culture is truly unpredictable. And those theater owners want enough films to fill their screening time. So, the distributor that best suits their needs is a company like Cannonball, with a large filmography and the occasional box office hit. Why? My breakdancing isn't enough to convince them of the market potential of my films. Ronald thought his name should be known internationally by now. Of course they know you, but we only have one film, while Cannonball has 10 for them to choose from. HMPH, Ronald understood, it was still a matter of confidence. They didn't believe breakdancing could gross 10 times more than other films. Although Ronald had directed dance films like Breakdancing and films like Top Gun that were huge hits in North America, distributors in Latin America, Southeast Asia, India, and Europe still preferred 10 films for their release. Yoram, you promised us, sell us the Polish distribution rights. Ronald was discussing strategies with Canauld when Yoram from Cannonball arrived. Upon entering, he was immediately surrounded by a group of buyers speaking various languages, eager to sign a comprehensive film import agreement. Cannonball's business has grown so large in just a few years. Ronald and Canauld were both envious. Those countries' cinemas could fill the off-season slot simply by importing a bunch of films from Cannonball. Compared to Daydream, negotiating with each company one film at a time, the cost savings were enormous. Did they rely on your breakdance to make their mark in the European market? We, Daydream, can start with Spicy Dance and repeat their success, Michel Canauld reminded Ronald. Daydream could learn from Cannonball's method of using celebrity posters to sell films abroad before filming even began, then using the pre-sales revenue to film domestically. That's the plan. Most of them know me. I made a lot of money from breakdancing back in the day. You talk to them one by one. We also need to learn how to distribute it overseas ourselves. Ronald thought Canauld was right. Following the path Canon had paved, the chances of success were high. Ronald, what do you think? Are you going to authorize Canon to handle all the overseas distribution rights for Spicy Dance? We have strong partners in Europe, Britain, and Southeast Asia. Once it's in our hands, you can just sit back and count your money. Yoram dismissed a group of film buyers and went to discuss Spicy Dance with Ronald. No, Yoram. We want to try distributing this film ourselves. Michel Canauld interrupted Yoram's thoughts, stating the bottom line he had just discussed with Ronald. That's fine, you should try. However, in the overseas market, many people are watching the box office performance in America to decide whether to buy it and how much to pay for a Hollywood film. Yoram didn't press the issue, shaking hands and wishing Ronald good luck. Thank you. Ronald felt that Yoram was more like a pure, rational businessmen who made decisions based on financial statements, rather than Minahan's artistic temperament and the gambling mentality of betting everything at the last minute. Only 3 companies have expressed interest in signing: South Africa, Japan, and Australia. Distributors from other countries want to wait until Breakdance is released in America before negotiating the purchase price based on its box office performance. That's already very good. Ronald flipped through the materials of the 3 companies interested in importing his breakdance. The South African company was the distribution company in South Africa for the Maitoski family, the producers of The Gods Must Be Crazy. Their films had received Ronald's help in America. Breakdance also did well at the South African box office, and the Toski family had instructed that any film directed by Ronald should be given the green light for import. Katakol Shoten in Japan had also been specifically instructed by its president to import any new works by director Ronald. In Australia, Ronald had a good reputation in the film industry due to his connections with Rachel Ward and Paul Hogan. Furthermore, as a fellow English-speaking country, they had a better understanding of film and were very interested. The important thing is that we've established contact. I feel most producers are waiting to see how things go. Our box office performance in America will directly determine our overseas distribution success. After all, we don't have the same reputation as Cannonball. Cannonball doesn't really have much of a reputation, it's just that their movies are cheap. Ronald knew that Cannonball didn't actually produce any truly good films, it was just that their films were particularly inexpensive compared to other Hollywood productions. The premiere in Cannes this weekend might give them more confidence. Cannard was confident about the audience's reaction at the official premiere, feeling it would send a better signal to the distributors. After a busy day, Ronald and Cannard returned to their hotel room for dinner. The television was playing news in French. Isn't that Prince Charles? And his wife, the Duchess? Cannard turned up the TV volume. Mary, can you translate for us? Ronald turned to the TV. The British prince and princess were getting off the plane. The British TV station gave a long shot, broadcasting the news of their arrival. Prince Charles and Princess Diana will arrive in Cannes this weekend. They will attend the Cannes Film Festival, for the ceremony honoring Sir Alex Guinness, a veteran British actor. When? Ronald asked his colleague Mary, who was daydreaming, very quickly. This weekend, when Sir Alex Guinness receives the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Cannes Film Festival Committee, the prince and princess will attend this glorious moment together. Ronald and Cannard exchanged a quick glance, then ate their bread in silence. After the daydreaming colleagues finished eating and said goodbye, Cannard quickly closed the door. This isn't good news for us, it's all on the weekend. Ronald also felt that it was a bad thing for Prince Charles to be stealing the spotlight at this time. Britain is now very careful to leverage the influence of the royal family. Coupled with a global broadcast of the couple's wedding and their fairy tale-like love story, which has won the hearts of people around the world, they attract attention wherever they go. Public attention is limited, given the prince and princess, much less will be drawn to a Hollywood film not in competition. To get media coverage for our premiere, we need the prince and princess to attend, Cannard said to Ronald. I'll try to send an invitation, but don't get your hopes up too high. Ronald fully understood the nature of the royal family's visit to Cannes. It was a national-level public relations event. Sir Alex Guinness is a jewel of the British film industry. The French awarded him a Lifetime Achievement Award, and the attendance of the British prince and princess symbolizes Anglo-French cooperation. On Ronald's side, aside from the princess enjoying his films, he had no other resources to secure their attendance at the premiere. Sir Alex Guinness received the Lifetime Achievement Award from Yves Montand, president of the Cannes Film Festival jury. Prince Charles and Princess Diana also attended the event. Princess Diana wore a white gown designed by British designer Catherine Walker, and a long scarf added to her charm. By the weekend, the ceremony for Sir Guinness, held first, unsurprisingly made the television news. Meanwhile, women across the country began to focus on the designer and brand of the gown the princess wore. Besides perfectly embodying the elegance and solemnity of royalty, the Catherine Walker gown also beautifully accentuated Diana's sensuality. Such a daring local dress was rarely seen among members of the royal family. And the scarf, used to compensate, further enhanced Diana's ethereal beauty. She's such a charming woman, Ronald said to Cannard, who was watching television with him. The invitations have been sent? Is there any hope they'll come? Cannard still harbored a sliver of hope. There's still no reply. I don't even know if they've seen the invitation. Ronald was well aware of the royal formalities. "Can't you wear something normal?" In the hotel suite where the prince and princess were staying, Charles was complaining that Diana's designer clothes, given her commoner background, didn't conform to royal tradition. "I like this dress," Diana said. She disliked the various royal rules, and formal wear was one of the few things that allowed her to express her personal charm and had a say in the decision. "Don't let them laugh at us. Can you wear the royal designer's outfit for tomorrow's visit?" "Okay," Diana agreed to her husband's request. "Will you come with me to read with the children tomorrow? I have other royal duties." "I have to go back tomorrow." Charles always used various excuses to avoid attending formal occasions with Diana. For some reason, the media always mocked the prince for promoting green, environmental, and vegetarianism, calling him a grass-eating prince who fantasized about rising sea levels flooding London. Diana, on the other hand, was always praised by the media, whether for her taste in clothing or her approachable charm to the public. With a smack, Diana, having removed her pearl necklace, slammed it heavily on the dressing table in frustration upon hearing that her husband was leaving early again. She noticed a pile of documents on the table and, to vent her anger, quickly picked them up, checking for any private letters from London, especially from a certain military officer's wife. "Oh, whose invitation is this?" Surprisingly, Diana saw an invitation to a premiere, not from the Cannes Film Festival organizers. It was delivered this afternoon by a staff member. He said it was for the premiere of a film by an old friend of the princess, a royal staff member replied. "I hope your eldest son enjoys the Top Gun videotape I gave him." Diana read the invitation, laughing aloud. How happy she was to attend royal premieres in London, to see the latest Hollywood movies, just like in her youth. "What are my plans for tomorrow?" Diana asked the staff member. "This afternoon I'm going to a primary school in Cannes to read with the children, plus, I'm going to see an old friend's new film. The Duchess will be attending the premiere and giving interviews to the media, but she can only stay for about 10 minutes. Aside from the television filming, you'll only have a few minutes to chat with her." Royal security and public relations personnel arrived at Ronald's place first to inform him of the Duchess's schedule. "What, Prince Charles?" Ronald was surprised to hear that only Diana was coming. "Prince Charles has other royal engagements and has already returned to London." "Ronald, you actually managed to get Princess Diana?" Canard David was astonished. After the royal staff left, he was excited. The premiere of Spicy Dance would provide plenty of free media coverage. He'd be riding on Diana's coattails. "I sent his son a videotape of my film. Perhaps the little prince will like it." "Ha ha ha. Your Highness, how did you meet Director Ronald?" Outside the Palais des Festivals in Cannes, Princess Diana, dressed in a conservative taupe suit, appeared at the premiere of Spicy Dance. Although it couldn't compare to her glamorous look the day before, it still attracted many photographers who snapped pictures of Diana. After a few formal questions, the reporters inevitably asked Diana for her opinion on the film. "I saw Ronald's film in London. Charles and I both enjoyed it." "Ronald, what do you think of the royal family's evaluation of your film?" "I sent them a videotape. I hope they like it." "Ronald sent you a videotape of Top Gun. Will you show it to Prince William?" "I'll wait until William is older, when he's old enough to like airplanes," Diana answered politely. "The videotape is TV-12 rated. Prince William can watch it when he's older," Ronald joked. The group entered the screening room. Diana glanced at the poster, learned some of the plot, and, having other public relations activities to attend to, prepared to leave. "The last movie was excellent. I watched it many times. Send me a videotape this time too." Diana didn't have much entertainment at Buckingham Palace. She still retained a few habits from her youth, watching television reruns or movies on videotape. "Of course, but this one isn't suitable for Prince William. It's for girls," Ronald readily agreed. "Haha, I'd love to see it too. I'll remember, this movie is definitely for female audiences," Ronald boasted. "Very good, a lot of people came, many specifically to see Diana," Canard reported to Ronald the day after the premiere. The distribution companies in Japan, South Africa, and Australia were very satisfied with our ability to get Princess Diana to attend the premiere and sign preliminary agreements. Other distribution companies also showed increased interest in our film. "Excellent, keep in touch with them. Once we get the box office results in America, we'll know the success of our overseas distribution." Chapter 802 French Bore. Princess Diana concluded her royal duties in Cannes, representing Britain at Sir Alex Guinness's awards ceremony, and departed for home today. She attended the premiere of American director Ronald Lee's new film, Dirty Dancing, but did not watch the entire film due to time constraints. Audience reactions were quite polarized, some were moved to tears, while others swore it was a childish and cliched movie. That concludes the coverage of the non-competitive films. The focus in Cannes remains on tonight's birthday party, a star-studded dinner celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Cannes Film Festival. "That's it, Richard," Ronald said, stopping Richard from reading the new news review. Ronald put on his custom Armani suit in front of the mirror, incorporating some American elements. This suit didn't accentuate the waist and hips like a typical Italian suit, but was slightly conservative, and the high shoulder pads made him appear more confident. Ronald stuffed a scarlet suit handkerchief into his jacket pocket. "Perfect, those reports were all thanks to Princess Diana's appearance, otherwise, we wouldn't have made it into the festival's official publication." He turned left and right, his suit exuding a restrained elegance that softened his sharp edges and power, transforming him into a gentleman, preparing to attend the Cannes Film Festival birthday party that evening. The avenue in front of the Palais des Festivals in Cannes was covered with a red carpet, and one after another, famous French movie stars walked the carpet, television cameras filming them at very close range. Photographers lined up along the red carpet, capturing the highlights. Further away from the red carpet were enthusiastic fans. The sun was shining brightly today, and almost every able-bodied fan crowded to the far end of the Palais des Festivals, shouting the names of their idols. For security, in addition to waist-high iron railings separating them from the red carpet, the French government also deployed a large number of police officers wearing top hats and rarely seen formal attire, spaced several meters apart, all the way to the entrance of the Palais des Festivals. Ronald paused at the starting point of the red carpet, waiting for the organizing committee to announce his turn. To add to the festivities, the German government had dispatched a troop of cavalry, on horseback, to maintain order on the perimeter. Drawn by the neighing, Ronald turned to look. The Germans loved this kind of ceremony. The horses were adorned with glittering gold accessories, and the cavalrymen wore retro Napoleonic-era uniforms, their metal helmets adorned with red tassels, white sashes, and long cavalry gloves, a truly aesthetically pleasing sight. Ronald, admiring the cavalry's bearing, was called out. He turned to see Elizabeth Taylor, whom he had met a few weeks earlier at the Oscars. "Elizabeth, it's so nice to see you here. Finally, someone speaks English to me." Taylor was a little darker than the last time he'd seen her, wearing a bright red, low-cut dress with high shoulders, making her look like a giant red balloon. Ronald had a slight difficulty embracing her. "This is George," Elizabeth Taylor said, slightly pulling her dress aside to reveal her boyfriend behind her. "Hello, George, I've heard so much about you." George Hamilton, also a sunbathing enthusiast, had tanned his skin to deep orange-black. "Oh, your sunbathing is really impressive." Ronald looked at him. If he hadn't seen the hit TV series Roots and Granado Espada, he would have thought the man was black. "Hey, Elizabeth and I both love sunbathing. What do you think? If you were to act in Roots now, you could play a black lead role," Ronald joked. This skin tone was now fashionable in Hollywood. Only those with money and free time, spending long hours on the beach, could achieve such an even tan. "Ha ha ha," Hamilton laughed heartily at Ronald's joke. This kind of American humor didn't seem offensive at all in this country. On the contrary, it felt friendly. However, his good mood was quickly ruined by Yves Montand, the president of the Cannes Film Festival jury. Yves Montand arrived on the red carpet with his wife, but he clearly didn't want to follow the rules. When he saw Elizabeth Taylor, he practically buried his face in her neck during their embrace. They kissed repeatedly, and Yves Montand even tried to take Taylor's hand and invite her to walk the red carpet with him. "A rutting bore," George Hamilton muttered to Ronald behind them. Indeed, Ronald watched George Hamilton, the unpopular television star, follow behind Elizabeth Taylor with a resentful expression. Seeing his girlfriend walk the red carpet alongside Yves Montand and his wife must have been incredibly frustrating. Catherine, give me a smile," the photographer stirred again. Next to walk the red carpet was Catherine Deneuve, a national treasure of the United States. She was also wearing a red dress today. Unlike Taylor, Deneuve's gown didn't have exaggerated shoulder pads. Instead, it featured a shawl design and a large, angled neckline. While not as direct as Taylor's, it was more sophisticated. Even in her 40s, she still looked incredibly elegant, maintaining her natural Caucasian skin tone without any deliberate tanning. Ronald stood behind her, nodding and smiling in greeting. This French star's taste was far superior to Elizabeth Taylor's straightforward American style. When a beautiful woman ages, the unrestrained directness of her youth can be quite unsightly. Yves Montand, true to his warlike nature, abandoned Taylor at the end of the red carpet, turned back a bit, and waited for Catherine Deneuve. His eyes, under his wife's gaze, were fixed on Deneuve's neckline. Click, click, photographers raised their cameras, flashes going off incessantly. Yves Montand, like a boar sniffing mushrooms in the woods, rooted around frantically. Ronald, following behind Catherine Deneuve, also walked the red carpet and witnessed this bizarre scene. He saw Elizabeth Taylor, her face contorted with anger yet trying to appear calm, posing for photos. Behind her, George Hamilton mouthed pig to Ronald and led his girlfriend up the steps of the Palais des Festivals. Catherine Deneuve, behind them, also looked embarrassed. On the red carpet, openly flirting with other women in front of his wife, if Yves Montand hadn't been the jury president, perhaps one of the three women in evening gowns would have succumbed. Ronald shook his head and smiled wryly. He dared not step forward, lest he be caught in the same frame by photographers and become tomorrow's headline. Hiding from the photographers in front wasn't enough, he couldn't avoid those behind. Because of his attempt to avoid Yves Montand's antics with Catherine Deneuve, Ronald walked slowly and was overtaken by another American actress who caught up from behind. "Ronald, it's so nice to see you here. I even saw your breakdancing in Cannes last time, huh, Sophie?" Ronald stopped and waited for this young French rose to come up. The newcomer was also wearing a bright red shawl, her hair slightly disheveled by the wind. It was Sophie Marceau, who had just entered the French film industry when Ronald last came to Cannes, and was already famous for her two teen films, La Baume and La Baume 2. Only last time, Sophie Marceau was a chubby little girl, but today she had transformed into a charming and mature woman. This former French teen idol had suddenly gone mad after Cannes, no longer continuing to play French girls under Gaumont, but instead finding a Polish director to star in the highly controversial Wild Love. After the release of this film, which featured many outrageous scenes of Sophie Marceau, her image in France changed drastically, and she didn't receive many film offers for a while. "I'm so glad you like my movie. I'm also a fan of your first kiss." Ronald walked alongside her, exchanging a few words. Sophie Marceau had heard about Ronald's new film, Spicy Dance, and had read the newspaper reports, hoping to see it live. "This film is a female-led movie. I hope you like it, Sophie," Ronald said as he walked, but halfway there, he suddenly noticed Sophie Marceau had stopped. Click, click, the photographer finally managed to frame Ronald in the frame. It turned out that Sophie Marceau was in Cannes with her boyfriend, Andrzej Zulawski, the director of Wild Love. Because Sophie Marceau and Ronald were chatting so enthusiastically, the Polish director got angry halfway down the red carpet and stopped. Sophie Marceau noticed her boyfriend's childish behavior and had to stop and wait for him to catch up with her. What's there to talk about with that Hollywood commercial animal? His movies are full of Hollywood money grubbing. Andrzej Zulawski almost lectured Sophie Marceau on the spot, ignoring his outstretched hand and instead dodging it. Behind the couple arguing on the red carpet was Ronald, the handsome Hollywood director. A clash between a Polish director with a strong artistic flair and a Hollywood commercial film director, who would win the heart of the French rose? The photographers were overjoyed at this composition. One red carpet, and a story of two stars in a threesome. Tomorrow, the bosses of Le Figaro, Le Monde, and Le Parisien would be ecstatic. Sophie Marceau, however, was already used to her boyfriend Andrzej Zulawski's childish temper and jealousy. Experienced, she stepped forward and forcefully pulled Zulawski along, their hands gripping tightly, and the two continued hand in hand. Facing the photographers and television cameras, Sophie Marceau remained unfazed, continuing to smile. Ronald, seeing this, knew perfectly well he had once again become a human backdrop. He quickened his pace, trying to stop the reporters from finding more angles to take pictures of him with Sophie Marceau and Zulawski, so he could continue making up stories for tomorrow. At the Palais des Festivals in Trons, the three-tiered staircase was a bit tiring for many of the older stars. The actresses, mindful of their skirts, slowed their pace. Ronald, not wanting to be photographed with them again, hurried forward. Sophie, jury president Yves Montand, taking advantage of his status, was again nudging the actresses with his mouth at the top of the stairs. "Oh, come on, are all the male stars from Germany bores?" Ronald, seeing him nudging for the third time, found the behavior of these Europeans unbearable and started to climb. "That's impolite, Catherine Deneuve overheard Ronald's words and said with a smile, "Miss Deneuve, I don't have a film in competition, so there's no need for me to flatter him." Ronald, seeing that it was the previous generation's French Rose speaking to him, didn't dare to be negligent. He extended his hand for her to take, so he could ascend the steps without worrying about his long dress. Artists shouldn't be criticized for these things. "Last time you came to Cannes, Sophie and I talked about your film." "It's my pleasure." Ronald couldn't argue with a beautiful woman about Yves Montagn's right or wrong. He led Catherine Deneuve into the hall. Catherine, Fanny. Inside the hall, another French actress greeted the stars at the door. François Truffaut's widow, Fanny Ardant, was practically the hostess of this year's Cannes. Besides a Guinness World Record holder, another person who received a Lifetime Achievement Award and was remembered fondly was director Truffaut. Ronald patiently waited for the two to finish their pleasantries. The competition for beauty between beauties was always present. Both actresses strived for perfection in their demeanor, attire, makeup, and hairstyle. Ronald led Catherine Deneuve to her seat and was about to leave when the pop, pop, pop sound came from the doorway again. Ronald looked up and saw Yves Montand had come in again and was kissing Fanny Ardant once more. Oh, Catherine Deneuve, seeing this, couldn't argue with Ronald and could only raise her hand to cover her face. "Miss Deneuve," Ronald politely excused himself and found his round table. There were people from the film industry who made commercial exploitation films. Ronald was happy to see Cassandra Peterson, the actress from Cannonball. Today she wasn't dressed as a dancer, with normal makeup, she was a very beautiful actress. The two chatted about the film Ecstasy that Cassandra wanted to make, and Ronald agreed to continue discussing the possibility of the film being produced by Daydream when they returned to Los Angeles. "I say, Ronald, why do all the beautiful women in the country get taken advantage of by these bastards?" On Ronald's other side was Australian star Mel Gibson, who had run over from another table. Like Ronald, he couldn't stand the sight of the long-haired geezer in heat, and ran over when he saw an acquaintance. "What, are you interested? Want to meet her?" Ronald looked at Gibson, who had long hair, staring at the young Sophie Marceau. "Don't you think she'd be perfect for a classical role?" Ronald tilted his head and looked at her for a while. Sophie Marceau, with her baby fat gun, had a pointed chin and features that did indeed have the elegance of a classical lady. "Indeed, I didn't expect you to have such a knack for casting." Ronald couldn't help but agree with the actress who had shown in this year's Lethal Weapon, shedding the image of the B-movie exploitative protagonist from Mad Maximum. "Of course, I've always wanted to direct my own movie." Gibson expressed his ambition to Ronald without hesitation. "Of course, I'm not confident right now. After all, directing and acting are two completely different professions. I think you have a lot of potential." Ronald thought Gibson's attitude was quite good. "Really?" Gibson looked away and asked Ronald. "Really? At least you know that a director and an actor are not the same thing. And you have a good eye for casting? Haha, looks like I do have some talent." Chapter 803 The Controversial Palme d'Or. Staten Island? You're from Staten Island? Yeah, I graduated high school there. At the premiere of Paul Newman's directorial debut, The Glass Menagerie, all the Hollywood filmmakers in Cannes came to show their support. It was one of only two Hollywood films competing for the Palme d'Or. Paul Newman was also the biggest Hollywood star in Cannes this year. Ronald Reeves, Minahan Golan, and Elizabeth Taylor all attended, giving Hollywood a boost. Last night, Maurice Peyre's film Under the Son of Satan, in competition, received a full-fledged reception from all the European guests, dressed in formal attire. Both films are adaptations of classic works and are directed by famous actors. However, they represent two opposite value orientations. The Glass Menagerie follows the Broadway Hollywood theatrical tradition, emphasizing storytelling techniques. Under the Son of Satan, on the other hand, continues the Western New Wave tradition of jump cuts, now narrative, and emotionally charged approaches. As two films with high chances of winning and many similarities, Paul Newman was eager to win the competition. The Palme d'Or at Cannes is decided by the jury, but the publicity surrounding these stars can influence some jury members' opinions, and many have personal relationships with them. So, Paul Newman and his wife, Joanna Woodward, chatted with all the guests about the film. "Joanna and I bought a house on the north end of Staten Island right after we got married, and we spent the most wonderful years of our lives there," Newman said, intrigued when he heard Ronald was from Staten, and began talking about his married life. "Ah, it's a tourist attraction now. Many people take the ferry from Manhattan to Staten Island specifically to see your old house," Ronald had heard about it from his Aunt Karen. Ah, ha 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 ha, Newman happily recalled the house. Back then, he was just starting out and didn't have much money, so the couple had pooled their resources to buy it. You don't know how happy I was. Marrying Joanna was like being upside down. My God, she was a superstar back then, and I was just a fledgling actress. Recalling the past, Newman gave his wife a tender kiss. Back then, I thought Paul wasn't a very good actor, but he was very handsome, so it was a good deal for me, Joanna Woodward joked with her husband. This time, director Newman cast her as the mother in the autobiographical work of Tennessee Williams, one of America's most famous playwrights, and she truly indulged in the role. Oh, I thought she was the best woman I had ever met. The two are a model couple in Hollywood, maintaining a loving and harmonious marriage without any scandals. Do you think their movie will win? After watching the film, Ronald asked Minahan Golan, who is with him. It's a good movie, but our Cannonball's Shy Man isn't bad either. Andrei Konchalovsky's directing skills are still highly regarded in Europe, plus the lead actress, Barbara Hirsch, just starred in Woody Allen's Hannah and the Sisters, so the French really appreciate him. Minahan's answer was irrelevant, but Ronald understood. Of the two Hollywood films at the festival, he still favored his company's Shy Man. Although director Andrei Konchalovsky no longer held Lesotho citizenship, he was still popular in Europe, and the Lesotho jury members were unlikely to make things difficult for him. How about the French film In the Son of Satan? Ronald asked again. They haven't won the Palme d'Or at Cannes for 20 years, and I doubt they will this year either. Minahan felt that French cinema had fallen behind in all aspects, no longer possessing the momentum that the new wave once had in leading the world. Then they have a better chance. Ronald and his agent Richard discussed the Palme d'Or winner back at the hotel. This year is Cannes' 40th anniversary, so keeping the Palme d'Or in Germany is quite fitting. The jury president, Yves Montand, is German. You have a point, Ronald said. I really don't understand these award gimmicks. I almost fell asleep watching all those German films. Luckily, we've fulfilled our obligations in Cannes and are going home. Ronald had watched quite a few of the Cannes competition films in his spare time, and frankly, not many were good. European films often give the impression of having an overly strong personal style from the directors, and ordinary viewers might not understand what they're trying to express. For example, Under the Son of Satan, which tells the story of a priest and a country girl who are possessed by a demon in the 1920s. Not only did Ronald not understand the deeper content the director wanted to convey, but the audience at the premiere didn't understand either. Guests dressed in tuxedos and bow ties were already whistling and stomping their feet in protest halfway through the film. After the film ended, more than half the audience had left. Don't be so direct when you give interviews, Richard reminded Ronald not to be so obviously disparaging of French filmmakers during his Cannes media interviews. I'm not that stupid. This time, to promote Spicy Dance, Ronald had also arranged these interviews with a specific purpose. Of course, he wouldn't want the French media to be unhappy, as they wanted to speak well of his film. They were waiting for the Palme d'Or to return to the French in 20 years. Yes, I really liked this film. This is the second time I've brought a dance film to Cannes for its premiere. I love France, I love the history of French cinema. Truffaut's Day Night is my favorite film about filmmaking. Yes, French actors are very distinctive, and I look forward to working with them someday. Ronald gave each media outlet about 10 minutes. The questions and answers were always the same, so it didn't require much thought. Addressing over 20 media outlets, he always greeted them with an enthusiastic smile, even if the question was incredibly silly, the one he'd heard for the 20th time. He treated it as the best question, looking them in the eye and offering praise before repeating his tedious, standard answer. Who'll win the Palme d'Or this year? That depends on the jury. Personally, I love Paul Newman's The Glass Menagerie and Konchalovsky's Shy Man. They're both Hollywood films, but of course, I'm American. Ha ha ha, I saw you at the premiere of Under the Sun yesterday, director Ronald. You seemed to be asleep. Did you not like the movie? During the last few media interviews, Ronald suddenly heard a slightly outrageous question. He looked at the reporter, a thin, brooding man with a stubborn gaze. I think I might have been daydreaming. Actually, I don't dislike it, I don't deny it. Compared to the French films competing at Cannes this year, I prefer Gaumont La Baume from a few years ago, and Truffaut's films. Perhaps for an American like me, those films have more clearly defined stories that are easier to understand. Ronald stated his attitude gently but firmly. You're right, I just didn't like Under the Son of Satan. Besides, it's not like I'm the only one who felt sleepy while watching it. Your French guests also complained that the film was too boring. Then he emphasized that he still liked French directors and actors, but he disliked this kind of pretentious stuff that dragged in profound concepts like religion, the devil, and human nature, but was ultimately unwatchable. You say you like Truffaut's films, is it only those films that are financially invested in? Don't you like the left-wing films made by other new wave directors like Godard, those films that weren't financially invested in and were made solely for the people? Oh, Ronald raised an eyebrow. How did this reporter come along? Ronald discreetly flipped through the business cards on the table. It was from a left-wing national newspaper, El Humanité. Looking into those stubborn eyes, Ronald knew he'd encountered one of those biased journalists. Compared to Godard, I definitely prefer Truffaut, since the other party had come out with prejudice, claiming to be a capitalist filmmaker and a Hollywood director. He might as well admit it. Aside from his debut film, Breathless, Godard's later films often lacked scripts, leaving the actors to improvise. His King Lear, made this year, was completely nonsensical except for its name's connection to Shakespeare. Hollywood's teenage goddess, Molly Lindward, completely lost her spark under his direction, delivering a terrible performance, much to Lindward's bewilderment. I believe Mr. Truffaut's path, making films for the audience, not for government funding and awards, is the right one. I have always practiced his teachings. Anyway, Truffaut had just been posthumously awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award at Cannes this year, using his philosophy to counter Godard's unhealthy filmmaking approach. There was little wrong with that. Can you only make films for Hollywood capitalists? The reporter persisted. All right, time's up, that's enough, Richard intervened, asking the reporter from the Humanitarian Daily to leave. French people are really strange, they praise movies they don't even like to a high degree, Ronald grumbled to Richard. Besides, my spicy dance film was self-funded. In principle, I'm not a director working for capitalists, I'm a capitalist myself. Okay, haha, never mind, Ronald. There are many leftists like that in France. Their film market is protected by the government, with huge government subsidies after projects are approved, and then the government-led Kaiser Awards determine where those subsidies go. There are definitely a lot of lunatics, Ronald chuckled. Luckily, Cannes is decided by a jury, unlike the Kaiser Awards, which are awarded by the French government. Hollywood directors are spouting nonsense, believing that only films that please the audience are good films. Audiences need to be guided, they can't just be satisfied with superficial gratification. We should make films that require them to think before they can understand, only then can we improve the overall quality of the nation. The next day, Ronald and Richard packed their bags, preparing to return home. The newly published Humanitarian Gazette criticized their views without naming them. At the same time, it lavishly praised French director Maurice Péray Under the Sunshine of Satan. He actually makes some sense, but if the audience thinks too much, they'll lose focus and stop watching your movie. A film should only make them stop and think 3 to 5 times at most, 1 second each time. Anything more than that is a disaster. Ronald laughed as he looked at the newspaper. These Frenchmen were out of touch with the market and the audience, relying solely on the Kaiser Awards and the opinions of their small circle. Some of their views were truly delusions born of a lack of practical experience. A dozen hours later, the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport. Ronald yawned as he got out and, together with Richard, greeted Little Bud, who had come to pick him up. The Cannes Film Festival has announced its grand prize winner. French director Maurice Péray in the Sunlight of Satan has won the Palme d'Or in a very controversial way. It is reported that during the screening, most of the audience protested at the end. At the baggage carousel, Ronald looked up at the television news. When he found the local entertainment news, he heard the unexpected news. No way, just for his 40th birthday, they gave the Palme d'Or to that movie. Ronald carefully looked at the scrolling text below. It was indeed the Palme d'Or, not some minor award from the jury. Hey, you're from France? Did you like that movie? A fellow traveler waiting for his luggage, also a film enthusiast, noticed Ronald's interest in Cannes and asked him what he thought of the Palme d'Or winning film. It's not really a movie. The hypnosis was alright though. Ronald put on his sunglasses and left the airport. In the following days, the film industry was abuzz with discussion about this highly controversial award. The jury president, Yves Montand, was a friend of the award's director, Maurice Péray, and they had previously acted together. Rumors circulated that Montand was the one who strongly advocated for Péray's win. Reportedly, Some Hollywood figures criticize Montan's role as jury president. The French and even European film industries debated the award. How could a film disliked by audiences have defeated all its competitors to win the grand prize simply because of the love of industry insiders? Should films be made for audiences or for a select few within the industry? Newspaper reviews and commentaries debated this issue for a long time. Ultimately, the debate also caused a major split among the general public. Because this year's Cannes Film Festival saw the award, based on relatively fair judging, returned to the hands of a French director, French President François gave a special speech to congratulate him. François's Socialist Party lost the parliamentary elections last year. The right wing won a majority and elected Jacques as prime minister. French politics, with a president and prime minister effectively belonging to the left and right wings respectively, has become divided. The two sides are now competing for votes on all fronts. Following François's statement, Prime Minister Jacques expressed a different opinion. In an interview, he said that Under the Son of Satan contained too much negative content about the church, making the audience think too much. Jacques also joked that if he were to go to the movies with his wife and daughters, he wouldn't choose Under the Son of Satan, but would rather watch a light-hearted dance film like Dirty Dancing, a movie that emphasizes family values, and spend a wonderful evening with his two daughters. "Hey, can we put this clip on our movie poster?" Ronald, having overheard the interview, immediately thought of using it as the most authoritative audience review. "It's public news coverage, so using it shouldn't be a problem," replied Michel Canaud, who had also returned from Cannes and was reporting on the release of Dirty Dancing. He immediately instructed his colleagues in the distribution department to transcribe Prime Minister Jacques' original words. The French public knew that Prime Minister Jacques loved movies and was well informed, knowing that Dirty Dancing was about a father-daughter relationship. It seemed his PR team's deliberate choice of an image different from François's was quite effective. Under the Son of Satan is a masterpiece. Although it touches on theology and rises to a stunning test of faith, the film has a thoroughly secular style. This is one of the many factors that make it so captivating. It's a very subtle work, with a certain level of difficulty and a great deal of control, requiring undeserving close attention. In his daydream office, Ronald flipped through American newspapers, and among the Cannes coverage, he found the Chicago Sun-Times praise of him. "I particularly admire the director's auteur attitude and dedication to his work." Amidst the controversy following his Palme d'Or win, he uttered the famous line of a film artist, "I know some people don't like me, and I want to tell them I don't like you either." Ronald was speechless with shock upon reading this quote. In Hollywood, being criticized like that by the audience and then arguing back would likely mean never getting another directing job. That's how French people are. Canaud, of French descent, understood this well. French people always like to be unconventional. And this Chicago Sun-Times, how much did Albert get to shamelessly praise him like that? That's a good thing, isn't it? If they can get money from others, they can get money from us, so they can enthusiastically promote Spicy Dance. Our premiere has been decided for mid-July. Chapter 804 Online Betting. I really loved both of your Daydream Pictures films, Dirty Dancing and Love Is Not For Sale. They were incredibly moving. Especially my mother. Dirty Dancing is about her youth, and she participated in the Peace Corps project, promoting President JFK's ideals overseas. These words came from Thomas Stevenson Jr., a theater manager from New Jersey and New York, whom Ronald had met at the Western Film Festival in Las Vegas. His father owned 5 theaters in New Jersey and continued to invest in building new multiplexes in suburban department stores. Their business had expanded into New York State and formed alliances with theater chains in Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., and other northeastern states. Ronald's Daydream Pictures had reached preliminary agreements with them for screenings, and this time, they brought Love Is Not For Sale, which had just been edited and received an MPAAR rating, along with Dirty Dancing, to them for a test screening, hoping to secure better release dates and screens. Thomas Stevenson Jr., a big fan of Ronald's films, came over after the test screening to chat with Ronald and Douglas Hanson Jr., a key shareholder of Daydream. "So, how many copies will you be ordering?" Ronald asked the ambitious theater heir. Old Thomas was gradually putting him in charge of all aspects of theater operations, preparing him to hand over the reins when he had enough experience. "My personal taste is one thing, but business is another," Thomas Stevenson Jr. replied. His current role was buyer for his father's chain of theaters and several partner theaters in New Jersey, giving him significant influence over release dates and the number of copies. Oh, why do you say that? You have excellent taste, and your taste is very similar to that of the average American audience. I think, from a business perspective, you should also order more copies of films produced by our company. Douglas Jr. was his peer, both from wealthy families, and both planning to inherit their family businesses. They also shared a love of film, so they had much in common. Personally, I really enjoyed both films. Especially Ronald's Dirty Dancing. The narrative flowed smoothly, and the emotional impact was spot on. I almost cried at the end. But business is business. We cinema operators in the Northeast primarily purchase films from the Big 7 studios. I hope you understand. Yes, I understand. It's a marketing issue, Ronald nodded. He and distribution manager Canold had often heard similar comments when meeting with cinema buyers on the West Coast. The Big 7 studios invest heavily in film marketing. They have fixed annual release quotas, and they have established suppliers for purchasing television advertising slots, newspaper ads, bribing film critics, and even posters for production. Large, stable purchase volumes allow for significant discounts. For example, Daydream established a dedicated distribution company specifically for filming Dirty Dancing. Love Is Not for Sale was acquired incidentally. All the marketing costs are 30% to double the Big 7's purchase prices. If we assume both films are of equal quality and have the same budget, theaters would naturally prefer to buy the films from the Big 7 studios, whose marketing budgets can attract a large audience. On the other hand, Ronald's films don't feature any well-known stars. The only name audiences remember is Ronald. Meanwhile, the films released at the same time by the 7 studios either have star actors or are classic franchises like 007, where audiences will want to see the film just by hearing the name. This is why Ronald allocated twice the production budget to marketing. He wanted theaters to feel that buying tickets to screen his films was a worthwhile investment. However, all of this was known beforehand. Ronald was neither disappointed nor blindly optimistic. In the weeks following his return from Cannes, he and Michelle Canold's team traveled from Los Angeles and San Francisco in California on the West Coast, to Seattle in Washington, then Las Vegas in Nevada, and finally into the southern states. The southern states lack megacities. Texas, for example, only has cities like Houston, Dallas, and San Antonio. Spending time evenly across all these cities was quite arduous. After circling around there, he headed north to the Great Lakes region of the Midwest, visiting industrial cities like Chicago and Detroit, and finally, via Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, arrived at the original 13 states of America. Along the way, Ronald had essentially grasped the mindset of movie theater buyers and operators. For them, which movie was a box office hit wasn't that important. The most crucial thing was ensuring that the movies they bought wouldn't be pulled from theaters after less than a week due to insufficient audience numbers. Of the movies released each year, only about 20% achieved an occupancy rate of over 50%, making theaters a significant profit. For the others, the primary goal was to break even. If they inadvertently bought an independent film but, due to insufficient marketing and low audience numbers, the losses could be devastating for the theater operator. Ultimately, the movie theater business was a competition of who could fill the seats the most. Along the way, Ronald had become accustomed to their lack of confidence in their marketing investments. So he was about to explain his marketing plan to Thomas Stevenson Jr. Besides inviting film critics from major media outlets to critic screenings, Ronald had also partnered with the 3 major studios, Universal, Paramount, and Disney, to leverage their media resources during their marketing breaks. Most importantly, of course, was investing real money in advertising on MTV and other television networks, and leveraging his years of accumulated connections to appear on numerous talk shows and give interviews, expanding his influence among general audiences. "I have great faith in Daydream's capabilities," Thomas Stevenson Jr. said with a slightly baby-faced smile. "You've mentioned all of this in your media package, so of course I believe in your determination. Some producers might halt marketing efforts due to poor box office performance, negative critic reviews, or low audience ratings. Therefore, these theater owners often don't fully trust the production company's promises. That's why Ronald repeatedly explained and assured them. Actually, I'm worried about 2 other things," Thomas Stevenson Jr. told Ronald. "Please speak frankly. We should be honest with each other. There's nothing we can't talk about when it comes to making money." Douglas Hanson Jr. immediately showed his sincerity, taking Thomas Stevenson Jr.'s hand and inviting him to sit down for a detailed discussion. It's rare to find a theater owner willing to express such specific concerns to a producer. After all, filmmaking is a very risky industry, requiring constant adjustments to one's understanding of reality. Many directors and stars transitioning to producing often can't distinguish between flattery and the truth, only realizing they've been surrounded by lies after the film's box office flop. The first thing is the MPAA rating of Love Is Not for Sale. We theater owners don't really like R-rated films, Thomas Stevenson Jr. explained the current thinking of theaters. When the film rating system first appeared, theaters thought violence and eroticism might attract more adult audiences. However, several X-rated films failed at the box office, and the average box office for R-rated films wasn't higher than that of PG films. Even if ordinary families who watched The Sound of Music heard about a good X-rated film, they wouldn't necessarily go to the theater to watch it. They would also consider the impact on their families and children. The main audience for movies today is teenagers. While they enjoy exciting plots, R-rated movies require adult supervision, and many female viewers dislike excessive violence. A few years ago, thanks to the strong advocacy of directors like Spielberg, the MPAA approved a new PG-13 rating. The new rating includes many less violent scenes, yet still provides sufficient sensory stimulation. Most importantly, no driver's license is required to watch PG-13. Therefore, PG-13 quickly replaced PG in R-rated movies, becoming the favorite among teenage viewers and achieving the highest average box office. More importantly, watching these thrilling and suspenseful scenes excites the nerves, leading to increased consumption of fries and popcorn. The unusually high salt or sugar content in popcorn and fries, in turn, makes people thirsty, boosting soda sales. Beyond box office revenue, PG-13 also stimulates sales of other soft drinks and snacks in cinemas. Our director, Steve Rush, is already making urgent revisions to Love Is Not for Sale, and will soon submit it to the MPAA for re-evaluation. We discovered this problem on the West Coast, so we took immediate action, and will have results next week. Ronald, at the very first stop of his national sales tour in Los Angeles, realized he and his group of rookies from Daydream had made a mistake. An emergency meeting was held, and the conclusion was that Love Is Not for Sale needed major revisions. Many scenes that director Rush had included in the final cut, such as a passionate scene between the female lead, Cindy, and her ex-boyfriend, a football player, as well as many explicit conversations among the high school students about boyfriends and girlfriends, were cut. Director Steve Rush's creative freedom was interfered with, and he was furious with Ronald. He said he was no longer the director who made a groundbreaking teen film like fast-paced Richmond High School, but had become a profit-driven businessman. This deeply hurt Ronald, who was speechless. Rush's anger was understandable. Without depicting the realities of high school life, Love Is Not for Sale would have completely degenerated from a fast-paced film with realistic themes into a mere teen romantic comedy, only scratching the surface of reality. Make money first. If you can make money with this film, you'll have much more creative freedom later. After thinking for a long time, Ronald could only repeat what Roger Corman had told him years ago. Listen, Director Rush. If you revise this film according to my wishes, you'll never have to work for me again. Steve Rush was indeed moved by Roger Corman's famous quote and completely followed Ronald's instructions, cutting the film to PG-13. Last week, Ronald saw the revised version in Chicago and urgently submitted it to the MPAA for a rating change. Great. If we can get a PG-13 rating, my theaters will increase the number of copies they buy, and I'll also persuade other operators in the alliance. They all think highly of my judgment. Thomas Stevenson Jr. was pleased that Ronald valued his opinion. Daydream was still in its early stages, and it was good that they cared about the opinions of theater owners. The second thing is that you need to get better film reviews. Thomas Stevenson Jr. held up a second finger. The suburbs of the Northeast are among the most educated areas in America. Kids here take drama and art classes in high school. Their parents are mostly college graduates, and their judgment of films relies heavily on film critics' recommendations. Especially in places like New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and D.C., there's a strong trust in the film reviews in a few New York newspapers. A film's box office in its first week of release is determined by the number of viewers it attracts. And in the Northeast, the influence of film critics is much greater than in the Deep South and Midwest. Sometimes, the film reviews in the New York Times and the New York Post, with their critiques of various schools of thought and movements, are only understandable to highly educated residents of middle-class suburban New York communities. We're working on it, Ronald says, and I can at least guarantee that the New York media will likely speak favorably of us. Bribing film critics is something that can't be openly discussed. Those in the film industry understand the implications of Ronald's words. Besides heavily sponsoring the Chicago Film Critics Circle's annual meeting, Ronald also sponsored the New York Film Critics Circle's retrospective of their favorite women's films in next year's New York Film Critics Circle Awards. Of course, this money was distributed through Douglas's old connections, through various foundations, trusts, and cultural promotion associations. At the same time, Ronald also enlisted his personal lawyer, Lindsay Dole, to sponsor several large, historic, government-subsidized cinemas through his boss's connections at New York City Hall. In short, to ensure the success of his first two self-released films, Ronald pulled strings, spent a lot of money and resources, and made sure everything went perfectly. Then I have no doubts. I will order copies of your film to the highest standard. Thomas Stevenson Jr. finally relented. Also, my mother really loves spicy dance. Could we show it just for her and her girlfriends? Haha, no problem. Manager Canold will arrange it. Ronald shook his hand firmly. You should be careful of the Jewish groups in the New York film industry. I've heard some rumors that someone is targeting your spicy dance. Thomas Stevenson Jr. whispered a few words in Ronald's ear during the handshake. Then he raised an eyebrow at Ronald and Douglas Jr., and turned to find Canold. What did he say? Douglas Jr. asked, noticing Ronald's strange expression. He said the Jews in the New York film industry want to do something to our film. Ronald covered his mouth with his right hand and told Douglas Jr. HMPH, there's plenty of Hollywood here. What trouble can the Jews cause? Never mind them, let's just do our own thing. The film sales tour continued, and Ronald's last stop was New York City. This is both a sweet homeland and a place scrutinized by film critics, and home to the highest concentration of large cinemas in the country. New York has always been one of the meccas of theater, and it began building various large cinemas very early on. It also boasts the highest population density in all America. Therefore, New York has historically inherited many large cinemas, with theaters accommodating thousands, even 3,000 to 5,000 people, being commonplace. After the 1970s, the rise of television caused these cinemas to decline significantly. The impact of occupancy rates on the theater was far greater than on medium and small cinemas. These cinemas were either demolished due to urban expansion or relegated to showing only midnight films, earning the moniker Mill Cinema. Some of the most luxurious theaters, occupying prime locations and once frequented by stars, received subsidies from the New York City Hall. Many retired corporate executives and second-generation rich kids, after retiring, held various committee positions, providing subsidies to these places that held their memories. They also gained access to more scarce tickets for ballet, opera, or star-studded film premieres. These are the hallmarks of their status, distinguishing them from ordinary people. Instead of Broadway musical tickets for tourists, the screenings at New York cinemas were different. Everyone was dressed in suits, looking like they were going to the opera. We've invited some experts to help us evaluate the two films from Daydream, several cinema owners introduced to Ronald. Having received subsidies, these large cinemas were, in a sense, not privately owned. Various people with the power to issue subsidies wanted to demonstrate their authority. Therefore, it wasn't just film buyers present. There were quite a few people unfamiliar with film business, which is why they needed experts to help them make judgments. This is Aaron Russo, the producer of the currently very popular TV series Wise Guy. Ronald shook his hand. He recognized this self-important, greasy, fat man as the expert Weston Pictures had hired when Dirty Dancing was being conceived. Is this the Jew who's going to cause me trouble? Ronald thought to himself. This is Mr. Tisch needs no introduction. Ronald shook hands with another so-called expert, the youngest son of the Tisch family, a benefactor of NYU's Tisch School of Management. His family was old money, they owned a stake in the New York Giants of the NFL. It was this Steve Tisch who had objected to the script's depiction of a Jewish girl falling for an Irish boy. When Ronald had originally planned to film Dirty Dancing, no further conversation ensued, but Ronald sensed the malice in the other's eyes. We'll now screen Dirty Dancing, announced Michelle Canold, Daydream's distribution manager, initiating the screening. 100 minutes later, the film ended with a wild dance to the theme song. The credits began to roll, and the lights in the lobby came on. Canold invited several experts to the front to offer their opinions. What more opinions do you want to express? I've never seen such an absurd movie. Just burn the copy and claim compensation from the insurance company. The TV producer, Aaron Russo, went to the front desk and started spouting nonsense, wanting to criticize Spicy Dance. Huh? Ronald stopped Douglas Hanson, who was about to go up and argue with him. He leaped onto the stage in front of the screen. What? Am I wrong? What kind of crap did you make? A Jewish doctor's daughter eloping with a poor Irish dancer? Movies need a basis in reality. Aaron Russo glanced at Steve Tisch, who was sitting below, and encouraged by the latter, continued his provocation. Who the hell are you? You think you can comment on my film? Ronald didn't mince words, shoving the fat Russo to the ground. You loser, you lost the production rights to this movie to me, and now you're spouting nonsense. I think you're the one who should get lost. Not satisfied with just one shove, Ronald pushed Russo several more times, blasting him off the stage. Where did this trash come from? Let's get back to business. Ronald saw little Douglas take over, wrestling Russo interlock and pulling him out. He turned back, looking directly at Steve Tisch below, and asked, does anyone here have any decent artistic commentary on the film? Chapter 805 Film Critic Special. Thank you for coming. I hope we can continue to work together. Ronald and Douglas Jr. stood together at the entrance of the screening room, shaking hands with each of the attending theater owners to say goodbye. Phew, Douglas Jr. let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily you reacted quickly and managed to corner Aaron Russo before he could cause trouble. These owners now know that he and Steve Tisch lost the script competition with you before, and now they're just here to cause trouble. Not only that, some people think our film is being fought over by two companies, and they're even more confident about the box office. It was a pleasure working with you. Ronald and Douglas Jr. shook hands firmly. The two old friends from the wrestling team could tell that they were there to cause trouble, and they worked together seamlessly to control Aaron Russo, stopping his attempts to cause damage before they could occur. The buyers in New York have been very supportive of our film, ordering a sufficient number of copies. However, Michel Canold, the distributor of Daydream, slung his coat over his back and stared at Ronald. Little Douglas is a shareholder in the company and a good friend of mine. You can talk to him about anything. Then, if I may be frank, there are one or two Jewish buyers whose pre-orders are not very promising. They seem to have received calls from some foundations asking them to lower their expectations for Spicy Dance. Sit down. Ronald pulled the two down to sit, snapped his fingers, and had a colleague bring over 3 cups of coffee. Thank you. Ronald took the coffee and shared it with the two. So, how are the orders for Love Is Not for Sale going? Basically, proportionally, paired with Spicy Dance. Canold wrote 2 numbers on a piece of paper and handed them to Ronald and little Douglas. The two passed it around and both felt it was better than expected. It seems the Jewish community still has some reservations about Spicy Dance. Did Michael Douglas say it was fine? Little Douglas had seen the pre-sale figures from other regions that Ronald had brought, and they were all very optimistic. Only in New York did things go wrong. If the copies sold poorly here, wouldn't that make him, as a director, look incompetent? We've done everything we can. Even if they want to cause trouble, they don't know how to do it most effectively. Ronald indicated that he didn't need to worry about those lurking bugs trying to sabotage him. Film critics, TV commercials, we've done everything we could, little Douglas agreed. Movies aren't fast-moving consumer goods. Whether the audience buys them or not is a one-off deal. Our sales tour is coming to an end. Let our distribution team handle the rest. Michel Canold, who is organizing a nationwide theatrical release for the first time, had followed Ronald across America and was responsible for the organizational details in each location. He was much more exhausted than Ronald and deserved to be called a hard worker. Wish us luck. Ronald stood up, nodded goodbye to his two companions, and waved to his agent Richard, indicating that he wanted to be alone for a while. The dice have been rolled, now it's up to God. Standing on the ferry to Staten Island, Ronald looked at the towering World Trade Center across the river and let out a long sigh. Douglas Jr. is right. Unlike fast-moving consumer goods, where you can roughly predict short-term sales figures by analyzing competitors' products, channel investment, and comparing sales of your own older products, Coca-Cola's new Diet Coke has new packaging, but compared to marketing and advertising spending, sales won't see a significant fluctuation. After all, the Coke drinking population won't drastically change their tastes and all switch to Pepsi in just 1 month. But movies are a different story. Every new movie is a huge unknown when targeting the market. Will it do well at the box office? Will teenagers like the main characters? Will they like their story? Will other movies released at the same time pose direct competition? Everything is unknown. After making a successful movie, you have to start all over again, completely guessing the audience's tastes from scratch. Worse still, even if you want to make a sequel and continue with a successful formula, the salaries of the stars, screenwriters, and directors who make up the formula will increase significantly. But their professionalism will decline significantly. Unlike companies that successfully create a cola or a chewing gum, Hollywood products, movies, always face the high risk and high failure rate of developing new products. Ronnie, are you under a lot of pressure with this movie? Aunt Karen, who was frying pork chops at home, noticed a different feeling about Ronald before the film's release. I don't want to talk about that, Aunt. I came here to enjoy your food and cookies. Oh, you've come to the right place. Aunt Karen went to the kitchen and brought out freshly baked cookies, poured some into a small basket, and handed it to Ronald. The new recipe tastes even better. Ronald took a bite and immediately praised it. Ronnie, I'm so proud of you. This movie will definitely be as successful as the past. Aunt couldn't help but offer some words of comfort, sensing Ronald's considerable anxiety about the new film. How's Donna? Ronald wisely changed the subject. He wasn't there to worry his family, but rather to secretly savor the warmth of family and resist thinking about the result of the dice roll. Oh, Donna, she's enjoying the hustle and bustle of Wall Street now. Aunt Karen's demeanor changed whenever she talked about her daughter. Teresa Kate from the factory told me a lot about Wall Street. The competition there is insane. I think the company on Long Island is a better fit for Donna. She hasn't come home to see me for several weekends. Luckily, she's only interning on Wall Street. Relax, that Long Island investment fund is quite good. It manages funds for Ivy League universities like MIT, Harvard, and Yale. Now it was Ronald's turn to comfort his aunt. In the bedroom his aunt had specially reserved for him, Ronald stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Since entering the industry, all his money had been invested in this film. Although he had the backing of his dream, it was impossible not to be nervous. The filming and editing were done with the best people he could find, and the journey to sell copies, except for the final stop in New York, had exceeded expectations. A large amount of money had been invested in advertising on MTV and on-site posters. Most importantly, critics everywhere had already arranged special screenings. The private arrangements were all in place, and there seemed to be no flaws. Aaron Russo, Steve Tissot, and the lurking Jewish power brokers behind the scenes. Where else could they possibly sabotage his plans? Besides, a film's final box office success doesn't depend on the initial audience, but on the sustained viewership generated by word of mouth and how many weeks it can run in theaters nationwide. Ronald was confident in his work. Even unforeseen circumstances could only delay it, not ruin the success of Spicy Dance. But why couldn't he sleep despite his confidence? Several hours passed, and it was nearly 3 a.m., yet Ronald remained motionless, staring at the ceiling, unable to fall asleep. Spending his own money was truly nerve-wracking. Finally, Ronald got up, grabbed a bottle of red wine, drank a glass, and began practicing yoga breathing techniques. Inhale. Exhale. Ronald suddenly realized he was dreaming. In his dream, he saw a panicked face on the screen, but no one screamed. The electronic background music built up the tension. Ronald was startled. It was as if this person was also watching him in his dream. A close-up of the face filled the screen. The face was large, and the expression didn't quite resemble an American's. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes changed from fierce to panicked. 1, 2, 3. The electronic music played, as if filming in slow motion. The bearded actor began to recede from the screen. This looks like a skyscraper rooftop, Ronald realized, realizing he was dreaming again of that slow-paced, art house film he'd dreamed about on the plane to Cannes. The actor began flailing his limbs, with an endless void in the background. This actor was performing a scene of jumping off a building. The camera switched to a wide shot, showing two people in uniforms watching the person falling with expressions of deep sorrow. The camera cut back to the building, and the person's fall was shown in slow motion for several seconds. No way, Ronald's anxiety intensified. Why is this movie so slow-paced? The opening scene, discussing the secrets to recovery on the plane, took over a minute, and then the final scene of him jumping off a building. It should be suicide, right? Slowly falling from the rooftop, still takes at least 30 seconds. All the movies he directed before were very commercial, fast-paced films. Why would he dream of such a slow-paced movie? Could it be? Could it be that his spicy dance movie will be a box office failure? Will no one invest in his films anymore, forcing him to switch to making these slow-paced, art house films, aiming for awards? This is too tragic, Ronald thought, breaking out in a cold sweat. If that were the case, wouldn't he be laughed at to death by those who attacked him for only making commercial exploitative films? No way, Ronald thought, feeling increasingly distressed. I'd rather make a low-budget exploitative film, even work for Roger Corman again, than make this kind of movie. Thud, the character who jumped landed heavily on the concrete ground, and the two uniformed men looked distressed. I hope that's not a hostage, one of the black men said. Wait, hostages? Ronald was confused. Was this a reflective film about how kidnappers, driven by life's hardships, denounced the American system? Ronnie, are you awake? So late today? I've prepared breakfast for you. I'm coming, just a minute. Aunt Karen's voice interrupted Ronald's dream. What's wrong? You don't look well. Aunt handed Ronald orange juice and asked him with concern. This film was different from before. Ronald was under a lot of pressure. He probably didn't sleep well last night. Nothing, I didn't sleep well last night. Ronald picked up a sandwich and started eating. It was terrifying. This was a collection of all his nightmares. Was he going to make a film that contradicted all his previous beliefs? Definitely not. Spicy Dance would definitely be a box office success, and he wouldn't make such a terrible film. Even if it failed, actually, it might not fail, and he didn't need to make the film he dreamed about. But, if the box office is bad and he loses most of his personal wealth, is there a possibility that he might be forced to make the kind of movie he's always opposed? Ronald, increasingly worried, noticed his Aunt Karen holding the phone receiver to him. I was daydreaming. Your call, it's Douglas Jr., Doug. Ronald took the receiver, quickly distinguishing between the handset and receiver, and greeted the other end. Ronnie, the critics' results are in. Those two bastards in Chicago said a lot of bad things to us. What? They took the money and didn't do their job. Ronnie, his aunt made a finger to the lip gesture to Ronald, signaling him not to swear. Sorry, Aunt. Ronald picked up the receiver and walked to the other side of the room. Tell me, what the hell is going on? Here's what happened. Roger Albert and Gene Sisco's film reviews have faxed in. They're blasting Love Is Not for Sale. Albert even called it a morally corrupt film. An hour later, Ronald, who had rushed to Daydream Studios' New York office, sat down with distribution manager Michelle Canold and Douglas Jr., and was on speakerphone with Los Angeles general manager Eddie Cohen for a meeting. What about the reviews for Dirty Dancing? Ronald breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that there was a major problem with the reviews for Love Is Not for Sale, and immediately asked about the reviews for Dirty Dancing. Both films were scheduled for release in mid-July, but Dirty Dancing was more crucial to Daydream Studios' finances. The first batch of soundtracks had been produced, packaged, and were already in the warehouse, waiting to be released in large quantities through retail channels after the premiere. The advertising slots on MTV had been bought, and trailers featuring several exciting dance sequences by the male and female leads had been edited and sent to MTV. The lead actors, Patrick Schwitz, Jennifer Grey, and Cynthia Rhodes, had cleared their schedules to promote Spicy Dance from their interview with Barbie Wygant in Los Angeles until their appearance on David Letterman's Late Show in New York. All the ammunition was loaded, waiting for the critics to release their written reviews after the two premieres in Los Angeles and New York. This is the chain of film marketing. Critics and television commercials attract the first audience. Then, the quality of the film determines its word of mouth and how many subsequent viewers it attracts. At this crucial juncture, two of the most influential critics in Chicago, with their own film review programs on PBS, actually messed up, giving their own film negative reviews. What did they say about Spicy Dance? Canold asked anxiously, pressing Eddie on the phone. I'll fax you a review that's just barely passing. Read it to me. Ronald couldn't help but feel anxious. Oh, okay. Eddie was a little surprised by Ronald's anxiety and took out a film review to read to the two of them. Sisco said he gave the film a barely passing recommendation because he liked Jennifer Grey's excellent performance. Damn it, this guy's been bought off by the Jews too, praising the only Jewish character in the film. Ronald was furious when he heard this. How could he have taken money? No, he had taken sponsorship from the Chicago Film Critics Association, and generous travel vouchers for the most important members and their families, and still not given him a good review. Albert said he gave it a thumbs down, not recommended. Because the plot is too boring, too predictable, a boring love story between two people from different classes and races. Damn it, Ronald was about to curse again. Also, don't rush, Eddie continued, but for those who love musicals, or fans of Ronald Lee's previous breakdancing films, this is a highly recommended movie. The dancing is fantastic, the male lead Schwitz is fit and his dancing is sexy, and the chemistry between him and Gray is excellent. It's worth watching for couples in love. Is it a good review, or a bad review? Ronald fell silent after hearing this. If you say it's a bad review, then they did say quite a few things worth watching for their target audience, teenage couples. If you say it's a good review, then what about the criticism of the cliched plot? Ronald, you just don't understand. After discussing it, Ronald and Kenold still made a long-distance call to Roger Albert in Chicago, questioning him about why he hadn't delivered on his promise after taking the money. You don't understand. When it comes to film reviews, it's not about whether it's a good review or not, it's about what I say. In your media package for the film's marketing, you said that Spicy Dance is aimed at teenagers, especially teenage girls, so I just said what they want to hear. When they hear it's a romance film with a sexy male lead, why would they care about the story's artistic merit or whether it reflects reality? For a girl who wants to enjoy a romantic movie with her boyfriend or girlfriends on the weekend, a cliché story is actually good news. Is that so? Ronald was a little skeptical. Then why did you give me a thumbs down? You'll have to ask yourself that. The sponsor of NYU's School of the Arts, the chairman of the New York Giants, the head of the imperial family, personally instructed by Preston Roberts. How did you offend him? I just had a small disagreement with his son. Why did the old man come out? Ronald understood that this was a case of scolding the young man and the old man coming out to vent his anger on behalf of his son. The imperial family lavishes money on cultural and sports endeavors everywhere, and everyone in the film industry has to give them face. Little Steve is his only successful son, and Preston Roberts values him highly, Roger Albert said, stopping short of commenting. The Chicago Film Critics Association also receives considerable sponsorship from the Imperial Foundation. Okay, consider it a favor, Ronald understood by now. The Jewish people were still not entirely satisfied with the film's plot, and some old fogies still wanted to sabotage it. Jewish girls are all lovely, how could they be lured away by an Irish scoundrel? I have a very good reputation in the industry and never speak falsely. If you have any good films in the future, you can come to me for a critic screening. Ronald, we've known each other for a long time, and I'm looking forward to your next film. I heard Columbia really liked your finished product. That's at the end of the year. Ronald knew he was referring to Moonlight Stirring. That's it. Ronald almost let Albert fool him. You did me a favor by going through with Spicy Dance, but what about that movie, Love Is Not for Sale? And you're accusing me of having moral issues. Was I talking about you? Look again, Albert raised his voice. I'm talking about director Rush, paying to hire a cheerleader captain as his girlfriend. What kind of values is that promoting? Well, Ronald thought about it and realized he was right. Film critics have to consider mainstream social values. This scene was a bit unconventional. A generally accepted moral standard in America is that in a romantic relationship, a woman can fall in love with her partner for their success, measured in monetary terms. But she can't accept money. Openly charging money to become someone's girlfriend is selling herself. It's a movie, Ronald thought, almost letting it slide again. Besides, didn't it ultimately criticize these values? Ronald, I'm in a difficult position too. Your film company has 2 movies, and I'm just one short of my bad review quota. You bastard, don't be like that. I can review it to attract viewers for you. There are so many movies I haven't reviewed. If I tell you the plot, won't a lot of teenage boys want to see how to pay to hire a cheerleader as their girlfriend? Okay, you're right this time. Ronald hung up the phone. Damn it, these film critics always have something to say. The film critics in Chicago, at least, were suddenly praising Ronald, helping him attract viewers with their criticisms. But unexpectedly, the film critics in Ronald's hometown launched a full-scale critique of Spicy Dance, especially Time magazine, with its huge readership nationwide and even worldwide, gave Spicy Dance a terrible review. It was practically an open attack. If Eleanor's script had a minor flaw, an overly neat and inspiring ending, then director Ronald's mistake was fatal. While the lowbrow, sexy song and dance numbers might attract some viewers, they completely eliminated the realistic reactions that the original script should have included. We can't help but wonder if director Ronald had enough rationality and judgment to direct this story set in the JFK era. After all, he was still a baby back then. Chapter 806. Pauline Kael thought the movie was very good. Richard Schickel, besides writing film reviews for Time magazine since 1965, is also a film historian and celebrity biographer. He's written film biographies for Cary Grant, James Cagney, and Gary Cooper. Wait, what's a film biography? Ronald, sitting in a Manhattan cafe, was listening to private investigator Frank Mickett across from him recount the background of the film critic who had given him such scathing reviews. Hearing the new term, film biography, he asked, "Aren't you from Hollywood?" It's probably the kind of biography that doesn't delve into the subject's private life, only focusing on the films they've made, for film buffs, not fans. Oh, please go on. Ronald learned a little more about Schickel, the film critic with a typical Jewish surname. These kinds of biographies require authorization from major film studios, but not from the person or their family, clearly a lucrative business for biographers. The fact that it ended up in this critic's hands revealed something. He's also a university professor, a recipient of a Guggenheim Fellowship at Yale University, specializing in American film history and the history of Jewish persecution in Eastern Europe before and after World War II. Besides Yale, he also teaches at the University of Southern California. Which film studio does he have close ties with? Ronald asked. Actually, he plays more of a neutral role, outwardly treating all films equally, and in reality, he doesn't have much bias towards most. It's just that he always speaks out against or praises films related to Jews. Frank Mickett handed over another folder containing Richard Schicker's reviews of Jewish-related films over the years. Flipping through the pages, Ronald increasingly felt that Schicker was no ordinary person. 2 days earlier, after seeing Richard Schicker's negative film review, Ronald called Michael Douglas to complain that Jews didn't follow the rules and didn't keep their word. A truce had been agreed upon with the elders of the Jewish community, agreeing to cease criticizing Ronald's sexy dance, but then this person emerged, launching a massive attack. He even made personal attacks on Ronald himself. Michael Douglas inquired with his father about the situation and then personally flew to New York to apologize to Ronald. According to Douglas, this was the work of extremists among the Jewish community who refused to integrate into mainstream American society. True Jews would not participate in such a violating oath-breaking, vulgar act. Michael Douglas assured him that his father would strengthen oversight, and major Hollywood film critics would refrain from making attacks on the sexy dance beyond normal evaluation. Can you control this? Don't let critics like this come to our public screenings and then write personal attacks against me. These Jews always say one thing and do another. They'll just say they're extremists and have nothing to do with mainstream Jews. Ronald didn't want to be fooled again, believing such words once was enough. Douglas chuckled. As the eldest son of a prominent Jewish figure in Hollywood, he was well aware of the games his own ethnic group played. However, Hollywood was no longer the right place for such games, and ethnic divisions were no longer as clearly defined as before. Many third-generation immigrants, including Jews, no longer chose interracial marriage. I can guarantee the mainstream film critics won't cause any problems. But be careful with Richard Schickel. I've known his name since I was a child. He has a strong network within the New York film critics circle, including those in the New York Post and the Washington Star. Thank you for telling me, Ronald said, sensing Michael Douglas's goodwill. This list essentially sold out those within the Jewish community who wanted to use this opportunity to cause trouble. With the list in hand, Ronald hired private investigator Frank Mickett to investigate the backgrounds of Schickel and the other film critics on Douglas's list. The detective was efficient. The documents showed that Schickel was indeed no ordinary person. From the outset, he was a fervent advocate for Jewish values, a champion of anti-Semitism, and a champion of Jewish integration into American high society. He even praised the famous Hollywood director and actor Elijah Kazan, simply because Kazan, a Greek immigrant, had jokingly remarked on several occasions that he had a Jewish nose. During the 1950s, when the HUAC, Human Rights and Interests Commission, swept through Hollywood, an organization originally intended to oppose all extremist forces, Schickel championed its founder, Senator Samuel Dickstein. However, when the crackdown on informants and whistleblowing began in Hollywood, the predominantly Anglo-Saxon senators replaced Samuel Dickstein with Senator Martin Dias from Texas to head the HUAC. This Texas cowboy, Martin Dias, was not only a fervent opponent of the Civil League's infiltration but also a fervent anti-Semite. During the years the Huak wielded considerable influence in Hollywood, not only were many Civil sympathizers blacklisted, but a significant number of Jewish people were also persecuted. Michael Douglas's father, Kirk, was almost banned from acting as well, having been labeled unpatriotic. Fortunately, he had the full support of the Jewish mafia and the financial backing of many wealthy Jewish businessmen, which saved him from becoming Hollywood's only Jewish male star. This explains why Kirk Douglas later hired the Hollywood Seven, who were on the blacklist, to write screenplays for him under pseudonyms. He even won an Oscar for Best Original Screenplay. Since the pseudonyms couldn't accept the award, Kirk Douglas accepted it on their behalf. Having failed in their attempt, the Jews changed tactics, abandoning their pursuit of cultural expansion and instead using more covert methods to achieve upward social mobility. They began infiltrating Hollywood's production business and portraying Jews positively in films. To some extent, their films even incorporated elements of Orthodox Puritan values into Jewish protagonists. Kirk Douglas, a pillar of Warner Brothers at the time, always had characters who attended church on Sundays, the Orthodox Jewish Sabbath is on Fridays, celebrated Christmas, and always survived. Those characters who didn't integrate into mainstream American values were all shot dead. Richard Schickel was one of those die-hard Jews who refused to conform. Whenever the film depicted anything negative about Jews, he would jump out and shout anti-Semitic. All the information suggests that there's a group of Jewish film critics waiting for my film's opening weekend to collectively release very negative reviews. Ronald reviewed all the detective's materials, made some phone calls, and asked his agent, the Italian-American Nisida, to gather intelligence. Based on all the information, Ronald was certain that a wave of people would attack him during the premiere of Dirty Dancing. Therefore, Ronald convened an internal meeting with several executives from Daydream Films and his two agents to discuss countermeasures. It's really not a big deal, is it? Our film has received very good reviews from audience screenings. Their reviews will only affect the number of viewers in the first week. As long as the word of mouth is good, our long-term box office should still be good, Michelle Canold thought. No. Why should we give the first week to our competitors? Besides, nobody knows how the film will turn out before its release. If the bad reviews take hold in the first week, we might end up in theaters for a month. General Manager Eddie was quite assertive. Although he was also Jewish, his company's revenue was at stake, and he was angrier than anyone else. Do we have any ways to retaliate? Ronald asked. Do you remember Pauline Carr? Agent Richard interjected. He was also Jewish, so he was particularly proactive, determined to defeat those bastards in his community to gain more trust from Ronald. Yes, the critic for The New Yorker. She even asked me to make a film reflecting American reality. Ronald smiled wryly. Reflecting reality wasn't always possible, but reality had certainly reflected on him. Her prestige and status in the New York film critics circle are comparable to Hickel's. Why not ask her to write a rebuttal? Besides, this film is originally narrated by a woman. Since they've played the anti-Semitic card, we can play the women's film card too. Ronald pondered for a moment. He had considered asking Pauline Carr for help. However, on the one hand, he had been lectured by her during his last visit, and this film might not meet her expectations. On the other hand, Pauline Carr was semi-retired. She didn't write film reviews for The New Yorker every week, only commenting on films she was interested in. If Ronald tried to cram at the last minute and beg Pauline Carr for a special screening, by the time she wrote a review and he had to fill space in The New Yorker, he might miss the upcoming premiere. Right now, all the resources we can mobilize are worth trying, Ronald, said Nisida, another agent of Italian descent, who spoke more easily. These Jews have always been a group. We need to find a way to deal with this. One advantage we have is that, conventionally, film reviews can only be released after the film's release. If we can postpone the film's release, we can disrupt their schedule. On the other hand, we can release positive reviews from equally influential critics to offset their impact. Jimmy Reiner, who was in charge of the soundtrack, raised his hand to speak. I don't know much about film marketing and distribution, but I have to remind you. Our record release plan is based on mid-July. This way, the film can replace the record's marketing activities. But if you postpone the film's release, the record will inevitably be released without the film's release. This will require us to spend extra money on public relations with radio stations across the country to get DJs to play our new songs. Can't we postpone it to the same time as the film? Canold asked from the side. really unwilling to give up this marketing method where the record and the film serve as each other's advertisements. This isn't like film distribution, where you just need the cinema's approval. Besides, August is the end of the summer movie season. Cinemas might be even happier if you release it then. Record distribution channels are booked a year in advance. I don't think it's possible to postpone it, and then there are the programming slots we've booked on MTV and other television media. If you postpone the release, all of that will have to be rearranged. We might not be able to find the perfect time to run shows to coincide with the film's premiere. Canold also expressed his concerns. These are all details. The opening weekend and the following 5 working days are our seed audience. These people form our base. Their word of mouth will determine the number of viewers in the second week. If there's no deliberate smear campaign, we can gamble on audience reviews. But if, as Ronald said, someone deliberately releases extreme negative reviews, launching a coordinated attack on Spicy Dance across several media outlets, can you be sure our seed audience will really be enough to keep us in theaters until the third week? General Manager Eddie, who previously had many cover girls working on Hollywood productions, actually had more experience in theatrical distribution than Canold, who was originally in charge of videotape distribution. The week it was originally scheduled to be released also had the latest James Bond movie and RoboCop in Orion, which I heard received very good reviews. If there are unexpectedly large-scale negative reviews, Nisida whispered to Ronald, as he had a lot of inside information from within the CAA. So, Ronald, what do you plan to do? All eyes turned to Ronald. After a long silence, Ronald reached a conclusion. He looked up. Jimmy, give me a list of all the radio DJ's fees for the record release and the necessary PR. Michelle, negotiate with the major television stations about the possibility of moving our advertising slots. I'll personally call David Letterman and Barbie Wygant's shows. Also, contact Pauline Carr and Richard for me. We'll screen a special show for her. Nisida, contact the 3 main actors, Patrick Schwitz, Jennifer Grey, and Cynthia Rhodes, and ask if they can change the timing of the marketing campaign. That's a really cliché story, Ronald, Pauline Carr said bluntly after watching Ronald's special screening of Spicy Dance for her 1938's Good Times and 1958's Morning Star were essentially the same thing. In a summer of growing up, everything changed. Pauline, I know this movie hasn't met your expectations, cough cough, but Ronald, seeing Pauline Carr's apparent dissatisfaction with the film, forced himself to ask the old lady for a favor. But I really love this movie you made. Do you know why? Pauline Carr adjusted her tortoiseshell glasses. Seeing Ronald's bewildered look, Pauline smiled. Because your version is for girls. Those old movies are often for boys, the male protagonist handling his love affair with a beautiful woman in a tumultuous way, always finding himself in rebellion and ultimately returning to mainstream values. It's a boy's fantasy of adulthood. But your movie, on the contrary, is a girl's dream. I think little girls will absolutely love your movie. Small-eyed, muscular, handsome guys, hot dances, a wealthy and enlightened father, a silly older sister. It's all the best things they dream of. Your Spicy Dance might mean to girls what Star Wars means to boys, fulfilling all the beautiful dreams of growing up. So, you're willing to get other film critics in New York to write me a good review? Ronald was overjoyed. Are there extreme Jews who are unhappy with you? They're always like this. Any slight negative portrayal of Jews triggers a chorus of anti-Semitism. If Jews can't integrate into this new world and still cling to the old notion of having no homeland, many things are unavoidable. There are always people in my ethnic group who don't see this. Pauline Carr, also a descendant of Polish Jewish immigrants, was quite open to negative portrayals of Jews in the film. As long as it wasn't a deliberate attempt to depict Jewish stereotypes, she was perfectly acceptable to artistic character development. There are some people who want to release some extremely negative reviews at my premiere. Ronald nodded in agreement. HMPH, Richard said it again. This film doesn't even explicitly state that the lead actress, Baby Houseman, and her family are Jewish. This story is just as compelling regardless of ethnicity, so why do this? This film shouldn't be viewed from a Jewish perspective, but rather from the perspective of women's liberation. You handle the abortion aspect very well in the film. Cynthia Rhodes' character was told her situation by the doctor, and it was a woman, not a man, who decided whether to keep the child. Pauline Carr clearly saw the passion in the script for the nascent women's liberation movement of the Kennedy era in the 1960s. She had also lived through that era and had similar experiences in her youth. Don't worry, Ronald, you have my vote on this. All the female film critics in New York will be on your side. Thank you so much. Also, how's your film for MGM coming along? I've heard rumors in New York that you're moving towards realistic themes. I'll see it in advance. That film is coming out at the end of the year, and of course I'll invite you to see it as soon as possible. Chapter 807 Polarized Film Reviews. Spicy dances cleverly and witty, captivating and unabashed. It'll be a breath of fresh air in the hot summer. Even just for the dances, and Patrick Schwitz's body, it's worth watching. Sheila Benson, Los Angeles Times, female film critic. Most importantly, you have Jennifer Grey, baby, a wealthy girl summering in the Catskills, who falls for Johnny, a working-class dance instructor played by Patrick Schwitz. The chemistry between the leads is electric, worth watching. At the very least, they're both incredibly sexy when they dance. FX Feeney, Los Angeles Weekly, film critic. Spicy Dance is a flash dance where the leads have an IQ over 100. Jay Scott, Globe and Mail, film critic. The dance itself in Spicy Dance, especially the Mamba choreographed by Kenny Ortega, looks very modern, or at least as modern as Saturday Night Fever, but it has a wilder drive and a surging pulse than Saturday Night Fever, giving the film a real thrill. Vincent Canby, New York Times, film critic. Heartwarming visuals, wild dance. Spicy Dance reminds me of Roger Corman's B-movie vibes, very nostalgic. When Patrick Schwitz and Jennifer Grey are dancing together, you need a fire extinguisher. Julie Solomon, Wall Street Journal, women's film critic. Hot, 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 the critic wrote 8 hots in a row. Spicy Dance is Saturday Night Fever with Caribbean hot dance music, flash dance of the Borscht Belt, a ring of resorts around New York State frequented by Jewish people. A romantic and dazzling film set against a backdrop of sultry 60s oldies, the 1960s, oh my god, even the presidents back then were so sexy. An absolutely romantic movie, starring Jewish girl Jennifer Grey as baby Frances, who represents the women of that era of liberation and freedom. It's a typical Ronald Lee-esque Sleeping Beauty-style low-budget film. The box office is sure to be phenomenal. I heard the premiere has been postponed to mid-August. How exciting. I recommend all young girls, no, all women, should see it. This is a Rocky, and in the end, baby, like Rocky, technically knocks out her rival, Johnny Castle, played by Patrick Schwitz, in a dance. Rita Kempley, Washington Post, female film critic. Pauline Carr wielded immense influence among female film critics in New York and across the country. She personally invited several critics to Ronald's second series of critic screenings in various locations. The results were excellent. Pauline specifically recommended the film from the perspective of women's liberation. Many female critics wrote positive reviews scoring 80 or 90 points or higher. In Hollywood's unspoken rules of film criticism, Ronald, as a producer, could offer bribes to critics privately, but he couldn't interfere with their reviews or demand higher ratings. Furthermore, prominent critics from major media outlets would submit their reviews a few weeks before the film's release, after the critic screenings. This gave the production company time to adjust their marketing plans based on the reviews, regardless of their quality. This time, Pauline Carr did Ronald a favor by calling. Some film critics came specifically to attend the second screening. The attendees were predominantly female critics, but also included many non-Jewish male critics. They typically wouldn't attend such small-budget critic-only screenings, at most. They'd watch the film for free after its theatrical release using their New York Film Critics Circle membership cards, and then write their reviews. However, Pauline Carr held a high position among Hollywood critics. Her review of Bonnie and Clyde, a seminal work of the New Hollywood movement, was what made it famous. This time, Pauline Carr praised Ronald highly, saying he had the opportunity to revolutionize Hollywood again and bring mainstream cinema back to major real-world issues. Many of these female critics owed some benefit to Pauline Carr, enabling them to secure positions as critics for major newspapers or magazines in male-dominated Hollywood. They were also curious about Ronald's new film, which told a story set in the 1960s. Upon inspection, it certainly lived up to its reputation. 10 years before the Supreme Court ruling in Roe v. Wade, Spicy Dancing touched upon the issue of women's abortion rights. Cynthia Rhodes' portrayal of Penny Johnson is the key to the entire film. Penny is tricked into becoming pregnant by a waitress out of wedlock, which gives Baby the opportunity to practice dancing with Johnny. Penny, lacking money at the time, has to resort to a quack doctor for an abortion, leading Baby to ask her father for a loan and later bring him to Penny for further treatment to prevent complications. This leads to the plot point where Baby's father, Dr. Houseman, turns against his beloved daughter, opposing her relationship with Johnny. Such a plot is incredibly compelling. Anyone who isn't an inexperienced teenager can understand the true story through Ronald's restrained directing and editing. These film critics all started their careers in the 1960s. Having come through the surging women's liberation movement, I understand how rare it was to find an enlightened and good doctor like Houseman before the Supreme Court's ruling in Roe v. Wade. This also makes his eventual agreement to his daughter's relationship with Johnny and sending Baby abroad to participate in Kennedy's Peace Corps movement, aiding third world countries, all the more extraordinary. It's practically every young girl's dream. These middle-aged women, watching the film, reminisced about their own youth. In the final scene where Baby and Johnny embraced again, they were almost moved to tears. The most dramatic reaction came from Rita Kempley of the Washington Post. Working for the largest newspaper in D.C.'s political center, she understood better than anyone the difficulties the two protagonists faced in overcoming vast differences in race, class, wealth, and education to finally be together. Rita grabbed Ronald and pressed him for details. Quick, Ronald, did Baby and Johnny get married later? Did Johnny get cast in a Broadway musical? And did Baby marry him after returning from her work with the Peace Corps in Africa? I can't say for sure, that's for the audience to decide. To avoid being targeted by the Jewish community, Ronald meticulously crafted every detail, such as the final scene where the male and female leads simply dance together, without any hints about their future. If you don't tell me, I'll write you a bad review, Rita persisted. Yes, Ronald, you jerk. You almost made me cry. If you dare separate Baby and Johnny, I'll curse you in my review, you little devil. Julie Solomon of the Wall Street Journal also chimed in, threatening Ronald with a menacing look. Let's talk this out, I surrender. Ronald, feigning their successful threat, explained his predicament. He said he was threatened by Jewish influence in Hollywood because the lead actress was Jewish. He had reached an agreement with the Jews not to reveal Baby's ethnicity in the film and to cut the sex scene between Baby and Johnny, as well as the scenes of their future plans in overcoming all difficulties to be together. However, this concession still drew opposition from Jewish film critics, forcing him to ask Pauline Kael to intervene. Actually, I've been very subtle in this film. Unless you're a Jew who grew up in the 1960s, you'd hardly realize the Catskill is a borscht resort catering only to Jews. You might not even know Baby is Jewish. This story won't change because of the two leads' ethnicities. Yes, we support you. The core of this film is actually Baby's story of self-growth. Several female film critics started to rant. How could anyone give such a good movie a low score? That's a crime. And the male lead, Patrick Schwitz, is so handsome, I wish I could dance with him. A few days later, Ronald was overjoyed to receive the manuscripts from these female and non-Jewish male film critics. He celebrated in his office with Michelle Canold and others. See? I still have some connections in Hollywood, that's for sure, Ronald. Almost all your films have done well at the box office since you became a director. These critics follow in the footsteps of successful people. Canold was pleased, indirectly praising his boss. It's mainly because my film has a storyline about women's liberation, and the screenwriter, Eleanor, is excellent, Ronald modestly replied. That's because your connections came in handy. If it weren't for Pauline Kael's help, we wouldn't have been able to find so many film critics from well-known media outlets. We at Daydream Film Company have invested so many resources, we have to see results. Ronald nodded to Douglas, who was grinning foolishly. His childhood friend didn't care much about the investment, he was happy as long as he could make a famous film. This time, due to extra marketing expenses and the additional budget for promoting the soundtrack's title track, The Time of My Life, on various radio DJs, a large sum of money had been spent on marketing, leaving them with no money if anything unexpected happened. Fortunately, Douglas had received his 1987 family fund allowance, so he could invest another $1 million or $2 million if needed. No, your directing is still superior. Look at those middle-aged female film critics, they're completely smitten with your film. They even want to attend the New York premiere, waiting to dance a hot dance with Patrick Schwitz. Little Douglas laughed as he recounted the situation. Two film critics from the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal wouldn't let Ronald leave, insisting he sign off on a dance performance with a lead actor at the premiere before they'd give the best review. But at the cost of Schwitz, the reviews they got today were indeed raving about Ronald's film, praising it to the skies. I never expected these middle-aged women to like this movie so much. I wish women in their 30s were as obsessed. The absolute number of teenage female viewers is still too small, Little Douglas lamented. Don't daydream. They're professional film critics. Real middle-aged viewers wouldn't be obsessed with this kind of old-fashioned romantic comedy. I just hope a few more of them come to see it. Ronald shook his head. This was a bit of wishful thinking. I know, sigh, it's just wishful thinking. We, the daydreamers, invested so many resources and effort in distributing this film. The Canal distribution team worked incredibly hard. I feel like our little team is doing almost as well as the distribution teams at big companies like MGM. Our media coverage packages for major media outlets are top-notch in Hollywood. Those reporters would be doing us a disservice if they didn't say good things about us. Ronald smiled as he praised the distribution team, which boosted their morale. They were all inexperienced young people working with enthusiasm. Sometimes, if you don't tell them how difficult the task is, they actually do a great job. I can't promise anything, but if the movie is a box office hit, we'll definitely give everyone a bonus. And if Spicy Dance is a box office success, we'll expand the distribution department, and everyone here will have great career prospects. Ronald drew a large pizza on the floor for the team members. Sure enough, the recent college graduates were very excited, raising their hands and giving each other high fives. For those who come early, I've bought weekend vacation packages from the resort hotel where we're filming. Everyone in the distribution department can go and relax. You can bring a family member, and the company will cover all the expenses. Ronald had his assistant bring over a reward. It was a perk from the Lakeside Resort Hotel, which had placed their names on a separate line in the credits for the film, a welcome break for the team after half a year of hard work. Yay, Ronald. Ronald, the young people began cheering Ronald's name. You have so many resources invested in Spicy Dance, why don't you share some with Love Is Not For Sale? Entering the office, questioning Ronald was Rush, the director of Love Is Not For Sale. He already resented Ronald's interference in the final cut, prioritizing a PG-13 rating and higher box office revenue over artistic integrity. Seeing the overwhelmingly positive reviews for Spicy Dance on the table only fueled his anger. Unlike the rave reviews, Love Is Not For Sale received only terrible reviews. For example, Roger Ebert of the Chicago Sun-Times gave Love Is Not For Sale half a star. If Love Is Not For Sale is meant to satirize American values, if cynicism is its goal, we might find something here, but no. Based on this evidence, the people who made this film are so materialistic that they actually consider it a teen comedy. Can't they see the rotten core of the script? How could Americans do something so despicable as buying a girlfriend's feelings with money? Albert indeed vehemently denounced Love Is Not For Sale in his review. There were also some positive comments. Ronald's carefully cultivated New York Times Film Review gave it a positive review. Director Steve Rush wasted an opportunity to make a deeper, more entertaining film. There's an identity crisis, a mirror image of the protagonist, Ronald. He thinks he's desperate for popularity, but he's actually a genuine person who ultimately wins Cindy's love. This film could have been as genuine as Ronald, but what it really wanted was box office success, so like other PG-13 children's films, it cut out its originality. This positive review perfectly captured Rush's sentiment. Sacrificing artistry for box office success is worse than a bad review. Come on, Steve. Calm down, our distribution team has spent just as much time and effort on your film, actually, much less. Love Is Not For Sale was sold as a bundled item with Spicy Dance, Michelle Canold explained to director Rush. It's alright, Ronald gestured for Canold to let him go. Come with me, I'll show you something. Ronald led Steve Rush to the next office. These are the negative reviews my film Spicy Dance received. They're not much better than yours. Ronald pulled out various negative reviews from his drawer and showed them to Rush. Proportionally, our two films are actually about the same. Okay, I'm sorry, Ronald. Rush calmed down, realizing his reviews might not be so bad after all. Roger Ebert also disapproved of Ronald's film. I've put in a lot of effort, but Daydream is a small company, I hope you understand. My film will be rescheduled, and some of the original resources will now be used by Love Is Not For Sale. I've arranged a premiere for you, and 2 opportunities to appear on television for interviews. Thank you, you're a good producer and boss. Seeing that Ronald was still allocating his resources to Not For Sale, Rush felt a little ashamed of his earlier outburst. You're not like those capitalist bloodsuckers, you're still on our side as artists. I'm glad you understand. It's not easy for me either, Ronald said, adopting an attitude that the company was still small and couldn't offer more support. Rush, you're here, don't be like that. Ronald has already provided excellent resources, Steve Bannon knocked and entered from outside. I know. Sigh, if it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to make such a good film on such a low budget, Rush said, moved, and left. Are you satisfied? Ronald looked at Bannon, knowing what he wanted, and turned to hand him a media promotion plan. Very satisfied, Ronald. You're a born filmmaker. Bannon looked at the promotional plans and the schedule for the main actors' television interviews on CBS and NBC, and felt reassured. This low-budget film, made for less than $1 million, with a Beatles theme song purchased from Michael Jackson at a rock-bottom price, was practically guaranteed to be profitable as long as it got media exposure. It was just a matter of how much. If it could earn over $10 million, he could strut around on Wall Street. If it made $15 million at the box office, his old colleagues would be calling to discuss investing in his film fund. If it made $20 million, they'd probably be scrambling outside his office for the limited investment slots. How much do you expect to earn? Bannon asked Ronald in a low voice. The screenings originally intended for Spicy Dance have all been given to Love Is Not for Sale. Disney is releasing The Nanny in July, and I've negotiated with them. Originally, we were going to alternate screenings, so about 1,200 movies were supposed to be showing it. Conservatively speaking, if it stays in theaters for 4 weeks, $20 to $25 million shouldn't be a problem. However, with several big-budget blockbusters like 007, Jaws 4, RoboCop, Superman 4, and Unicorn coming up, your movie probably won't last long. Don't have too high expectations. Haha, $25 million, no problem. My foundation has raised enough money. When we collaborate, you must reserve a sufficient investment share for me. Bannon was overjoyed. Ronald's estimate had actually exceeded his most optimistic box office prediction. With this return on investment, financing won't be a problem. Then, investing in a visionary producer like Ronald will likely lead to rapid, snowballing growth. Next, they can launch a larger private equity fund, even issue junk bonds, or perhaps go even further and take the company public, reaching the pinnacle of success. It seems his decision to leave Wall Street and join Hollywood was indeed the right one. Ronald, looking at Bannon's forced smile, took out a pair of glasses, opened a bottle of brandy, poured 2 glasses, and said, "To our success." Chapter 808 Spontaneous Media Propaganda. Ronald Lee's new film Dirty Dancing, set to release next month, is a nostalgic musical film reflecting the era of President Kennedy. Even before its release, Washington Post film critic Rita Kempley has already given her review, the best film of the year, and the best gift for girls, or women. In the last 20 years, while film reviews haven't officially resumed, several female film critics have already expressed their opinions, publicly endorsing Ronald's new film on several television entertainment programs. This has nothing to do with Ronald's gift to the New York Film Critics Circle, nor is it because these critics are defending a Jewish audience who might belittle Dirty Dancing. The real reason is simple: these female critics were around the same age as the lead actress, Baby Houseman, in 1963, when the film's story takes place. This film evoked memories of the Kennedy era and their own youth. The enthusiasm was particularly high in New York and Washington, D.C., traditionally strongholds of progressive Democrats. The women's liberation movement, the fight for bodily autonomy, and Roe v. Wade cases were all spearheaded by media outlets in these two cities, becoming a nationwide phenomenon. Nostalgic memories of their youth led several newspapers, including the Washington Post and the Wall Street Journal, to reminisce about the magical era of 1963 in their reports. New York, in particular, is a hub for working women, many of whom grew up in the spirit of Kennedy's rise to power, the Apollo program, and the victory over the Allies in the Cuban Missile Crisis. Although President JFK, an idol for many of these women in their youth, was later assassinated, they still harbored a deep longing for that gilded era. Newspaper and television coverage successfully piqued their interest in the film. Several female film critics even hinted that the film's plot reflected their own childhood dreams. Television stations also conducted street interviews, asking which film they were most looking forward to this summer. Unlike most male viewers who were looking forward to the new James Bond, most female viewers expressed a desire to see Patrick Swayze dance the mambo with Baby. Ronald, who had already returned to Los Angeles, had also heard about this media frenzy. This was a very good phenomenon. The film hadn't even been released yet, and the media was already providing free marketing. Why are most of the interviewees mature women? They look like they have jobs? Ronald noticed something unusual and asked Michelle Canold. Canold had also returned to Los Angeles with Ronald to prepare for his upcoming television interviews and the premiere, which would be held in Los Angeles first. The group, along with their agents Nisida and Richard, discussed this unexpected media attention. The men looked at each other, unable to find an answer to Ronald's question. These are all mature women, but who hasn't been young once? Watching movies isn't necessarily about fantasizing about the future, it can also be about fantasizing about things that didn't happen in the past, said Dolly Bernstein, Cannard's subordinate, who had been recruited with him from Weston Films to be the vice president in charge of distribution and production, a man Ronald had recruited for his daydream. She smiled at the men, who all looked on with astonishment. Fantasies about things that didn't happen, Ronald repeated. Well said. A very important discovery. You men don't understand. When we were young, we talked with our girlfriends about who the most handsome man in class was, and which man was the most fun to date. Men like Schwitz, handsome and a great dancer, were every woman's dream man. Just like President Kennedy back then, but their styles were different, weren't they? Cannard said. A refined politician, a handsome dancer, in our women's eyes, they are men bursting with hormones, ha ha ha. The male managers, rarely hearing such sentiments from female audiences, laughed. We've found John F. Kennedy Jr., let's hear his thoughts on the recent media nostalgia for his father's era. On television, the host interviewed John F. Kennedy Jr. outside a high-end office building in Los Angeles. Like father, like son, little JFK is quite handsome too, Dolly Bernstein remarked, holding her coffee cup and staring at the young JFK on TV. Too bad he's a good-for-nothing, Ronald thought to himself. After graduating from Brown University, John F. Kennedy Jr. began to neglect his duties. His family was one of the most prestigious aristocratic families in America, and his uncle was a senior senator from Massachusetts who put him in a political career right after graduation, securing him a good job in the Department of Urban Renewal and Real Estate Development at New York City Hall. However, after taking office, he was embroiled in numerous scandals. Colleagues complained about his tardiness, his incomplete official documents, and the commoners whose positions he had taken had to clean up his messes. Finally, having no other option, they had his superior, the head of City Hall, say that John F. Kennedy Jr., like any other young college graduate, initially seemed flustered and needed to learn on the job. Later, Kennedy Jr. shifted his interests to acting, almost becoming a Broadway actor. Unfortunately, despite his handsome face, his acting was terrible, and he couldn't remember his lines, so the opportunity quickly faded. He wavered between several interests, clearly not cut out for civil service, unable to accumulate grassroots experience and positive reviews before smoothly entering politics. His uncle, through connections, got him a vice president position at the 42nd Street Development Corporation, Manhattan's most tourist-heavy company. In short, his entire life was arranged. Ronald, you're about his age? Deputy Manager Dolly's gaze shifted from Kennedy Jr. on TV to their boss, Ronald. Both were handsome and very successful young men, American-born socialites and eligible bachelors. We were born in the same year, but I'm from the working class, I can't compare to him, Ronald laughed, denying that he was the kind of good-for-nothing who relied on his father's connections. He quickly calculated that they were roughly the same age, then asked curiously, why isn't he working in New York, but in Los Angeles? I heard he gave up his public service job and corporate management position in New York to join the legal profession. I heard he's joining the top law firm, Manatee Phelps Kant, starting as an intern. Manatee Phelps Kant's headquarters are in Los Angeles, so he's probably here for training, his agent, Nisida, explained, knowing something about him. She knew so much about John F. Kennedy Jr. because he and her client, Ronald, shared a common trait: they frequently dated female celebrities, making headlines in the entertainment sections of the newspapers every now and then. Daryl Hannah, who starred in The Mermaid, and New York socialite Christina Hogg are John F. Kennedy Jr.'s current dates. Both have been photographed with him at high society parties, but he hasn't committed to any of them. Thinking about this, Nisida glanced at Ronald. Ronald was watching a television interview with John F. Kennedy Jr. When asked about the social atmosphere during his father's presidency, He said his memories of the White House were hazy. He was just a child then. But he was glad that the people still loved his father and hadn't forgotten him. The female host, also middle-aged, seemed to have harbored many fantasies about Kennedy in her youth. She looked at young Kennedy with the affection of an aunt looking at her nephew. She continued, "You tried acting on Broadway before. Have you ever thought about making movies? This spicy dance is about your father's time in the White House. Will you go see it?" I've temporarily stopped pursuing theater. I'm about to start working at the law firm of Mannett Phelps Cant. As for the movie, I think I'll go see it. The law firm of Mannett Phelps Cant, the name of the partner, Cantor, sounded familiar. Ronald recalled, wasn't this the lawyer who represented MGM and negotiated screenwriting credits with him during Famous? His name was Mickey Cantor, and he looked a bit like Mickey Mouse, with prominent ears. Ronald immediately called his private lawyer in New York, Lindsay Dole, to confirm. Yes, Mickey's business is huge. He's been promoted to named partner at the law firm. He's one of the most sought-after lawyers at Hollywood studios in Los Angeles now. He maintains excellent relationships with the upper echelons of the Democratic Party, and Hollywood is generally left-leaning. Lindsay Dole, in her small firm, has also risen to the position of named partner, a remarkable achievement for someone who entered the industry relatively late. I wonder if he still remembers me. My Daydream Studios, we could actually contact him for some of our business in Los Angeles, but I'm afraid our company is too small for him to be interested, Ronald told Lindsay. Lindsay is his personal lawyer, primarily handling his personal matters. She feels somewhat powerless to help Daydream Studios, whose main business is based in Los Angeles. Furthermore, she doesn't want to move to Los Angeles, so there's no lawyer readily available for consultation regarding Daydream Studios' legal affairs. I have a good relationship with him. How about I ask him for you? Their law firm in New York is quite large. I don't think he'll refuse. You're a darling of Hollywood now. Okay, ask him for me. Anyway, I only trust you with my personal legal matters. You can also give me some objective and neutral advice. Ronald and Lindsay Dole's friendship started when they were both relatively unknown, and their level of trust was extraordinary. You are my first client, and I hope to continue serving you. I'll call him right now. Lindsay Dole also cherished this business. She had helped Ronald solve many personal problems, and their relationship had gone beyond that of a typical client-lawyer. They were more like friends. Not long after, a call came from Mickey Cantor, a top lawyer in Los Angeles. Mr. Cantor, you've agreed to represent our Daydream Productions legal team. Hi, Ronald, of course I'd love to. Cantor's voice on the other end of the phone was as sharp as ever. Perfect timing. Before we officially sign the contract, can I give you some advice? Of course, please go ahead. Ronald knew Cantor wasn't one to beat around the bush. Even if you hadn't told Lindsay to call me, I would have called you anyway. TV stations and other media outlets will soon be interviewing you about former President JFK. You need to be careful and say that John F. Kennedy Jr. asked me to pass this on to you. Are you sure you shouldn't be the one giving him advice? It sounds like he's giving you advice, and you're relaying it to me. Ronald found it strange. How could a mere intern like John F. Kennedy Jr. be giving advice to a named partner? Kid, I'm not kidding. I'm talking about John F. Kennedy Jr., not John F. Kennedy Jr., but his Uncle Ted. He's been re-elected since he first became a senator from Massachusetts in 1962. You don't need me to remind you of the power of a veteran senator, do you? Of course not. Ronald thought of the Japanese-American senator and knew from Hawaii. People who hold senator positions for so long have deep roots. You never know who's behind them. Cantor didn't stop, continuing to explain to Ronald, the power of a senator is awe-inspiring. Why do you think I would bring this young man to the firm? I hire 60-80 interns every year, all fresh graduates from Harvard and Yale. Why would I hire this 27-year-old fool as an intern? He might not even pass the bar exam. That's true. Ronald had gained a deeper understanding of the power of these political figures. Moreover, the Kennedy family was one of the most powerful in America. Out of respect for JFK, Ronald asked Cantor what the standard answer was for evaluating JFK. Can I ask you a question first? What is your party affiliation? Cantor asked on the phone. I have no party affiliation. I've voted for candidates from both parties, besides voting for the incumbent president of the Republican Party in the 1984 election, as requested by his Aunt Karen. Ronald had also voted for Democratic candidates. His registered address was on Staten Island, which is under the jurisdiction of New York City. In last year's mayoral election, he cast his vote for Ed Cochin, the incumbent mayor from the Democratic Party. Aunt Karen liked him a lot, especially because he authorized the NYPD to close the men's bathhouse near his family's leg warmer store in Manhattan to prevent the spread of HIV. This improved the safety of the area. Oh, that's good. Then it's simple, just give the standard answer. Also, I remind you, don't reveal your partisan bias when you answer, although I haven't given you your legal fees yet. Can you give me a hint about what the standard answer is? Americans miss JFK, the Apollo moon landing program, and the UN Secretary-General's performance during the Cuban Missile Crisis. President JFK? You know, I'm about the same age as his son. I respect him a lot. That was the best era for America, just like now. The Apollo moon landing program, like the current space shuttle, he and the current president are, in my opinion, the best presidents. Following the advice of his new lawyer, Mitch Cantor, Ronald gave the standard answer during the television interview. You look about as handsome as John F. Kennedy Jr. Diane, who had come to visit Ronald, was in the bedroom, watching his CBS interview with him. Really? I can't compare to him. He's a prince of America. A lot of people liked him when they were kids, but I don't like New Yorkers like him. I prefer. That was an interview with Ronald Lee, the director of Spicy Dance. The movie is highly anticipated by audiences. Ronald said it will be released in August. If you can't wait, you can also see Love Is Not For Sale, which is from the same company. Ronald's attention was drawn to the TV program. Love Is Not For Sale officially opened last weekend, taking in $4.7 million at the box office in its opening weekend, ranking behind fellow new releases, RoboCop, and third place, Jaws 4, and the second place, no one expected, was Disney's re-release of the animated film Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, a 1937 black and white animated film, in order to secure a release date. This film, directed by Walt Disney himself, surprisingly took second place, earning over $7 million. This left film critics stunned. Following closely behind was Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Shell, which grossed $4.7 million from 900 theaters. In fact, its per-theater box office was higher than all the films on the box office charts after RoboCop. Love Is Not For Sale, despite receiving overwhelmingly negative reviews, still achieved a similar result to Full Metal Shell, though this was achieved with 300 more theaters showing than Kubrick. Kubrick's portrayal of the American military was excessive, depicting soldiers as either insane or mentally unstable. His films consistently failed to gain traction, with only anti-war critics and celebrities offering their praise. The box office success of the film Love Is Not For Sale also boosted the sales of the Beatles records, making Ronald, who had spent a lot of money on radio charts but whose Dirty Dancing soundtrack had sold poorly, extremely envious. The film received excellent reviews, although critics gave it overwhelmingly negative feedback. Audiences had their own criteria. By the second week, television stations couldn't resist interviewing the cast and crew. The lead actor, Patrick Dempsey, used his salary to buy a sports car. He happily drove around the streets of New York, and even during interviews, he made sure to feature his beloved car on camera. Patrick, this is your first film. How has its release changed your life? What new challenges have you encountered? Like his character Ronald in the film, Dempsey styled his hair high and secured it with hair gel, ensuring it wouldn't get messy even while driving the convertible. The biggest change, of course, is that a lot of girls now greet me first. All thanks to my sports car. The biggest challenge, well, is that I don't know how to guess what girls are thinking. Haha, he's like that nerd. Diane, nestled in Ronald's arms, watched Patrick Dempsey's silly expression. This is a rare story. The male lead goes from ordinary to handsome, and finally finds a loyal and devoted lover with a woman of higher social standing. This kind of make-out plot is usually only seen on female leads. So the actor we cast was more like himself. Ronald explained that Dempsey was actually quite handsome, but his nerdy demeanor and tendency to say silly things resonated with the character. The female lead, Amanda Peterson, like Cindy, was a beauty queen and cheerleader, a social butterfly in high school. Although this movie is very popular, there are still some tragic elements in the story. Ronald has to pay Cindy to teach him how to become popular at school. The television station switched gears, the camera focusing on the host interviewing Amanda Peterson. Indeed, our film has that plot point at the beginning, But as it unfolds, Ronald understands that feelings can't be bought with money. If Cindy hadn't been after money initially, she probably wouldn't have had the chance to meet such a wonderful boy as Ronald. It's just a catalyst for their love story. Amanda Peterson handled the situation well, speaking eloquently. She flicked her blonde hair. This question was actually the reason film critic Roger Ebert gave the film a bad review, and her counterattack was clever. She didn't deny the plot point, but said it was how the story was structured at the beginning. Without it, Cindy, at the top of society, would hardly have had the opportunity to meet Ronald, who was actually a good boy but was stuck at the bottom of society because he was a nerd. Ultimately, it was because of this that Cindy met Ronald, such a wonderful boy, and finally realized that he was exactly the one she wanted. Amanda Peterson flicked her blonde hair again, her composure making her seem more like a 26-year-old than a 16-year-old. Ronald felt she had the potential to be a star, facing tricky questions without flinching and even connecting her answers to film marketing. Another hot topic is high school socializing, which is very extreme these days. Are you socially adept, a nerd, or a beauty queen? The host found another controversial point in film. This high school hierarchy has existed for a long time, but few films have reflected this negative trend. I understand what you mean. Actually, being a beauty queen in high school isn't necessarily a good thing. The competition you face in high school is limited, while being a nerd actually prepares you for competing at a higher level. Amanda Peterson had already learned to answer quickly. Oh, she's only 16, and she's so fluent in interviews, Diane commented. She acted in the movie Annie when she was 4 or 5, but not as the lead, Ronald explained, referring to her as a child star who had grown up in Hollywood. Feeling Diane tense up in his arms, Ronald realized he'd misspoke and quickly corrected himself. You were a child star too. You seemed even more mature than her when you were 16. No, 16? Yet, I was busy filming The Amazing Stains. I remember auditioning for The Outcasts. I was so nervous. They even asked if I had a crush on someone, and I was so nervous I started stuttering. Who did you have a crush on back then? Was it a high school classmate? Ronald actually wanted to mention the time Diane cleverly crashed her car to send a distress signal when her mother kidnapped her, but since Diane didn't bring it up, he didn't either. I won't tell you. Diane rolled over and gave Ronald a deep, passionate kiss. It was a very exciting experience, and I'm so glad the audience enjoyed the movie. I thanked Daydream Pictures for their investment, and their distribution was excellent. Yes, Daydream is a new company, but their second film, Ronald Lee's much-discussed new movie, I wish him success. Ronald struggled to separate from Diane and looked at the television. This was an interview with Rush, the director of Love Is Not for Sale, and saying this put immense pressure on himself. Ronald felt a little uncomfortable. Will your new film Spicy Dance be as successful as Love Is Not for Sale? Diane looked at Ronald affectionately, then looked up to kiss him again. Movies are hard to say for sure. I've just done everything I should, and the rest is up to the audience. The sound of the television seemed to fade, as if through a thin film, and Ronald's entire being was immersed in Diane's passionate kiss. Hold me tight. How are our preparations going? The next day, a refreshed Ronald arrived at Daydream Pictures' office, continuing to monitor the upcoming release of Spicy Dance. The record sales are still not good. I've already notified the record company to suspend the remaining production. It seems our first record release has probably peaked. Fortunately, our costs aren't high. Only 2 songs on the entire record need to be re-recorded, and the cost is actually less than $200,000. Jimmy Renner delivered the bad news first. Maybe the movie will sell even more after its release, but let's leave it at that for now. The film review program will be released on time and start appearing in the film review sections of various newspapers. Dolly Bernstein reported on the film review situation. We're on good terms, just waiting for Patrick Schwitz and Jennifer Grey to return from their vacation. Cynthia Rhodes is already in Los Angeles on standby, ready to do a TV interview at any time. Michelle Canold mentioned another aspect of the publicity. Bobby Wagon agreed. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, Barbie will be coming to Los Angeles from Dallas next week. After seeing the preview screening, she really liked the movie and called us to ask for an exclusive interview. That's good, that's good. Ronald had originally booked an interview with her, but the delayed release ruined it. Bobby Wagon's film review TV program is very influential in the southern states. Getting her to say a few good words could gain a lot of viewers in the South. David Letterman has also adjusted the guest lineup, giving the lead actress a chance to appear on the show, Dolly Bernstein continued, explaining the television promotion arrangements. Letterman is a friend of mine, he won't let me down. Ronald's closest connection in the television industry was Letterman, and this time he was giving the film a promotional opportunity. His late-night show often features female celebrities dressed provocatively, making harmless, suggestive jokes. This is a requirement of late-night talk shows. However, many of the film's viewers also watch his show, making this a very important promotional opportunity. But he said there's a condition, you have to come along, Cannell added from the side. Okay, I'll go over the script with him after I get to New York. Just as Ronald was about to launch a full-scale nationwide promotional tour, another unexpected incident occurred involving the main cast and crew participating in the tour. I can't reach Jennifer right now. I contacted her agent, but he can't help her either, as she's on vacation in Northern Ireland with her boyfriend. I also contacted Jennifer's father, Joel, but he doesn't know where his daughter is either. These were Emily Adorino, Ronald's assistant director during the filming of Dirty Dancing. Adorino had made a good impression on Ronald during filming and was familiar with the main cast. Ronald wanted to give him opportunities after the 2 new films were successful, nurturing him and eventually letting him direct his own film. Now, he was again Ronald's assistant, joining him on the marketing journey. What's going on? It's starting in a few days, and look, Patrick Schwitz is back from his country ranch. Did her Jewish boyfriend disappear to get married? After Dirty Dancing, Jennifer Grey, having failed to develop a real-life relationship with the already married Patrick Schwitz, quickly found a Jewish boyfriend, Matthew Broderick, who had previously starred in several blockbuster films. His previous films, Spring Is Not for Studying and War Games, were box office hits, and his late father, Old Broderick, had extensive connections in the industry. His future in Hollywood seemed bright. Found her, Ronald's agent, Richard, rushed over and found Jennifer Grey. Where is she? Not Monaco, is she? Ronald knew there were many casinos there, and it was normal for couples to lose track of time there. No, she and Broderick are with the Irish military police. Ah. What happened to her? I found Matthew Broderick's agent. He was investigated by the military police in Enniskillen, County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland, for allegedly causing a car accident while driving under the influence of alcohol. He's currently receiving treatment at a hospital designated by the Red Berets. Jennifer Grey is there as a key witness. Similar to some continental countries, the military police in Northern Ireland not only manage military discipline but also act as police in some rural areas. With die-hard IRA members constantly causing trouble, their Red Berets military police are highly capable. Is Jennifer alright? Ronald didn't care about Broderick's safety. Right now, the movie's promotion needed his leading lady, Grey. He suffered serious injuries, concussion, amnesia, and a whiplash injury to the neck, a common occurrence in car accidents. He might be paralyzed. Richard listed a series of terrifying symptoms. No way. Ronald felt a chill. He didn't want it to become Jennifer Grey's last work. Matthew Broderick is even worse off. He has broken both legs, broken ribs, a collapsed lung, and a concussion. He's probably not going to make it. That's so unlucky. How much did that kid drink? Ronald couldn't help but smile bitterly. Broderick was several years younger than Grey, a significant age gap. To impress his older sister, he probably had to show off. Even worse off than him was the mother and daughter in another car. They were crossing the street on a green light when they were hit for no reason, and both died on the spot. SHHH. Ronald knew he was in trouble when he heard about the fatalities. What's that bastard Broderick charged with? Dangerous driving causing death, British law. If convicted, he could go to jail for 5 years. What about Jennifer? Jennifer's fine, but when the military police found her, she said she was arguing with Matthew in the car. SHHH. Ronald was furious. What the hell did this have to do with his actors? That bastard Matthew Broderick must have been drinking. Hello, Mr. Cantor. Ronald had no choice but to call Mickey Cantor, the lawyer who had just signed with Daydream. Ronald, I heard about your leading lady. What do you want me to do? Cantor already knew why Ronald was calling. I just want Jennifer to be alright and cleared of this unfortunate incident. I don't want the lead actress of my new film to get involved in a murder case. It's not a good thing. So, Jennifer Grey is just a victim, collateral damage. She was unaware of the accident beforehand and had nothing to do with Broderick's reckless driving. She's a victim too, exactly. Also, Are we now subject to the client-lawyer privacy agreement? Of course, if you signed the agency agreement with me on behalf of Miss Gray, okay, then please come over. I'll have her father, Joel, sign the agency agreement with you, and I'll cover part of the fees. Mickey Cantor arrived at Daydream Pictures, spoke with the worried Joel Gray by phone, and signed the agency agreement with Ronald, who was authorized by Joel. Alright, you can tell me the bad news you want to say now. Mickey Cantor looked at Ronald. What we're saying now is all within the scope of the client-lawyer agreement. Your secret is safe with me. Cantor thought Ronald and Gray were having an affair and didn't want others to know about their relationship. This way, by separating Jennifer Gray from her boyfriend Matthew Broderick, she wasn't allowed to sync with him. It showed good manners as a lover. After Jennifer woke up, she told the Northern Ireland Military Police that she and Matthew Broderick had argued before the incident. I don't want my new film's leading lady involved in any criminal cases. God, Mitch Cantor immediately grabbed the phone and called his secretary. I need to go to Northern Ireland. Book me the earliest flight to Belfast. Then Cantor turned to Ronald and said, until I have news, you know nothing. Tell all the reporters that you know as much as the public, and that you all hope Gray is safe and sound. Understand? Understood. Ronald was satisfied with Mitch Cantor's efficiency. Also, you'll cover all the expenses this time, of course. Contact Richard if you need anything. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809 Full-Scale Preheating. In the last week of July, Superman IV, Peace Mission finally premiered amidst the anticipation of millions of comic book and movie fans. The Cannonball, touted as a $40 million blockbuster with super special effects, received a barrage of criticism. Despite a royal premiere in London attended by Prince Charles and Princess Diana, the film was simply too poorly made, especially the special effects. It was clear that no money was invested in the visual effects. The final battle between Superman and the villains resulted in the two fat men appearing as paper cutouts in midair, lacking any sense of depth. Christopher Reeve, who plays Superman, was reportedly seen cursing his friends, saying that the Cannonball ruined the film series and his own career. However, to boost box office performance, the actors still had to appear on various talk shows. Today, it was Margot Kidder's turn to appear on the show of Texas film critic, Barbie Weigand. The old lady makes time each month to travel to Los Angeles to record all the upcoming movie-related talk shows, which she then releases gradually. She found a large room at the Hilton Hotel, and with an assistant and a cameraman, began lining up to interview stars from various movies. Ronald's Spicy Dance was a low-budget production, but he had a good personal relationship with the old lady, so Barbie Weigand specially squeezed in an interview for Ronald after recording the Superman IV interview, allowing the Spicy Dance actors to be interviewed. Is it really as bad as the reviews say? I haven't seen it yet. Ronald was resting in the outer room, waiting for his turn. He asked a young actor, John Clare, for his opinion on Superman IV. He played Lex Luthor Jr., the nephew of the villain Lex Luthor in the film. Ronald had once seen him outside Demi Moore's apartment, crying and begging her not to break up with him. The guy still had some innocence. Oh my god, this is really terrible. 2 weeks before the release, I happened to be in New York and met Christopher Reeve. He told me not to get my hopes up. Minahan Golan and Jorah Gobris ran out of money for the special effects. This movie is even worse than the first one from 9 years ago, Ronald thought to himself. He's so naive. The movie was made and released. Whether it was a bad movie or not, most of the creators knew it in their hearts. The reason they still stubbornly defended it and cheered for it in the media was due to the unique commercial nature of film. Every film is a completely new product development. Whether the audience likes it, whether the director can achieve his goals, are all unknown. After it's made, the director, editor, and producer have seen the whole film and know it's a bad movie, but the audience doesn't know. At this point, the creators can only be stubborn, hoping to trick more viewers into going to the theaters and recoup some of the losses. Of course, they couldn't lie and say the movie was excellent, as that would break their promise to the audience, who have good memories of such things and would make a note of any actor's ramblings. So, more often than not, they would be like Margot Kidder, who plays Lois Lane, being interviewed by Barbie in the movie, neither saying good nor bad, but instead going around in circles about interesting details. Well, movies aren't comics, you can't just draw two people exactly the same. Chris and I first played Superman and Lois Lane together 9 years ago. So we used a different approach to portray them. After so many years, Superman and Lois Lane must love each other even more and be even better friends, like a married couple who have known each other deeply, and while they might have some disagreements, they still love each other deeply. Listening to Margot Kidd's interview from inside, and then looking at John Clare, who was so enthusiastic about gossiping about her, sigh, he still needs more experience. PFFT, standing next to Ronald was Cynthia Rhodes, the second female lead who was about to be interviewed by Barbie Weigand. Seeing the bewildered John Clare, she couldn't help but laugh. John Clare scratched his head. Cynthia Rhodes was also a tall, fair-skinned, and elegant mature woman, making him a little embarrassed. You and Christopher Reeve have already worked together on your fourth Superman movie. What do you think of working with him? Barbie Weigand's question came through again. It's almost our turn, Ronald nodded to Cynthia Rhodes, cutting off his conversation with John Clare. That guy was loose-lipped, he might accidentally let something slip in front of others. Hearing Barbie Weigand repeating the same question, they moved the camera to a different position and re-recorded her question. The reason Cynthia Rhodes was being interviewed today was because the mess with the original lead actress, Jennifer Grey, wasn't over yet. Mitch Cantor arrived in Northern Ireland and quickly contacted the local military police to bail Jennifer Grey out. Her boyfriend, Matthew Broderick, was bailed out by another prominent New York lawyer. After consulting in Belfast, the two lawyers agreed to change the charge from dangerous driving causing death to careless driving. This way, even if convicted, they wouldn't actually have to serve time. A fine and probation would likely suffice. The military police had records of their investigations of the two men after they regained consciousness, which contained information unfavorable to the two young Americans. Broderick and Grey both testified that they had argued before driving, which was strong evidence for the prosecution. To prevent this evidence from being accepted by the court, the two top lawyers used all their skills and eventually found a flaw in the evidence. Both young men had been diagnosed with concussions, and as is well known, after a concussion, a person's memory can be blurred, and under deliberate manipulation, they may believe that what they say is what they actually experienced. Obtaining corroborating testimony from a renowned neurosurgeon in Northern Ireland, the two quickly overturned their statements. Matthew Broderick changed his story, saying that after waking up in the hospital, he remembered nothing, including why he had broken both legs, a collapsed lung, and a pneumothorax. Jennifer Grey also changed her story, claiming that because she was wearing a seatbelt, the impact caused a whiplash injury to her neck, and a concussion and spinal cord injury from hitting the headrest and windshield. She said she remembered nothing. This denial angered the victims' families, who exposed the trickery in the local media and called the lawyers' instigation of fabricated evidence a mockery of justice. This caused considerable public outrage. The investigation and follow-up were temporarily stalled. Jennifer Grey was also unable to leave Northern Ireland. Her father, Joel Grey, had flown to Belfast to stay with Broderick's mother, Patricia Broderick, a famous New York painter and socialite, and their children. Ronald spoke with lawyer Mitch Cantor yesterday, inquiring about Jennifer Grey's safe return to America, her health, and whether she could make it to the premiere of Spicy Dance. Cantor said on the phone that her condition was relatively optimistic. Jennifer Grey's neck injury is real. She now has to wear a special neck brace to move around. Doctors say it will take a week to remove. The case is currently at a standstill. The Northern Ireland Gendarmerie is unwilling to let reckless young men like Matthew Broderick escape so easily. They have used local media coverage and public opposition to create considerable turmoil. Although the two young men have been released on bail, they cannot leave the hospital. Going out means encountering demonstrators holding signs with the word fairness and throwing eggs at them. Northern Ireland has a long history of unrest. The First Lord Mountbatten, the great-uncle of Prince Charles, was assassinated by people in Northern Ireland. The public demonstrations here are very worrying. The parents of the two young men are eager for them to return to America as soon as possible. However, Cantor did bring good news. Matthew Broderick's father was the late James Broderick, an actor. But his mother, Patricia, whose maiden name was Bio, came from a prominent Jewish family in New York. Her father was the president of a well-known advertising agency in the 1930s. This branch of the Jewish community is Ashkenazi, Yiddish. They were originally numerous in Germany and Poland, and were the group that acquired a great deal of money and power in post-war America. Matthew Broderick's mother leveraged her family's powerful network to contact New York State Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, a member of the Democratic Party. Senator Moynihan is no ordinary person. He served as a staff member under President Kennedy and later as ambassador to the United Nations, succeeding the current vice president. In short, he is a senator with a powerful network. Moynihan is not Jewish, but he represents the interests of the Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern America. He has made very pro-Israel speeches and defended the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. According to Matthew Broderick's mother, Senator Moynihan, in his capacity as a New York State senator and a senior member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, has written to the British Commonwealth government and the Northern Ireland government, demanding the release of the two young men. The Senate Intelligence Committee is a very powerful committee, and both the British Commonwealth and Northern Ireland are currently seeking America's assistance regarding the IRA. Senator Moynihan's letter will likely resolve the matter and allow the two actors to return home. Shall I go in? Cynthia Rhodes had her hair styled in a bun today, no longer hanging down like a young girl, giving her a more mature and sophisticated air. Combined with her outstanding bearing as a former dancer, it's no wonder John Clare was mesmerized. Cynthia, it's great to see you again. It's great to see you too, Barbie. The interview began, and Ronald, standing at the door, looked at Cynthia Rhodes, recalling her words from the previous night. Ronald received Cynthia, who was filling in for Jennifer Grey at various promotional events. The two, whom Ronald hadn't seen in a long time, spent a very romantic evening together. Cynthia was exactly Ronald's type, a dancer's figure with the gentleness of a southern girl. They lingered for a long time, finally collapsing exhausted onto the King of California hotel bed. This size was significantly larger than a typical king-size bed, perfectly suited to Ronald's tall frame. Lying down was effortless for both of them. Ronald was very grateful that Cynthia had come from her hometown of Nashville to fill in, without considering any payment or the fact that the media appearance opportunity originally belonged to the lead actress, Grey. Moreover, Cynthia Rhodes was more than 3 years older than him, very mature and understanding. This made Ronald very happy. He usually had to take care of his female companions, and it was rare to be so well taken care of by one. Ronald couldn't help but think about spending time with Cynthia, and whether she wanted more resources or more money, he could provide it. Interacting with older sisters and younger sisters is definitely a different experience. Ronald turned his head and saw Cynthia's slightly flushed face and smiling lips. He was about to speak when Cynthia touched his face and spoke first. "I don't think you'd consider marrying me, would you?" Oh, Ronald was taken aback. "Don't say anything, I understand what you mean," Cynthia smiled. "I've always liked you, ever since you saved Stallone's brother, but I'm a girl who grew up in a small southern town. My parents are devout Christians. They raised me to be a southern lady. So, I don't want to start a relationship that has no future. I don't know, this is too much for me all at once," Ronald could only say, admitting that he couldn't quite process it. Marriage or being her serious girlfriend seemed a bit complicated. "It's okay, but I have a suitor too, although he's younger than you. He's 6 years younger than me, a singer, and I'm considering whether to accept his advances." "He seems serious, more than 6 years younger than you? Won't that be a problem with your age gap?" Seeing that Cynthia was treating him like a close friend, sharing some relationship issues, Ronald perked up and started analyzing things from a male perspective. "That's why I'm hesitating too. I'm still young now, but what about 10 years from now? 20 years? 25 years? Women in America age very quickly, don't think like that. You're a dancer, anyone who sees you will subtract 5 to 8 years from your age? Ha ha ha, you're so good with the words. You don't mind if I bring him to the New York premiere as my date, do you?" Oh, Ronald choked for a moment. "As a director and producer, of course I don't mind having a singer at the premiere, but as a man, I do mind. Ha ha ha, you can't be my boyfriend anyway." Cynthia hugged him, but he was just an ideal bed partner. Cynthia, what did you think of the filming process for Spicy Dance? Barbie Wagon's question brought Ronald back to the present. Director Ronald was fantastic. His grasp of the aesthetics and rhythm of dance is top-notch. We all remember breakdancing, right? Yes, breakdancing is unforgettable. I wonder if this Spicy Dance will also start a dance trend. I don't know, but our backup dancer, Ortega, was very strict with us. We had to dance every day, from morning till night, which made me develop a psychological aversion to dancing. Maybe next, as a Nashville girl, I should try being a singer." Another week passed. And Superman IV's box office plummeted. Negative reviews flooded the media, and it had already lost half its box office revenue. It couldn't even beat the newly released Dead by Daylight, let alone the recently released biopic of the early rock legend Richie Wallace, La Bamba, falling behind the 1937 grandfatherly film Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. There will be many guests at the New York premiere. Patrick Schwitz and his wife, Cynthia Rhodes, and her boyfriend Richard Marcos are all confirmed to attend, as are the ladies from the New York Film Critics Circle, who'll dance with Schwitz in turn. And you'll be there with Helen Slater. Michelle Canold, in charge of distribution, was constantly confirming the film's promotional schedule. "We haven't invited enough stars in Los Angeles, so we're counting on you." I contacted Tom Cruise, and he agreed to come with his new wife, Mimi Rogers. Ronald had also mobilized all his connections. Because of her Scientology beliefs, Mimi Rogers requested that Cruise hold a very small, very private wedding ceremony. Cruise seemed to love his wife, who is also a Scientology auditor, so much so that he hadn't even told his agent, Paula Wagner, or Ronald. The ceremony was carried out secretly. Ronald and Wagner only found out about his marriage from the newspapers and were furious, calling to complain. Wagner had a huge argument with Tom, warning him not to make such important decisions on his own again. Ronald, on the other hand, had always assumed Tom Cruise would ask him to be his best man, but they ended up getting married so secretly. Even if it was a private ceremony and no one else was invited, it didn't stop him from inviting his best friend. Even Spielberg had asked him to be the officiant. However, Nissida advised him not to be too angry. This is just his first wedding. Hollywood people never attend their first wedding. You still have a chance to be his best man. Tom Cruise, knowing he was in the wrong, immediately agreed to attend the premiere of Ronald's new film after returning from his honeymoon with his new wife. Great. Who else is coming? Michael Douglas will be there. Most of the others are directors. I don't actually have that many close celebrity friends. Cameron and Gail will be there, and Chris Columbus, the director of The Nanny's Adventures, will also be there. After all, this was Ronald's first film, which he had financed and distributed himself. These good friends all agreed to come and support him, giving the media more interview material and helping Ronald boost the box office. Cameron hadn't been seen for days. He was reportedly working on new technologies. Columbus's first film was doing well at the box office, though it didn't beat Disney's re-release of the classic Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. It was expected to stay in theaters for 4 or 5 weeks, making a break-even point seem likely. With a box office hit, the director's future would be easier. And my former boss and mentor, Roger Corman, and his wife, will be there too. He said he'd help me calculate whether this film will make money. Ronald chuckled, asking Cannell to add Coleman's name. The old man was delighted to hear that Ronald had learned from his methods, made a low-budget musical, and handled distribution himself. Coleman said he was good at predicting box office trends from premieres and would give him a forecast. "Where's your date for the Los Angeles premiere, Diane?" I invited Diane Lane. She, like me, needs exposure. Ronald knew Diane's new film was releasing in September and she also needed media coverage. In the spirit of mutual support, he invited her to the Los Angeles premiere. "How's Jennifer Grey? Can she attend the Los Angeles premiere?" Cannell was confirming the lead actor's schedule. She was just brought back from Northern Ireland by her father, Joel. The neck brace won't be off for a few more days. Joel asked my assistant director, Emil, to plead for my daughter to only attend the New York premiere. I agreed. Poor Jennifer, she's missing so many opportunities to appear in public. What am I supposed to do? I can't exactly let him go on TV with a neck brace on, can I? Ronald said irritably. Senator Moynihan, a Democratic senator in New York, certainly had considerable influence. After he wrote a letter, the Northern Irish military police immediately granted bail to the 2 young actors. Then, after an investigation, the accident that night was ruled careless driving, and the 2 didn't need to wait for the investigation in Belfast. They could return to America. That same night, Matthew Broderick's mother chartered a plane, sending her son back to New York in his hospital bed for further treatment. Jennifer Grey had also returned to New York. When she called Ronald, she was still quite emotionally unstable. The car accident and the investigation had deeply traumatized her, and she cried bitterly on the phone. Ronald couldn't really confront her. Without the lead actress's involvement in the promotion, things just felt off, and he didn't know how much the effect would be diminished. But then again, Grey was also a victim in this situation, And Ronald couldn't ask for too much. Another thing troubling Ronald was the poor sales of the film's soundtrack. Re-releasing compilations of old songs from the 1950s and 60s was rare, unless it was a record company's greatest hits album. The theme song, The Time of My Life, and Patrick Schwitz's self-composed She's Like the Wind, were complete chart failures. DJ sets didn't generate any buzz. Fortunately, they hadn't stocked too many copies, so the losses weren't too great. Ronald felt that for the first film produced and distributed entirely by Daydream, they should just focus on the box office. Everyone lacked experience and things were going awry. As long as they can make some money at the box office, it will be a great start. How much do you think we can make? How much will the opening weekend's box office be? Michelle Canold, as the distribution director of Daydream Pictures, actually had no experience in distributing theatrical films. He had only been in charge of distributing videotapes before. He was also beginning to look forward to the success of his first film. After half a year of hard work, and now with the support of female film critics, it shouldn't be too bad, right? It's hard to say. Predicting box office is a delicate art. The box office mainly depends on how many weeks we can play in theaters. On the one hand, if our reviews are good, many viewers may come because of our reputation. On the other hand, it depends on their word of mouth after watching it, which depends on the cinema score on the opening day. Their score is quite reliable for predicting audience word of mouth. It's just a bit expensive, Canold muttered. Various unexpected events had depleted a lot of the original reserve funds. If the box office is satisfactory and additional marketing is needed, then Douglas Jr. will have to invest more. If the box office is unsatisfactory, then no additional budget will be added, and the project will be disbanded. It's estimated that Daydream Studios can't afford a box office failure. Ronald can continue directing, but I'll have to find a new job. No way, our reviews are so good, the premiere will definitely be a success, the box office will definitely be good. Canold tapped the wooden table, clearing the ominous thoughts from his mind. We also need to see how strong the competitors are when they're released at the same time. Ronald clicked his tongue. The new 007 is performing poorly, and the box office is declining rapidly. It's dropping by 30% every week. It's not even as good as RoboCop and Ronald's Love Is Not For Sale, which are holding steady at the box office. The main new releases that weekend, when Dirty Dancing is released, our Orion suspense thriller No Way Out, starring Kevin Costner and Sean Young, and Minna Hangolin's Masters of the Universe. Even though you're all my friends, I still curse your movies to be flops. Ronald looked at the movie schedule, silently reciting the Chinese incantation he'd learned while watching animated films in Zujiahu. Clouds follow the dragon, wind follows the tiger, may the Supreme Lord Laozi command you hasten as the law commands. Chapter 810 Twin Theater Premiere. Aside from any special aspects of the film itself, such as the setting of the original story, the vast majority of American films premiere in Los Angeles or New York. These two cities have large theaters suitable for premieres and ample media coverage to boost box office revenue. Ronald, releasing his first film, spent considerable time choosing between the two cities. Los Angeles' advantage was the ease of hiring celebrities, while New York boasted a larger national media presence. To ensure more viewers saw the film through media coverage and were drawn to the theaters, Ronald decided to hold one premiere in each city. The most suitable theater for a premiere in Los Angeles was the Dome Theater, and in New York, the Ziegfeld Theater. Both had halls accommodating over 2,000 people and various facilities for media and press conferences. However, Ronald couldn't rent either. It wasn't just about money, it required connections and advance booking. Due to Ronald's last-minute postponement of Dirty Dancing, he had to settle for other theaters for the premiere. Universal and Paramount both extended offers to Ronald to hold the premiere in their theaters. However, those theaters were generally newly built multiplex systems, lacking large screening rooms and media facilities. In the end, Roger Coleman took the initiative to connect Ronald with the renowned Twin Cities, lending him their twin theaters in Los Angeles and New York for the premiere. As the name suggests, the Twin Theaters are twin theaters consisting of two screening rooms with a capacity of over 1,000 people each. Ronald booked both halls, one open to the premiere audience and the other for subsequent regular screenings. The media facilities in both twin theaters were used to receive reporters. The scale is quite impressive. It looks like the premiere scale of a blockbuster from one of the Big Seven studios, Jim Cameron remarked, marveling at Ronald's arrangements. For a small company like Daydream to put on such a large-scale premiere and attract so many media and celebrities was truly admirable. I hope you and Gail enjoy it, Ronald greeted the celebrities at the entrance. Beside him stood Diane, dressed in a long red dress, greeting Gail Hurd. Oh, Jim. Gail, with her short hair, exuded the air of a professional film producer. You should wish Ronald's movie great success. My bad, Cameron laughed, correcting himself to Ronald. Buddy, we don't need to be like this. Just tell me what you think after you see it. Ronald gave his old friend a questioning look. Why did Gail always seem to be nitpicking his words? I will. I'll give you my thoughts after I see it. Cameron gave him a I'll tell you later look, obediently walking over and extending his arm for Gail to put hers in. The two went inside. Phew, Diane, attending a premiere as the host stayed for the first time, stuck out her tongue and looked at Ronald. A little tired, Ronald asked, stepping forward. Wearing such a form-fitting dress and very high heels, greeting and seeing off each guest, and posing for photos with him was no easy task for Diane, a former rebellious girl. Oh dear, I'm starting to regret wearing these heels. They're practically murdering me. Diane made a pained expression as she helped Ronald up. To look good alongside Ronald, Diane had spent a long time choosing this figure-hugging outfit and these very high heels. I left a pair of your shoes in the lounge. Those heels will be much more comfortable. Hurry in before it gets too crowded, Ronald whispered in Diane's ear, shielding her from the others' gazes. Really? Thank you, Ronnie, forgetting all about appearances. Diane quickly ran into the lounge to change into more comfortable shoes. Ronald put on his professional smile again, continuing to play the hospitable host to the guests. Actually, the premiere was at night, and in the darkness, the photographers and paparazzi from the major media outlets could only turn their flashes up to the maximum, snapping away at people's upper bodies to make sure readers could identify everyone. No one could take a photo with depth and showcasing the beauty of the clothes under such lighting conditions, without the aid of artificial lighting. Diane's outfit and shoes were clearly overdone, more suited to the professional lighting of the Oscars stage. However, Ronald knew Diane's intentions. She was simply playing the role of his date. He had his assistant secretly slip her a pair of mid-heel shoes in her size in the dressing room, so she wouldn't have to endure the discomfort. A short while later, Diane emerged in the comfortable shoes, her steps much lighter this time. She still lacked experience in formal occasions, but thankfully, her brother Ronnie was well prepared. Thinking this, she smiled and walked over, taking Ronald's arm. Miss Lane, came the manager from CinemaScore, a market research company, greeting Ronald. Hi, Ronald turned and gave Diane an encouraging smile. Mr. Carlson is helping us analyze audience ratings from randomly selected theaters in 5 states across the country tonight. Tomorrow we'll know how much the audience liked the film, first thing tomorrow morning, I promise. The manager nodded to Diane and went inside to prepare for the survey. How many points will it get? Diane whispered to Ronald. Romantic comedies generally don't get very high ratings. I'd be happy with a B+. Hey, Roger. Hey, Ronald, I'm really happy today. Roger and Julie Coleman and her husband slowly walked over. Ronald quickly posed for a photo with Diane and his former bosses, who had given him his start. How is it going? Roger Coleman patted Ronald on the shoulder, and the two posed for the photographers. To be honest, I'm nervous. It's completely different from just directing before, having my own money to distribute a film. I'm still waiting for your box office prediction. Haha, relax, enjoy it. I'm going to see the movie first. Roger Coleman laughed, and Ronald was also enjoying this feeling of being a boss. Ronnie, the box office will be good, right? Diane's hand gently stroked Ronald's arm, relieving his pressure. Unexpectedly, Ronald revealed his true feelings to his former bosses. He was actually nervous, but he seemed quite calm. Yet, but I don't have time to think about that now. Ronald also let out a long sigh of relief. I told you, Jim and Gail were in there just now, making a lot of noise, like they were arguing. Diane rarely saw Ronald so nervous, so she quickly told him the gossip she'd witnessed. Don't tell anyone. Ronald pressed Diane's waist firmly. Cameron was indeed acting a bit strangely. Gail, perhaps due to the pressure of being a producer, was showing a condescending attitude towards her husband Cameron, which wasn't a good sign. Hi, Tom, Mimi, it's so nice to have you here. Ronald, Diane, Mimi. Rogers grinned and hugged the two of them. Ronald. What can I say? Tom Cruise's hair had grown a little longer, and he wore a red bow tie and a red handkerchief. perfectly matching his wife Mimi's tight black dress adorned with a white boutonniere. Cruise was still a little embarrassed that he hadn't been invited to the wedding. "Good luck, that's great. You have to say a few good things about my movie to your fans," Ronald joked, then hugged Cruise tightly. The wedding cake was still delicious. Ha ha ha. Cruise relaxed, took several photos with Ronald and Diane, then pointed at Ronald and said to all the reporters present, "I really like this guy's films. I personally recommend them. You all should come see them." "Tom, when will you work with Ronald again?" The reporters were very accommodating, their flashes going off rapidly, and many wanted to come up and ask questions. "Today is the premiere of Ronald's movie. I'll only answer questions about my good friend," Tom Cruise said with his charming smile, praising Ronald's new film to the reporters. Diane watched from the side. Back when they were filming The Outsiders, Cruise was just a supporting actor, with much less screen time than Patrick Swayze. Now he was a big star, and Schwitz's spicy dance even needed Cruise's help to get audiences to see it in theaters. All of this was brought about by the men around him. "Here you go, Ronnie." Diane took a handkerchief from her small bag and handed it to Ronald, who was sweating slightly from nervousness and the flashing lights. "Oh, thank you." Ronald hadn't expected Diane to be so thoughtful. He took the handkerchief and wiped his face. "Am I too nervous?" "Relax, your movie will definitely be loved by the audience." "Hi, Ronald." Another celebrity couple arrived, the Jewish Michael Douglas and his wife. Ronald hugged them both. "Those critics aren't giving you any more trouble, are they?" Douglas had come with the task of conveying goodwill to Ronald. "No, I'm glad they kept their mouths shut this time." Ronald still expressed his dissatisfaction. "Welcome, Deandra." Ronald then hugged Mrs. Douglas, turning the page on the unpleasantness. "I wish your movie great success. I heard it's about the Kennedy era. I'm very interested in stories from that period." Deandra Douglas, more than 10 years younger than her husband and the daughter of an Australian diplomat, was quite interested in Ronald's movie. "Diane, right? I met your father when I was in New York." Douglas hugged Diane again. The celebrities had been arriving one after another. After Ronald finished taking a photo with Chris Columbus and his wife, the directors of The Nanny's Adventure, he handed over the remaining reception duties to Michelle Canold, and went into Theater 1 of the Twin Theater with Diane. The Twin Theater had a simple structure, like a double yolk egg. The ticket hall was in the middle, the lounge was at the back, and two passageways led to Theaters 1 and 2, two large theaters that could accommodate 1,000 people each. "Can The Nanny's Adventure still hold up?" Ronald asked Columbus on the way. "Disney said it can probably hold up for another 2 weeks or so. The total box office will be over 33 million, but not quite 35 million. Columbus adjusted his glasses. He was satisfied with the results of his directorial debut. "It's already very good. These days, a teen romantic comedy only needs to gross 30 million to break even. To be honest, I'm very grateful for your help. This movie helped me regain my confidence. I used to think that after so many years as a screenwriter, I had lost my ability to direct." "Don't say that. The Nanny Adventure is very well done. I think someone will be asking you to direct a second movie soon. There are a few scripts we're discussing right now." Columbus laughed. "Elizabeth called and asked me to give you her regards. She was a little disappointed that you didn't attend the premiere of The Nanny Adventure." "Don't even mention it. I've been incredibly busy these past 2 months." Ronald briefly told Columbus about the mess he had encountered. "How are the box office projections for the movie?" Columbus, directing a film for the first time, had also experienced the coldness and warmth that comes with box office success. Seeing so many setbacks Ronald had mentioned, he became worried for him. "My current answer is, I don't know. We'll see the cinema score tomorrow. Your movie is sure to be a huge hit. I'm skipping the premiere party. Monica and I have hired a nanny to take care of the kids at home. I don't want to run into a situation like Elizabeth's shoes when I get back." Columbus joked and took his seat. Michelle Canold walked in and gave some polite remarks. None of the main actors were there today. Most of the audience came out of curiosity about the JFK era, as seen in the newspapers. Some had simply heard that Tom Cruise was coming. Ronald sat in his seat, feeling nervous. Looking around, aside from a few celebrities who were Cruise's fans, most of the attendees were middle-aged women. "What's wrong? Are you alright?" Sitting next to him, watching Ronald nervously loosen his tie, Diane couldn't help but take his hand, only to find it sweaty. She had never seen Ronald so nervous before. For Diane, Ronnie had always been a reliable support in every crisis, a capable person who could solve any problem. The fact that his palms were sweating like this suggested he was under a lot of pressure. "It's nothing, it's just really hot today," Ronald said, ignoring the low-heated air conditioning in Theater 1 of the Twin Cinemas, trying to avoid admitting he was nervous. How could he not be nervous? The film was originally targeted at teenage girls aged 17 to 23. But Pauline Kaur's rallying cry had stirred up a frenzy among female film critics, who began discussing the film's setting, 1963, Kennedy's golden age. As a result, a large proportion of the audience today were middle-aged women coming for nostalgia. These people didn't seem like the type to go crazy for sexy dances. Back then, breakdance primarily attracted teenagers and high school students. The thought of filming a young girl's first love, would these viewers, now mothers and aunties, still feel the same way as teenagers? Did the film critics overdo it? Did they attract the wrong audience? Ronald grew increasingly worried. "Why is the air conditioning so weak today? Dolly, Dolly," Ronald called softly to Dolly Bernstein, the assistant manager of the distribution department. Dolly quickly ran over and squatted down next to Ronald's seat near the aisle. The ceiling lights had dimmed, the movie was about to start. Had Ronald discovered something wrong? Is the air conditioning in this theater broken? Why is it so hot? "Go check it out," Ronald asked Dolly in a low voice. "It's not broken. I think the air conditioning is quite strong." "Oh, really? Never mind then." Ronald took out a handkerchief Diane had given him and wiped his forehead and neck. "It doesn't seem so. Maybe I'm not wearing a coat." Dolly Bernstein gave Ronald a strange look, muttered, and walked to her seat at the back. "Relax, Ronnie." Diane noticed Ronald's unusual behavior and waved for a waiter in a white suit and black bow tie. The Twin Theaters took the premiere very seriously, and Ronald had provided a generous budget. Numerous waiters were stationed in the lobby to serve the VIPs. "Give us a can of iced Coke," Diane ordered a waiter. "Coming right away, iced Coke." The lights on the base of the aisle glowed softly, while the other lights went out. The words Daydream Pictures appeared in red cursive on the screen, and the movie began. Thump, thump thump, thump, thump thump, the rhythm of the sexy dance began. In post-production, Ronald had aged the shots of the dancers showcasing their charm in the basement, making them look like faded old films on the screen, instantly transporting the audience back to the vibrant era of 1963. Produced by Ronald V. Lee, Ronald's name was also displayed in red cursive on the screen. The title, Dirty Dancing, was written in large, red, cursive lettering, followed by the names of Patrick Schwitz, Jennifer Grey, and Cynthia Rhodes, listed in order of importance. "Your Coke, sir," the waiter quickly returned with a tray of Coke on the rocks, complete with a straw. "Ah, thank you." Ronald pulled a $20 bill from his pocket and handed it over as a tip. "Thank you, sir." The waiter happily stepped aside. Such a generous customer was rare. Ronald was flustered. After a couple of sips of the Coke, he couldn't stomach it. He threw down the straw and gulped down the glass, crunching the ice cubes at the bottom. He was just too nervous. Ronald looked around. In the newly renovated theater, dim lights guided the way through the aisles. In the dim light, Ronald could see the expressions of the other audience members. His neck twisted and turned. The middle-aged audience members, unlike the younger ones, didn't laugh out loud or shout at scenes they liked. They still had old-fashioned movie-watching etiquette, staring blankly at the screen. What were they thinking? Did they like it or not? It was the summer of 1963. My whole family went on vacation to the Catskills. Back then, everyone called me baby. Jennifer Grey's voiceover pulled the audience back to that era. "She's Jewish." Ronald, with his sharp ears, heard a voice from a few rows behind him, but when he turned around, the voice fell silent. He sweated even more. Was that a sign of liking or complaining? These middle-aged audience members were somewhat knowledgeable. They recognized the story as a Jewish girl's tale from the resort's name, represented by the borscht, and Jennifer Grey's nose. Ronald began to fidget again. He wondered what these middle-aged viewers thought of Jews back then. After all, in the not-too-distant past, Jews didn't have a good reputation. They were mostly small shop owners in businesses like grocery stores and laundry. Moreover, Jews were known for their shrewdness, and many people had been cheated or taken advantage of by them. This was different from Italians running bakeries or Chinese running restaurants. Those businesses at least offered delicious food, which could offset some of the customers' complaints about being overly picky. It seems that cleverly hiding baby's ethnicity instead of explicitly stating it was the right thing to do. I wonder how the audience will react once they find out, Ronald sighed. He hadn't felt this agonizing during previous movie releases. The movie continued, and soon it reached the scene where Cynthia Rhodes' character, Penny, was pregnant and then abandoned by a hotel waiter. Baby needed an abortion and asked her father for a large sum of money to help Penny in her time of need. However, because such procedures were illegal in many states at the time, $500 could only buy her a quack doctor. Penny suffered after effects, and it was Baby who had to beg her father, a surgeon, to clean up the mess. Oh, that's how it is for us. Those without the authority to operate have to find a hotel and let those money-grubbing doctors or nurses perform the surgery with those filthy instruments. Yeah, I remember, I had a girlfriend who couldn't afford it, so she did it herself with a wire hanger. It was so tragic. Being a woman back then was really tough. Life only got a little better after the Roe v. Wade verdict. Ronald heard the whispers of the audience behind him again. His sweat began to pour down his back. This scene was already controversial. The original sponsors, including an acne cream company, withdrew their funding because of it. Now these female mothers in the audience had noticed it too. Did they like the scene, or were they unhappy with how it was filmed? Middle-aged viewers also had their own problems. They were overly polite, speaking only to point, unwilling to disturb others. Waiter, Ronald beckoned to the waiter, another Coke on the rocks, please. Ronald loosened his tie, tugged at his collar, and panted. Sir, your Coke. This time, a different waiter brought the Coke. Ronald, as usual, handed her $20. Thank you, your movie was very good, the waitress said softly, taking Ronald's empty Coke and pushing it aside. Finally, someone said it was good, Ronald muttered. In a 100-minute movie, Ronald ordered 4 Cokes, and the waiters in the front row received generous tips. Legends of Ronald's generosity circulated in the Twin Theaters. Because I have found the time of my life, in the final scene, Baby was lifted off the stage by backup dancers, accelerating all the way, and with a leap, landed on Johnny's head. Johnny held Baby high, higher and higher. The audience and backup dancers in the movie began to applaud. A few young people in the audience, who looked like Tom Cruise fans, clapped twice, then stopped when no one else joined in. Ronald's heart sank. Of all his film premieres, this was the only one that hadn't received a single round of applause from beginning to end. On screen, all the supporting actors started dancing. Penny hugged Dr. Houseman in gratitude, Baby's sister and Johnny's cousin danced together, Mrs. Houseman joined her husband, and finally, the 2 elderly ladies threw off their shawls and danced hand in hand. The lights in Theater 1 came on, and Ronald's heart sank again. Not a single audience member got up to dance. When Breakdance premiered in New York, the ending also featured a large dance scene, and the audience jumped up and blocked the actors from leaving the stage. Ronald forced a smile and accompanied a few celebrities who had come to see the film to the adjacent lounge to wait for the post-premiere interviews and party. Fantastic, the movie is fantastic, really good. Your control of the dance scenes is top-notch, the stars offered praise, some genuine, some not, congratulating Ronald one by one before heading to the lounge between screening rooms 1 and 2. Ronald left screening room 1, reluctant to go back in. He asked a waiter for a cigarette and lit it. Was it really bad? Ronald asked Diane. I think it was quite good, but the audience reaction didn't seem very enthusiastic. Diane held his hand, gently rubbing his palm to ease his pressure. Sigh, maybe investing was a mistake. Ronald exhaled a puff of smoke, silently reflecting. This time, he had invested all his savings, including 2 years' worth of allowance for young Douglas. Ronald, Roger Coleman strode over. What are you doing here? I'm checking the audience's reaction. Ronald thought to himself that this was a window into the box office. Usually, many viewers would chat about the movie while waiting in the restroom, a good place to get real feedback. But this time, they were all quiet. Meanwhile, CinemaScore staff were soliciting survey participants, offering small gifts in exchange for the opportunity to complete the questionnaire. Many people, after using the restroom, didn't bother with the questionnaire, waving away the offered chocolates. One by one, they filed out of screening room 1, hurrying towards the main entrance. Sigh, Ronald sighed deeply. This reaction was really bad. You might be rich, Ronald, Roger Coleman said, watching them leave, but his assessment was the opposite of Ronald's. Why? Ronald looked at Coleman in surprise. He didn't seem to be being sarcastic or trying to comfort him. Go out and see? Coleman didn't answer, but pushed Ronald out. Ronald pulled Diane along. More and more viewers were leaving. Few were willing to waste time completing the cinema score questionnaire. They exited screening room 1, the flow of people splitting into 2 streams, gradually accelerating. Ronald followed one stream to the box office in the lobby. "Give me another ticket to Spicy Dance, 2 for me too, 2 for me. How many more shows are there tonight? I want 1 for each one." Huh? Ronald's mouth dropped open. Were these middle-aged female viewers turning around and buying tickets for the next show so they could go in and watch it again? "You know what? Ronald, you might have won the lottery jackpot," Coleman said from the side. He was a seasoned veteran, having produced films since the 1950s and ventured into distribution in the late 1960s. He could tell from this setup that it was going to be a blockbuster. Movies that appealed to middle-aged women, housewives, and working women alike could rake in huge box office numbers even without marketing. The audience for The Sound of Music might only go to the cinema once a year, but once they liked a movie, their enthusiasm for inviting friends and family was unmatched by younger people. Once housewives started talking about a movie on the phone, and working women used it as a topic of conversation at work, anyone who hadn't seen it was considered to have no standing in their social circle. "Where did the other half go?" Diane asked from the side. The other half of the audience had simply left the theater without buying tickets, but they walked just as fast as those who had bought tickets for the next showing. "Let's go see." Ronald perked up, and he and Diane walked out hand in hand. Just outside the theater, they saw a record store on the corner. And the audience went straight in, each carrying a record and walking out happily. Within minutes, the blackboard outside the record store was marked with a message: "Spicy Dance album sold out today, restocking in progress. Those interested can leave their name and phone number to pre-order." "SHHH, Ronald shouted, "I have to call Jimmy Reiner and get a reprint. How much box office revenue will Chapter 811 actually generate?" Jimmy Reiner, who was in charge of the Dirty Dancing soundtrack, was neither at home nor in the office. Ronald couldn't find him. He was probably at the cinema watching Dirty Dancing. A large group of guests were still in the lounge, waiting for Ronald to premiere and for the premiere party afterwards. Reluctantly, Ronald and Diane immediately returned to the Twin Theaters. As soon as Ronald entered the lounge, everyone started clapping loudly, cheering on the producer and director. The guests were unaware of what was happening outside, only noticing the audience's lukewarm reception. "Open the champagne." Ronald waved his hand, and a waiter brought out champagne, opened the seal, and handed it to Ronald. Pop! With a shake, the cork flew off, and everyone cheered again. Pop, pop! The champagne in the waiter's hand, as if responding to a clarion call, was opened one by one and then poured into champagne glasses arranged in a pyramid shape. Then, waiters filed in, serving each guest a glass. As members of Hollywood, the guests were all very artful in their conversation, loudly congratulating Ronald and lining up to hug him and exchange a few words. Everyone had seen the reaction from moviegoers before. It wasn't as strong as it had been for Ronald's previous films. It looked like a moderately successful blockbuster. Ronald had left the established production systems of other studios, handling all production and distribution himself, which seemed to indicate a lack of experience. The film reviews released yesterday were mixed. There were female critics praising Ronald's portrayal of the social issues of women's liberation in the 1960s, and Jewish critics who were quite critical. But who knows? Even if this film fails, Ronald can still work for the 7 major studios and continue directing. Congratulating him now, at his lowest point, might leave a lasting impression and open up more opportunities for him in the future. Ronald, it's a masterpiece, a great movie, a very good movie. I haven't seen such a moving masterpiece in a long time. I wish you good luck at the box office. Thank you, thank you. Unlike these insincere people, Ronald was genuinely grateful. Having just gone through the process of anxiety followed by relief, he found these guests to be very lovely and respectable. They didn't have a direct understanding of the crowds rushing to the box office earlier. Those who came to congratulate him weren't necessarily his close friends, but they genuinely liked the film, hence their enthusiastic words of congratulations. They were all friends he could truly befriend. Ronald, your movie is really good. I wish my father could be like Dr. Houseman, both wealthy and respectful of his daughter. This time, a woman Ronald didn't recognize approached. She looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, wearing a white dress with red and blue pinstripes, and carrying a small crossbody bag. She didn't look like a celebrity, but rather like a staff member. Ronald looked at Canold, who shook his head, indicating that she wasn't one of their employees. Just as things were getting awkward, his agent, Richard, appeared behind him and whispered a reminder, "Sydney Biddleburrows, she's a madam from an escort agency." Ronald's expression changed. How could someone like that have gotten to the premiere? Ronald held her hand, preventing her from hugging him, but continued talking. "Sydney, thank you for liking my movie. In 1984, my LAPD caught her using advertising and marketing, but after some big shots bailed her out, she only paid a $5,000 fine and pleaded guilty. Last year, she even wrote an autobiography, Mrs. Mayflower." Richard quickly recounted Mrs. Mayflower's background. The Secretary of the Navy, who had helped with the Top Gun project, had been entertained by Richard's escort service when he came to Los Angeles. He was quite familiar with these madams who mingled in high society circles like Hollywood, moving between power, beauty, and capital. It was through these women that the upper echelons of America quickly monetized various resources. "We won't have that lady around tonight?" Ronald asked Richard, taken aback. No, her autobiography was bought by a TV station and made into a TV movie. Her role is played by the famous actress Candice Bergen. In a sense, she's an insider in Hollywood." Richard quickly stated that he wouldn't invite these people to Ronald's premiere. "Hi, good movie. How is the box office outlook?" Cameron came up and hugged Ronald again. "I don't know, but some audience members outside have bought tickets for a second showing, which is a good sign. The specific forecast will depend on the CinemaScore survey results tomorrow. If it gets a B+, you'll make a lot of money. Generally, a B+ rated movie has a 3.8x multiplier of its opening weekend's box office." Cameron had also experienced 2 film premieres and knew that CinemaScore ratings were very accurate for box office predictions. In fact, director Cameron is right. Our CinemaScore ratings, critic reviews, and awards don't always align, but we're proud that it's quite accurate in predicting box office prospects, especially for big-budget films like Dirty Dancing, which are showing in over 1,100 theaters simultaneously, a CinemaScore manager interjected, seizing the opportunity to promote his company's business again in front of the numerous directors and stars present. However, there's one point I disagree with. Like Cameron's sci-fi horror film and Ronald's musical romantic comedy, these are rather unique genres. In CinemaScore's rating system, these two types of films generally receive lower scores. So, if we can get a B+, it's not just a 3.8 box office multiplier. Our experience suggests that the total box office can average over 4.2 in the opening weekend. "You're an expert," Gail Hurd said, raising her glass to him for a deeper conversation. Ronald turned to Cameron, Columbus, and several other directors. They were chatting. "So, we can roughly estimate a film's total box office just by looking at the CinemaScore and the opening weekend's box office." Chris Columbus mentally calculated the situation with The Nanny's Adventures, and it was similar to what the CinemaScore manager had said. His assessment of the low ratings for horror and musical films is also similar, Cameron agreed, sipping his champagne. After chatting for a while, Columbus and his wife took their leave. Ronald pulled Cameron aside. "What's going on between you and Gail?" The two were good friends who had come together with their assistants, so they didn't mince words. Ronald asked directly. Gail and Cameron had acted strangely during the welcome. "Well," Cameron stroked his beard and smoothed his long hair, "what can I say? Her producer side is starting to overshadow my wife's side. It turns out that after the consecutive successes of Terminator and Aliens, Gail had wanted to continue her success by taking on more commercial films. Cameron, however, felt that his previous experience was running out, and his modeling and special effects skills were reaching a plateau. He felt that with his current modeling technology, it would be difficult to surpass the previous 2 films. He wanted to delve deeper into the rapidly developing computer-generated special effects technology. The couple disagreed on the choice between pursuing technology that surpassed the past and pursuing more commercial films within the existing, mature framework. "Well, I hope you two don't argue. You're both good friends I've made in this new world. Relax, I won't call you for arbitration." Cameron laughed, raising a toast with Ronald. "Hey, that dance scene was really great." Tom Cruise, having finished dealing with many fans, came over with his wife, Mimi Rogers, to chat with Ronald. "Thank you." Ronald sincerely hugged Tom. Today, Cruise, for the sake of box office success, had proclaimed on television that Spicy Dance was worth watching. With his current influence, he was sure many of his fans would buy tickets after the news broadcast because of that one sentence. Honestly, Ronald said, "The dancing in this is the most expressive I've ever seen in any musical. Speaking of which, you two should collaborate again, maybe make a musical." Tom's dancing in Good Boys 2 was very well received. Mimi Rogers, grinning, took on the role of agent. Ronald glanced around and saw Paula Wagner, Cruz's real agent, lurking in the corner. Paula was heavily pregnant, likely due to give birth in a month or two, but as an agent, she still had to be present at this event, quietly standing by, not stealing the spotlight, and preventing other agents from poaching her, a very demanding job. Paula, Ronald couldn't stand it anymore and went over to greet her, inviting her to sit on a sofa. "Sorry, I sent Rick to New York to prepare for the premiere there, he can't be with you." Ronald gestured for a waiter to bring Wagner a glass of water. "Don't do that, it makes it seem like I can't work." Paula was grateful, but she had to pretend she could. Being an agent in Hollywood meant there was no time to relax. "Let's take a picture together." Ronald beckoned to the on-site photographer hired by Daydream, pulled Cruz over, and placed him next to Paula Wagner. Then, he, Richard, Diane, and others surrounded Paula and took a photo. "What's your name?" "Here's my business card," Paula said, pulling the photographer aside to explain. "He was hired by our company. The photos and negatives will be carefully sent to you." Ronald knew that Paula wanted to prevent unflattering photos of Tom Cruise from leaking to the media, and that her agent wanted her to keep a low profile and avoid media appearances as much as possible. Ronald understood the intricacies of the situation, so he instructed the photographer to be careful. In the end, this photo would be kept as a private collection, a testament to the friendship among the industry professionals, and would be carefully placed in the offices of the agents. "Ronald, it's so nice to see you make a film with women as the main characters in the 1960s. Baby brought back many memories." Julie Coleman, Roger's wife, came over to continue chatting with Ronald. "I hope you enjoy the movie. I thought only high school girls would be interested," Ronald said with a smile, clinking glasses with her. He glanced to the side. Roger Coleman was catching up with the Camerons. "What are the box office projections?" Julie was also a major producer at New Century, and her eye for scripts and directors was no less than her husband Roger's. She produced Martin Scorsese's first theatrical film, Cold Blood. "It's hard to say. It depends on the cinema score and the box office statistics that come out on Monday," Ronald said with a sigh of relief. What he had just witnessed outside had given Ronald a huge sigh of relief. At least his film wouldn't lose money. And it looked like it might even make a fortune. He just didn't know how much. So, it's a matter of how much it makes. Being a producer, this must be the happiest time, right? Knowing the film will make money, you just need more imagination to figure out how much it will ultimately earn. "You can't argue with that," Ronald said, taking a sip of champagne. Anxiety and excitement alternated, and his body released a surge of adrenaline. This feeling was incredibly exhilarating. It wasn't until his own invested film was actually released and showed promising signs that Ronald understood why Minahem Golan, the director of Cannonball, was so passionate about filmmaking. There are two kinds of film success. One is artistic success, with excellent reviews and awards, but not particularly profitable. The other is commercial success, with great audience reception, but critics dislike it, and awards ignore it. These two kinds of success feel completely different to a director. Ronald hadn't been particularly favored by critics, but commercial success was a frequent occurrence. However, those were films produced and distributed by other companies. Now that Ronald was distributing his own film, he understood what it felt like to know that his wealth would increase significantly in 6 months. Of course, it was incredibly exhilarating. Julie Coleman was right, it was like knowing a beautiful woman was going to have something happen with you, but it hadn't happened yet. The joy mixed with anticipation for the future that a man experiences. Amplify that feeling tenfold, and that's exactly how Ronald felt now. "Ronald, have you figured out how to count the money?" Roger Coleman came over and teased Ronald right away. "Still need to check the cinema score." "Nonsense. When I was a producer and distributor, there wasn't even a company called Cinema Score. Releasing a film is all about intuition. Sometimes you see the audience's reaction to a film, and you know you've hit the jackpot. Oh, thanks for the good wishes, but this is my first time doing distribution. I don't know, trust your gut feeling." "Ronald," Roger Coleman put his hands on Ronald's shoulders and said to him, "How many theaters nationwide is your film showing?" 1,175. Ronald was familiar with that number. "You know what? At this rate, Your opening weekend could reach 7 million. Oh yeah, Ronald raised an eyebrow at Coleman's estimate. Was it too optimistic? Ronald was a little unsure how long the enthusiasm of these middle-aged audiences would last, and how many people would actually come to see it. And in big cities like Los Angeles and New York, there are many professional women who might be more empathetic to baby's independent thinking and Penny's courageous actions. But what about female residents in the South, the Midwest, and some smaller cities? What would those female viewers think in the conservative South and the Midwest? If Coleman's estimates came true, a B-plus rating would have a multiplier effect of about 4.2 times. If it grossed $7 million in its opening weekend, the film's domestic box office would exceed $30 million. Conservatively speaking, that would be enough for Ronald to break even and make a profit. If it could rank in the top 3 at the domestic box office, overseas film buyers would eagerly place orders for copies. Another $30 million at the box office was highly likely. Adding these figures together, Ronald could have a considerable return. Including the money earned from the videotapes and the soundtrack, Ronald estimated that this adventure with Sex and the Beast could double his wealth. I'm going to take a shower first, I'm so tired today. Back at the hotel, Ronald felt quite exhausted. After Diane sat down, he went to take a shower. 10 minutes later, the hot water washed away the sweat and fatigue, and Ronald felt relaxed again. Ronnie, you have a call. Hello, who is it? Ronald, still in his pajamas, walked out of the bathroom, lay down on his large bed in the bedroom, and answered the phone. It's me, boss, Jimmy Reiner. It was Jimmy, who was in charge of the soundtrack. I just got back from the movie theater. The audience response was fantastic. I reckon we'll have to reprint it soon. Yeah, I think so too. What are your thoughts? Ronald yawned, sleepiness creeping in. Columbia Records is currently focused on producing MJ's new album Bad. If we want to reprint it, we'll have to find another label and pay a premium to jump the queue. Ronald listened to Jimmy Reiner's ideas for a while, his eyes darkening. What do you know, Jimmy? I can't take any more bad or good news today. Report your thoughts to Eddie tomorrow. Okay, boss, I'll give you the revised plan. Ronald hung up the phone and flopped onto the bed, stroking the high thread count sheets. The comfortable feeling made him not want to leave. Ronnie, Diane came out of the bathroom, dressed in sexy stockings and lingerie, and those very high, sexy heels. She was wearing the same outfit she was supposed to wear in Las Vegas. The rhinestone-studded dress gave her a seductive aura. Ronnie, Diane tried several positions, but Ronald remained unresponsive on the bed. Upon closer inspection, Ronald's eyes were closed, his hands clutching the pillow, lying on his side in bed, soft snoring coming from his nose. Diane pouted, her carefully prepared surprise had turned into nightmare as the male lead was asleep. Ronald groaned comfortably in his sleep. Diane held his hand and gently scratched it a few times, but there was no reaction. Ronald seemed to be sleeping very soundly. Diane thought for a moment, then began to remove her makeup, taking off her earrings and necklace, changing into comfortable pajamas, and lying down next to Ronald, curling up in a ball, then snuggling into his arms. She forcefully placed Ronald's hand, which had been touching the sheets, onto her body, wrapping his arms around her, the warmth of his body making her feel very comfortable. Diane, Ronald mumbled in his sleep. Diane laughed. Ronnie. She leaned over and kissed Ronald, then turned off the bedside lamp. The next morning, Diane woke up to find the warm body gone. She looked around but couldn't find him in bed. Diane opened her eyes and realized Ronald was no longer in the bedroom. Ronnie, bro. Diane got up, put on her slippers, and went outside. I ordered breakfast, it'll be up in a bit. Ronald was on the phone, covering the receiver with one hand as he spoke to Diane. Seeing Diane nod in understanding, Ronald went back to the person on the other end of the line. Okay, go on, the cinema score is out, it's an A, even better than expected, fantastic. Ronald clenched his fist and made a fist to himself, then blurted out, yes, the box office statistics aren't completely finished yet, but last night's national box office will easily surpass $2 million, all good news, all good news. I'm flying to New York this afternoon, Diane. Ronald hung up the phone, looked at Diane who had just finished showering, and picked her up. Ha. Diane was tickled by Ronald's beard and squirmed in his arms. Ronald smelled the pleasant scent of shower gel emanating from Diane's hair and took a deep breath. Let's have breakfast first. I have half a day today. Where do you want to go? Oh, Ronnie, I just want to stay here with you." Ronald kissed her deeply, and Diane's pleasant scent wafted over him. "What's this?" Ronald carried Diane into the bedroom and found the clothes she had taken off last night. "Do you want me to wear them for you?" Chapter 812, Box Office Success in Opening Weekend. The twin theaters in New York are smaller than those in Los Angeles, with only 500 seats due to the absence of a projection room. This is because they were the first twin theaters built in 1971, featuring 2 identical projection rooms. The designer was Drew Eberson, the renowned architect who also designed the University of Florida. He is best known for the dozen or so uniquely designed yet highly artistic theaters he left behind in New York. This is because he worked as an assistant director in Hollywood in his youth and still harbors a passion for film. The twin theaters are located at the corner of 64th Street and 2nd Avenue, resembling an old theater in appearance, complete with a neoclassical-style portico. Photographers were snapping away at the portico entrance, the continuous flashes illuminating the entrance as if it were daytime, without a moment's pause for darkness. "Patrick, look here, look here." Patrick Schwitz and his wife, Lisa Niemi, appeared together at the New York premiere of Dirty Dancing. Ronald and Helen Slater rushed to greet them, and the four posed for a photo shoot by Daydream Pictures' own photographer. "Helen, it's great to see you again." Lisa Niemi had visited the set during the filming of Spicy Dance to thwart Jennifer Grey's advances. Helen had also visited the set before, and the two embraced happily. "How are you?" Ronald stood beside them, chatting with Schwitz. He looked at their 2 female companions, both dressed in strikingly different outfits, a feast for the eyes. Lisa Niemi wore a black lace dress with open work details, adorned only with a turquoise and gold amber necklace. A former dancer, she possessed an outstanding presence. Her fine, golden curls flowed naturally over her shoulders, and her smile was sweet. Helen, on the other hand, surprised Ronald with her androgynous, strong style. Her hair was pulled back and loosely styled into a bun. 2 exaggerated star-shaped pendant earrings added a touch of boyish charm to her slightly immature face. Underneath, she wore a masculine gold and silver patterned vest, over which she wore a gray men's trench coat with high padded shoulders and an exaggerated collar. Below, she wore dark black trousers, making Helen appear androgynous for a moment. "Ah, thank goodness you reminded me," Patrick Schwitz said, making a face at Ronald. "Those film critics were so enthusiastic. At the party this afternoon, they lined up to dance with me." Ahem. Ronald almost couldn't help but laugh. Schwitz's dance moves in the film were sexy and powerful. Those female film critics, when they praised his film, had already reserved a dance with a male lead, Schwitz, at the premiere, enjoying a perk usually reserved for babies. "Lisa's coming with you will save you a lot of trouble." Ronald patted Schwitz's arm, took Helen's arm, and let the Schwitz couple go inside. "Patrick, say one, say one." Seeing the male lead about to leave, the photographers and the female TV presenter from the television station protested, yelling at Schwitz. "Say one? Say what?" Schwitz was baffled, seemingly a big question mark in his mind. "Say that line, nobody puts baby in the corner up." Schwitz's forehead immediately creased with 2 more wrinkles. Ronald found the request amusing. At the very end of the film, Johnny returns from out of town and dances the dance he promised Baby. He walks to the table where the housemans are, and Baby is sitting in the corner. Nobody puts Baby in the corner. Upon hearing this, Baby's eyes visibly light up, and she happily stands up to accept the invitation to dance. Say it, this line, after being widely publicized in film reviews by female film critics in publications such as the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, and the Los Angeles Times, meant that audiences knew about this touching line even before seeing the film. Ronald noticed Schwitz's obvious embarrassment. This kind of live reenactment of a movie scene was too shameful for someone with the self-discipline of an actor. "Come on," Ronald said, seeing the female audience below becoming increasingly noisy, as if they wouldn't let him off the hook until he spoke. He had no choice but to put his arm around Schwitz's shoulder and whisper in his ear, "This is part of your job, Patrick. It seems they won't let you off the hook today." Okay. Schwitz felt he had to say it. He took a few steps, stood in front of the audience and the TV presenter, then, with a serious expression and a moment of emotion, said to the camera, "Nobody put Baby in the corner." "Yay, he said it. He said it," the audience shouted excitedly. 2 middle-aged women in the front row covered their faces, almost crying. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at the entrance of the Twin Theaters. Today is the premiere of the movie Spicy Dance. Just now, the male lead, Patrick Schwitz, recited his classic line from the movie to all the audience gathered at the entrance. "Don't miss it, ha ha ha." Helen laughed so hard she almost fell over. Did the screenwriter Eleanor deliberately write this line based on Patrick's appearance? It's really cool for him to say it. Not only that, Eleanor even danced the mambo with Patrick for a long time during the rehearsal. Today, Schwitz was wearing a high-neck shirt and a dark gray coat, looking very polite, quite unlike the virile character he played in the movie. But the audience members were clearly die-hard fans who had already seen Spicy Dance in advance on Friday and Saturday. They came to the premiere specifically to interact with their dream man, Schwitz. Crazy, they're all crazy. Ronald had never seen female audience members so enthusiastic about their movie's male lead before. Unlike Tom Cruise's female fans, Patrick Schwitz's female fans were older, many around his 30s. The enthusiasm of these mothers was even more astonishing. "Cynthia, hello. This must be Richard." The second pair of actresses to arrive was Cynthia Rhodes, who played Penny. She was wearing a long black velvet dress with silver floral embellishments on the shoulders. Her light blonde hair looked particularly vibrant. Behind her was a man much younger than Cynthia, wearing a leather suit and looking very dashing. His hair was styled high in the middle, with short sides and long, flowing hair at the back. It was Richard Marx, a singer who had been pursuing Cynthia Rhodes. "Hello, Ronald." Richard Marx greeted Ronald with a hug. Richard is currently writing songs for Barbra Streisand. Cynthia looked at Richard with admiration in her eyes. It seemed that after making up her mind, Cynthia's relationship with him was progressing well. "That's really impressive." Ronald took photos with them and then personally escorted them inside. "Cynthia seems quite happy with him." Helen watched the two walk in hand and came over to gossip with Ronald. "Wow. Being able to write songs for Barbra Streisand means he's very capable in the industry." Ronald could only agree from this angle. He also took Helen Slater's hand. Today, her dashing demeanor was completely different from her usual gentle appearance. Several of the main characters had already arrived, except for the female lead. "Is Jennifer coming today? Will she bring a male companion?" Helen remembered hearing during filming that the female lead, Jennifer Grey, was infatuated with Patrick Schwitz, and was so angry at Schwitz's wife, Lisa, who was visiting the set, that she almost stopped speaking to the male lead. So, seeing the other two leads appearing together today, Helen's gossip instincts were aroused, and she wanted to see who Jennifer Grey would bring. "Don't bother looking, her boyfriend Broderick is still in the hospital. 2 broken legs won't heal easily." Ronald smiled. After several days of rest, Jennifer's neck was finally able to remove its protective brace, put on a beautiful dress, and attend the New York premiere of the most popular film she had ever starred in. Her father, Joel Grey, personally called Ronald. Concerned about his daughter's health, he and his ex-wife came to Jennifer's grand entrance. "Ronald, thank you so much," Joel Grey said, pulling his daughter over and hugging Ronald. It was truly a miracle that his daughter had escaped an accident. "Look at you two, I really regret not insisting you play baby's father," Ronald said, deliberately trying to cheer them up. Joel Grey, a Tony Award-winning veteran actor, was perfectly capable of playing the father. "Thank you, I'm so happy today." The family took a few rare photos together before Joel and Jennifer's mother went into the theater, leaving their daughter at the entrance to continue being greeted by reporters. Tonight was Jennifer Grey's night. She swayed her figure, letting the photographers snap away. Jennifer Grey wore a bright red dress that revealed her shoulders and neck, paired with slightly tousled, naturally curly hair. Grey was the most beautiful star tonight. After finally showing off her figure, Jennifer Grey came over and hugged Ronald and Helen, apologizing and thanking him. "I'm sorry, this almost prevented me from attending the film's marketing event." "Thank you." Seeing how carefully she dressed today, Ronald didn't bring up the past unpleasantness and gestured for her to show off her beautiful figure again for the reporters and television cameras. "Is your neck alright?" Ronald noticed that Grey's neck was still a little stiff and unnatural, and seeing her wearing an off-the-shoulder dress that revealed her beautiful neck, he asked with concern. "It's alright, as long as, Jennifer, why are you alone? I'll protect you." A tall male actor, seemingly drunk, suddenly rushed behind Jennifer Grey, wrapped his arms around her chest, and began nuzzling his mouth against her neck. Grey, still reeling from the shock, tried to escape the man's foul mouth, aggravating her neck injury and crying out in pain. "Hey, you're drunk." Ronald was angry, grabbing the man's hand and twisting it halfway around. The actor was pulled away from Jennifer Grey's back, falling to the ground, making an even louder squeal than Grey had. "Ronald, Ronald, it's me, Eric." Ronald looked closely and recognized the long-faced actor. It was Eric Roberts, the supporting actor in The Runaway Train, directed by Konchalovsky, a director who defected from the Soviet Union, and written by Akira Kurosawa. During the filming of Cannonball, he'd even been nominated for a Golden Globe for Best Supporting Actor, but how did he get so drunk? Ronald loosened his grip, easing Roberts' pain. Then he reached out to pull him up. How much did you drink?" Ronald yelled, covering his nose, after pulling Eric Roberts up. A stench, like someone who hadn't showered in days and had drunk 2 bottles of rum, hit him. "I came here to see my sister, but she didn't want to see me, so I had a couple more drinks." Hiccup. "Take him away, take him to the hotel to sober up." Ronald ordered a daydreaming staff member to help the intoxicated Roberts away. "Oh," a woman walked up to Ronald and made a vomiting gesture. "Ha, Cher. Long time no see." Ronald recognized her immediately as Cher, the female lead of Moonlight Seduction. It had been months since he'd seen her. Today, Cher wasn't wearing those see-through, leather, outlandish costumes. She'd come to the premiere in a very normal, understated outfit. "Long time no see," Cher hugged Ronald, and then they took a picture together. "Is this her boyfriend?" Helen's gossipy nature kicked in again. "Yes, the baker who makes pretzels." Ronald shook his head. The power of love was truly great. This fashion-forward Cheryl was actually dressing like a housewife for her boyfriend. More and more actors arrived from New York, along with various celebrities and socialites. Ronald's film was gaining momentum, with media and audience reviews exploding. Every TV station and newspaper was filled with news reports about sexy dancing. That's how Hollywood is. When someone becomes famous and incredibly wealthy, a huge crowd immediately flocks to them. "Luckily, you're here, saving me from a lot of unwanted attention and people trying to get me to invest in their films." After the New York premiere, some audience members went back to buy tickets for a second showing. Ronald was in high spirits and didn't linger at the premiere party this time, taking Helen directly to the large suite he had booked at the Waldorf Hotel. "Haha, that would be great. Will you invest a little in my movie too?" Helen took off her coat, revealing a white shirt, and hugged Ronald. "I don't need to worry about your movie's financing, right?" Ronald knew her father was a big shot on the television industry, so he wouldn't have trouble finding investors. "I just wanted to hear it." Helen was also happy to see Ronald, rubbing her nose against his face. "Of course, I'm always here if you need me." Ronald stroked Helen's hand. Her little gesture pleased him greatly. Ring 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 ring. The phone rang. Ronald knew it was a report from Canneld, who was in Los Angeles, and made a shushing gesture to Helen. "How is it?" "Saturday went very well, with over $3 million in box office revenue. Including Sunday, we expect to know the box office figures by tomorrow morning. In short, a huge success in the opening week." "Congratulations, Ronald." "Congratulations to you too, Michelle. This is a huge success for our daydream." "Ha ha ha." Both of them burst into laughter on both ends of the phone. The sweetness of success was truly more exciting than the praise from film critics. "I'm so happy." Ronald hung up the phone and kissed Helen. Ring 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 ring. Ring 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 ring. Monday morning. The phone rang several times before Ronald finally got out of bed and answered it. "Hello, it's me, Ronald. You'd better have something important to tell me." He and Helen had played wildly last night, and Ronald was a little annoyed that it was still early. The opening weekend box office broke $6 million, and it's predicted to be number 1. "We won." "Whose call was that?" Helen rubbed her eyes sleepily. "Ha ha ha, we made money." Ronald jumped onto the bed and kissed Helen. "Ha ha ha." Helen was tickled by Ronald's stubble and stretched out her pale arm to stop him from macing around. For a moment, the room was filled with Ronald's ecstatic laughter. "We're rich." Chapter 813 New York Party. You really care that much about the box office?" Helen wrapped an arm around Ronald, snuggling into his arms. She found the position very comfortable. Ronald's earlier ecstatic excitement had pleased Helen. She also liked the movie Dirty Dancing, but Ronald kept talking about how well it did at the box office, how the opening weekend multiplier equaled the total box office, and the cinema score. This didn't interest Helen much. She felt that a good movie would naturally be loved by the audience. Ronald's movie was so great, portraying the cultural conservatism of Jewish girls, yet their pursuit of progress, very realistically. Baby pursued true love, Disregarding Johnny's social background and poverty, their love was purely based on instinct and a shared spiritual connection. Helen greatly admired this view of love. And Baby's father, Dr. Houseman, was wealthy, had social standing, was upright and refined, and treated his daughter as an equal. This was the embodiment of all the beautiful images Helen had of her father, Gerald. If only fathers could be like Dr. Houseman, loving their wives even after their daughters have grown up. Dr. Houseman in this film represents the paternal protection Helen received, and the complete, loving family she lacked in her childhood. This made her truly admire Jerome O'Brien's acting as Dr. Houseman. As for the box office, with such a good movie, there's no need to worry about that. How could audiences not come? It's so good. Helen couldn't imagine that there were women in America who wouldn't enjoy this kind of film. No, I'm just pleasantly surprised. Ronald touched his nose, wondering if he was being too materialistic. But in Hollywood, no movie can be made without money. To achieve any ideal, promote one's beliefs, or, to put it more bluntly, win awards to prove one's status, one has to spend a fortune. What surprise! This movie is great. I think any New Yorker would love it. Helen genuinely enjoyed the film and felt that Ronald was just blinded by his own perspective. Of course I thought the movie would do well at the box office, but I didn't expect it to be this good, Ronald explained to Helen. The film's opening day box office gave Breakdance a strong foundation for its box office prospects. However, the American film market has always been a binary one. The preferences of audiences in major East Coast cities like New York and Los Angeles for certain plots have always differed from those of audiences in the Midwest, the Deep South, and the vast rural towns. Take musicals, for example. Herbert Ross's Footloose performed only moderately in big cities. The film was a bit slow-paced and had a cliched plot, but it still achieved high box office returns thanks to its audience in the Midwest and the South. Ronald's Breakdance, on the other hand, was most successful in the East and West Coasts, led by Los Angeles and New York, where it received a fervent welcome. The high level of acceptance for this unconventional dance, graffiti, and story of urban poverty in big cities is what made it so popular. The vast central regions contributed relatively little to the box office. Dirty Dancing is a story about a Jewish family in New York who go on vacation to the nearby Catskills. Logically, such a film should be more popular on the East and West Coasts. Based on past experience, Ronald estimated the weekend's box office would be around $5 million. But suddenly, Dirty Dancing became the box office champion, indicating that women on both coasts really loved the film. The enthusiasm of especially adult women caught Ronald off guard. Making money is certainly good, but exceeding expectations was what made Ronald happy. Generally, a film's opening weekend's box office is the highest, then it declines week by week until it falls below $1 million, at which point theaters will slowly replace it with a new film. Therefore, the higher the opening weekend's box office, the longer Dirty Dancing stays in theaters. The longer it stays, the more money it makes. This is precisely why Top Gun was the highest-grossing film of the year last year. Okay, enough talk. What's our schedule for today? Helen and Ronald chatted for a while about her favorite acting analysis, then stopped. I've received a lot of party invitations, and I'll be attending a few. What are your plans? Ronald put his arm around Helen and asked where she wanted him to go. I was originally thinking of having you meet up with the actors community that Helen, Hunter, and I run, and chat with them. But since you have so many invitations, of course I'll go with you. We'll both go. We can pick out the invitations together. I'm not as familiar with the New York scene as you are. You can help me see which ones are worth attending. We'll go to your actors community downstairs, and then pick a couple of parties to go to in the evening. Helen squirmed in Ronald's arms, finding this arrangement very appropriate. This is Princess Lee Radzivill's party. She's a socialite, and the people there are all pretty boring. Also, John F. Kennedy Jr. might be there. Helen flipped through the invitations to Ronald one by one, then took one out and held it up to him. Which country is she a princess from? Why is little JFK going? Is he dating this princess? Ronald had no interest in John F. Kennedy Jr. He and this guy were complete opposites in America, and the previous meeting hadn't been pleasant. Ha, don't you know who Princess Lee Radziwill is? Helen laughed heartily at the mention of a date. Tell me, don't make fun of this country bumpkin from Staten Island. Ronald realized he might not be familiar with New York's high society and had said something ridiculous. No, you're not a country bumpkin, you're one of New York's best directors. Helen turned around, cupped Ronald's face, and said solemnly, "Then who is she?" "Caroline Lee Radziwill. New York socialites often call her Princess. She's the former First Lady, Jacqueline Kennedy's younger sister, that is, John F. Kennedy Jr.'s." "Oh, she's his aunt." Ronald understood. This family was all American aristocrats, even their nickname was Princess. "Do you want to go?" Ronald asked Helen. "Actually, I don't really like these people. They're always so high and mighty, and at parties they like to talk about foreign things, who bought the newest jewelry, who got married to whom. They're descendants of Kennedy, one of the greatest presidents in American history, yet they're blind to the most important issues in the world right now, nuclear disarmament and environmental protection." "Oh, I see. Well, we'll see." Ronald thought of Helen's mother, a progressive who loved to do free advocacy and was dedicated to anti-nuclear, disarmament, and environmental protection. But Helen clutched the invitation, reluctant to let go. Princess Lee Radziwill's parties often have some very interesting guests. She especially likes to associate with people in the entertainment industry, singers, writers, and so on. "I want to go and see if there are any artists." "Okay, whatever you say. We'll meet your partner Helen, Hunter, this afternoon, and go to Princess Lee Radziwill's party tonight." Ronald put aside the other topics and pulled Helen close. "You look so beautiful. What foundation and blush did you use?" Helen Hunt, holding Slater's hand, asked her friend in surprise. This afternoon, Helen Slater's skin was exceptionally good. Her fair cheeks had a slight blush. Her skin seemed to radiate a glow, like a film shot with a close-up shot of her through a stocking. Ronald and Helen Slater arrived together at an abandoned factory on West 17th Street in Manhattan. This was the location of Naked Angels, an acting group formed by two actresses named Helen and other actors and directors. "It's just those," Slater said with a smile, hugging her friend before introducing Ronald to the young actors present. Everyone was excited that Ronald had come to this small place, surrounding him and asking him to talk about the requirements for actors in film production. Usually, the biggest stars who came here were actresses like Helen Slater, who had already starred in 2 blockbuster films. Ronald, a director of blockbuster films, was someone they had never dared to dream of. "I'm not like some directors who were actors themselves. You could say your acting is better than mine," Ronald joked as he began. Everyone laughed heartily. Helen Slater looked at her lover with eyes practically sparkling. Helen Hunt beside her realized it wasn't just foundation and blush. "I can only speak from a director's perspective about what kind of actors I want in a film. I want my actors to not over-rehearse, to leave their most emotionally charged and passionate moments for the camera. I know you're all used to the stage, and this reduction in rehearsal doesn't align with your experience. But films don't require every performance to be at a certain level. I might only need one best shot, well, maybe 2 or 3 shots edited together." Ha ha ha. The actors present, by the end, were laughing more than politely. They discovered that Ronald was not only very humorous, but also spoke plainly, offering crucial insights without a single wasted word or cliché. Who wouldn't like such a speaker? "Grab him, Helen, wrap him up in a little circle," Helen Hunt whispered to her best friend, Slater, after listening for a while. That's too far off. I haven't thought about that yet. Besides, I'm not suited to living with people long-term. We'll argue if it goes on too long. Short get-togethers like this are better because we both love each other more." "Oh, Helen, hold on tight," Hunt thought to herself, while he's still infatuated with her. After the lecture, the actors frantically surrounded Ronald, wanting to ask questions and get his contact information. The name Naked Angels came from the book of the same name by John Tittle, the author who first described the Beat Generation. These actors, who believed in freedom, professionalism, and rock and roll, didn't have much respect for authority, but they were still quite enthusiastic about a capable and eloquent director like Ronald. "Helen and I have to go to another party, so let's call it a day." Ronald answered a few questions, declined their invitation to stay for beer, and went with Helen Slater to a high-end venue in Manhattan for Princess Lee Radziwill's party. Cynthia, surprisingly, at Princess Lee Radziwill's party, Ronald also met Cynthia Rhodes, the actress who played the second female lead in the movie, and her boyfriend, rock singer Richard Marx. Cynthia was also a little surprised, and then introduced Ronald and his companion Helen to Richard. "It's really nice to meet acquaintances here. I don't know many of these New York celebrities." Ronald was happy to have a few more friends with him, so he wouldn't be at a loss for words with those high society figures. Ha. Princess Lee Radziwill often invites people from our rock scene. Let me introduce you. This is Ronald, the director of the Spicy Dance series. This is Carly Simon, New York's best singer. Haha, you didn't write songs for Barbra Streisand. She's the best singer in your eyes, isn't she? Carly Simon is quite pretty, but unfortunately, her teeth are a bit prominent, so she's not considered a great beauty. Her father is Richard Simon, one of the founders of Simon & Schuster Publishing. Influenced by her part-time pianist father from a young age, Carly Simon had a very smooth career in music. In the early 1980s, Carly had several albums that reached the top 10 of the charts, and her style was very popular with white audiences. However, now when people mention her, they don't think of her singing, but rather the endless rumors of drug abuse, alcoholism, and so on. Oh, hello, I think I saw your name at this year's Golden Globes. Are you composing music for a movie now? Ronald recognized Carly Simon's name. She had recently made a comeback, composing the theme song for Michael Nichols' film Fire in My Heart, starring Jack Nicholson and Meryl Streep, which was performing well on the charts. Yet, we can collaborate on your movies sometime. Carly Simon's comeback had been difficult, but after her successful return, she seemed much more cheerful than before. There will definitely be opportunities. After chatting with them, Ronald fell silent. The celebrities were all superficially polite, but after a few words, they would say goodbye, saying they had other things to do. Afterwards, they would slip away to Princess Lee Radziwill's side, chatting enthusiastically with the brokers of the powerful figures from D.C. Especially after John F. Kennedy Jr. appeared at the party, they flocked to her. "Junior, let your aunt come see you," Princess Lee Radziwill greeted her nephew, John F. Kennedy Jr., with Daryl Hannah beside him. "When are you taking the New York State Bar exam? Don't say I didn't warn you, it's very difficult. That's none of your concern. Our law firm gives all interns a chance to take the exam in their second year." Little JFK and his aunt weren't exactly on good terms. They often exchanged sarcastic remarks. "Are you still hung out with that little mermaid?" Princess Lee Radziwill asked her nephew with a slight gesture. "My sister would never allow you to marry an actress. That's none of your business. Aren't you also having a fling with that film director, Herbert Ross?" "Huh, they all call me princess, and you're a prince. How can that be the same?" In another corner, Ronald was only chatting with Helen, Cynthia Rhodes, and Richard Marx, and they too felt a strong sense of alienation. None of these people were Jewish like Barbra Streisand. Nor did they have Irish ancestry from the Kennedy family. At Princess Lee Radziwill's party, they were marginal figures. Of course, if Lee Radziwill's boyfriend, the famous director Herbert Ross, had also been there, Ronald might have been able to exchange a few words with him. "Ronald, the box office results seem pretty good." Having nothing else to talk about, Richard Marx brought up the box office of Spicy Dance. "Yes, very good, unexpectedly so. I received a call from a colleague in the distribution department this afternoon. In Cynthia's home state of Tennessee, the box office is unexpectedly strong. Even some distribution managers from the 7 major studios called to ask if we had bought some tickets in the southern states. This is quite different from their understanding. Nobody can understand why this film about freedom and liberation is so popular in the conservative Deep South. Then it's up to you and Cynthia to find out the reason. You're going to her hometown of Nashville the day after tomorrow, aren't you coming with us?" "I'll have the distribution department arrange it," Ronald said to Richard Marx. This singer with his Native American hairstyle, while cool in appearance, was actually a very nice person. "No, Barbra Streisand wants to discuss the style of the new song I wrote for her. I can't get away." "Sorry, Cynthia, it's alright, honey. My colleagues at Daydream are taking good care of me, and you, Helen, are you going to Tennessee and Alabama for promotions?" Cynthia turned to ask Helen Slater. "I can't go. I have to discuss the plot of my new movie with a lot of people." "Oh, it's your own movie. That's really a hassle. I did Spicy Dance, and the dance rehearsals were a bit too much for me. Dancing the same dance every day, 6 days a week, 8 hours a day, it's so boring. Although it looks good on screen, I doubt if it's worth it. Maybe I should try being a singer." Cynthia Rhodes, upon hearing that Helen was making her own movie, expressed her fear of the various tedious tasks involved in filmmaking, whether out of envy or distress. "Honey, you've finally come to your senses. You grew up in Nashville, you're a natural singer. I called that band in New York and asked if you'd like to be their lead singer." "Okay, I'll give it a try," Cynthia Rhodes replied. Yeah, I knew it. You're definitely better as a singer than an actress. Richard Max was delighted. If Cynthia Rhodes agreed to pursue a career in music, he could spend more time with her. Hey, that's not very polite. I'm right here. I think Cynthia is more talented as an actress, Ronald joked, adding fuel to the fire. No, she's definitely more talented as a singer. Acting is better, she can utilize her talent. Did you see her performance in Spicy Dance? How brilliant. And as a movie star, her income is definitely not low. Singers earn a lot too. People like Michael Jackson and Barbra Streisand earn more as singers than as actors. Watching Ronald earnestly pretend to argue with Richard Marx, Helen Slater and Cynthia Rhodes couldn't help but laugh, covering their mouths. Oh, you must be Ronald Lee. Princess Lee Radziwill, the party's hostess, was drawn by the natural laughter and came over to greet Ronald. Yes, I hope you enjoy my film. I love it. I can tell it's about Jews. Your approach is subtle. Most viewers wouldn't even notice. Oh, you're an expert. Ronald didn't underestimate Lee Radziwill. A socialite from high society must have exceptional abilities. Haha, that's easy for me. My second husband was a Polish nobleman. He knows the ins and outs of these Ashkenazi Jews better than anyone. They've given you trouble, haven't they? Lee Radziwill immediately saw through Ronald's subtle mockery of certain Jewish attitudes in the film. Your intelligence impressed me, Ronald indirectly admitted, acknowledging that he had faced resistance from Jews. They're always so sensitive and meddlesome, always feeling like someone's suppressing them, like they have a persecution complex. PFFT, Ronald chuckled. But she stopped immediately. It wasn't convenient for Helen, who was Jewish, to know about this. Is she your date? Lee Radziwill was very shrewd. She understood what was going on at a glance. She's the daughter of the vice president of PBS, right? I've met her. Her family is actually alright. They're Jewish liberals. They've already celebrated Christmas. If they were conservatives, you'd be in for a rough time. Is Director Ross also a liberal? Ronald asked, referring to the rumored boyfriend of Lee Radziwill, Herbert Ross. He is too. He and his unfortunate late wife, former ballerina Nora, were both. Otherwise, I couldn't stand him. Aunt Lee. John F. Kennedy Jr. was calling his aunt's name. Ronald, it's been a pleasure talking to you. My lovely nephew is calling me again. He probably wants to meet someone. Then I won't bother you any longer. Ronald tactfully took his leave. You're an interesting person. I think we'll meet again. Lee Radziwill smiled and patted Ronald on the shoulder before turning back to walk in the direction of John F. Kennedy Jr. Let me introduce you. This is the newly appointed head of the New York City Hall Real Estate Development Authority, and this is, Junior. No need for introductions. We'll read chapter 814 100 times. After the party, Ronald immediately focused his energy on the film's marketing. Two things required his immediate attention, and while he and Helen were attending two parties, his daydream colleagues had been bombarding Ronald's agent with calls. This is the downside of being an artist and businessman at the same time. Directing and producing is one thing, being a distributor is another. Artists often dedicate months, day and night, to the preparation, filming, editing, and final completion of a project. Afterwards, they can rest, recharge, or indulge in creative pursuits. Businessmen, on the other hand, must focus on the details of business every day, making decisions large and small, with no time to rest. In English, business and busy share the same word, business, and there's a reason for that. Ronald was now experiencing the incompatibility between these two ways of thinking and the way he allocated his energy and time, a blow to his self-esteem. However, Daydream was still a small company, and Ronald needed to be deeply involved in both distribution and production until his teams were established. It's truly baffling how Roger Coleman, who could simultaneously produce over 10 films and handle distribution for New World Pictures, managed all of this. Furthermore, Coleman opposed hierarchical management and business meetings within the company. He made all the decisions and then instructed his subordinates to carry them out. Ronald felt he definitely couldn't be like Roger Coleman. If all his energy and time were devoted to daily management, he wouldn't have time to learn and improve, and he might remain at his current level for life. Ultimately, he preferred being a director to a businessman. The choice was simple. If a suitable person was available, he would outsource the distribution business, and he would be more comfortable as a producer and director. There were two urgent matters. The first sounded troublesome, but it was actually easier to solve. Along with a box office explosion, the sales of the film's soundtrack, Spicy Dance, also skyrocketed. Because the film's release was delayed by a month, the previously unsold records were being sold off at an incredible rate after the premiere. Record stores within a mile of the cinema were particularly affected. Almost every new arrival was snapped up by audiences leaving the theater. Record stores that hadn't initially stocked the film were calling the record company's distribution department day and night, urging them to ship the records. These phone calls piled up, and Jimmy Reiner was frantic looking at his empty record warehouse. The day after the premiere, he contacted a record company to discuss a reprint. However, Columbia Records refused to continue producing Ronald's soundtrack. The production capacity was entirely occupied by Michael Jackson's new album. Since the release of Thriller in 1982, which made MJ the best-selling pop artist of all time, his second album, Bad, was also set to be released in America at the end of the month. Therefore, Columbia's record factories were all focused on stocking up. With no spare production capacity for Dirty Dancing, Jimmy Reiner urgently contacted other record companies and learned about the nationwide success of Dirty Dancing and the phenomenal success of audiences buying records immediately after leaving the theater. These companies were very willing to take on the remaining production and distribution. Two of them offered conditions that could meet the requirements for rapid production and distribution. One was David Geffen Records, which was willing to take on the Dirty Dancing record. By handling marketing, distribution, and production, Ronald's film company could simply wait to collect its share after release. The other company was the established record label RCA, who didn't want the hassle of taking over the record deal but were willing to offer production and distribution cooperation. Both parties also used a revenue-sharing model, but because their investment was less, their requested share was lower than Geffen's. "Whose terms do you think are better?" Ronald asked Jimmy Reiner on the phone. "I think RCA is more reliable. This record relies heavily on the film for marketing. Most customers only want to buy it because they've seen the movie or the theme song on MTV. So Geffen's terms won't really have much effect on us. His requested share is also too high, although it's negotiable." Negotiation. Ronald remembered David Geffen's previous work style and didn't have much hope that Jimmy Reiner could negotiate a better deal with him. This record company owner had signed John Lennon, a former member of the Beatles. Lennon was shot and killed by a fanatical admirer before the release of his album. Geffen also dated Cher, the female lead in Ronald's next film, Moonstruck. A man interested in men openly dating a beautiful woman like Sharon, and then demanding the return of all the jewelry he'd given her when they broke up. Whether it was luck or shrewdness, Ronald doubted he could outmaneuver her. "We don't have much room for negotiation, Jimmy. The priority now is to produce a large number of records as quickly as possible and distribute them nationwide. If audiences can't buy the records, we might lose even more once the movie's hype dies down. If that's what you think, Ronald, I'll go and contact RCA again to see if we can get better terms." Jimmy Reiner still had a broker's mindset. In his view, securing the best terms for his clients in every deal and facilitating transactions was a matter of professional ethics. "Stop negotiating, just agree to their terms and sign the contract as quickly as possible. I happen to be in New York. Have their people come see me." "Yes, boss. I'll pass on the message right away." "Director Lee, this is our RCA headquarters. Our company invented the 33 revolution per minute record in 1931, which can hold more songs than an uncommon 78 revolutions per minute." Jimmy Reiner acted quickly. The next morning, Ronald arrived at RCA's headquarters in New York. A distribution manager showed Ronald around RCA's history and accolades room. This company, founded in 1929, is a giant in the American record industry. After entering the 1980s, with the support of financial market financing, they acquired 50% of Bertelsmann's Aristotle Records and formed a joint venture with Bertelsmann to distribute each other's hit records in Europe and America. After the president's second term, they signed to famous singers, Kenny Rogers and Diana Ross, for signing fees far exceeding market value. RCA attempted to expand its presence in the American record industry. However, luck wasn't on RCA's side. Two superstars who were popular in the 1970s and early 1980s quickly faded in popularity last year, despite the emergence of new musical styles. RCA was forced to recall $25 million worth of records that weren't selling in record stores. This year has only worsened the situation. Sales of its artists' records are sluggish, and it's faced competition from a superstar like Michael Jackson, who released his second album in 5 years, an album eagerly awaited by fans. Fans' fixed budget for records is limited to this amount per year. And with MJ releasing an album only once every 5 years, this has severely impacted the sales of new records from other companies. RCA is projected to lose nearly $40 million in the first half of the year, with full-year losses potentially exceeding $60 million. Therefore, forced by circumstances, RCA's current policy is to no longer invest heavily in releasing records requiring extensive promotion and marketing. Ronald's Dirty Dancing soundtrack perfectly suited their needs. It allowed them to avoid marketing costs by leveraging the film's success and utilize the increased production capacity freed up by the sluggish sales of the two stars' records. Therefore, everyone at RCA held Ronald in high esteem. One vice president even met with Ronald after his tour of the record company's history to discuss the details of the collaboration. RCA has many distribution channels in Europe. Will your film be distributed there? Of course, Ronald replied. I already signed distribution agreements with many distributors at the Cannes Film Festival. Now the film's box office performance has exceeded expectations, and I think we'll have many fans in Europe who want to buy a record to learn the mambo. Ronald was confident he could sell copies worldwide, rattling off the good news to the RCA vice president. After all, the larger the record release, the lower RCA's production costs, and the more willing they were to sacrifice some profit for Ronald's dream. If, and I mean by then, Spicy Dance achieves box office success in Europe, we can distribute it through our existing channels there. At that time, our revenue share can be reduced by 10%. The vice president calculated that, given the current momentum, surpassing platinum status was just around the corner, and in the long run, it might even achieve several times the platinum sales. The average cost per record would be so low that the company's CFO would be overjoyed. The most important thing now was to secure this surefire deal. Ronald, upon hearing this good news, immediately extended his hand to shake hands. Now, a factory as large as RCA had proactively extended an olive branch, with all the production capacity readily available, capable of quickly producing and distributing to all towns and cities in America within a week. What better partner could there be? Moreover, they had a joint venture with Bertelsmann, Europe's largest publishing group, and existing overseas sales channels. Spicy Dance would make both RCA and Daydream incredibly wealthy. Mickey Cantor's team will handle all our contract matters. He'll come over tomorrow to discuss the signing with you. Jimmy Reiner, as my authorized representative, will sign the contract with you as soon as possible. Excellent. We can actually start preparing for production now. After signing the contract tomorrow, the production line can be started. The vice president was very satisfied. Such a straightforward person was hard to find. That evening, Ronald and Cynthia Rhodes boarded a plane to Nashville, Tennessee. They both sat in business class, together. As soon as Ronald boarded, he took out a pen and notebook and began writing. Are you writing your next film? Cynthia Rhodes had just taken off her shoes, comfortably resting while looking at the wine list. Ronald's recent box office success, coupled with his diligence, made her think his success was inevitable. No, I'm analyzing why our film was so successful in the South. Ronald showed Cynthia his notebook. The box office here, based on the average per theater rate, is actually higher than in New York, which is quite surprising. I think I need to figure this out before I can decide whether to increase marketing investment in the South, or even hold more fan meetings. I don't understand, but the story of this movie really appeals to the girls in my hometown. They've called me so many times, while saying I acted well. Cynthia Rhodes wasn't interested in these things, but rather shared her experience. That's what I don't understand. Your hometown is a small town, right? Why would the girls there like this movie? The story takes place in New York. In 1963, a rich girl falls in love with a poor boy. It doesn't seem to fit the conservative style of the South at all. Ronald closed his notebook. This question had been bothering him for days. If he couldn't come up with a reasonable answer, it would be risky to rashly increase investment. Although the box office expectations for Spicy Dance are very good, the payment will take a long time. Ronald doesn't have much money to invest in marketing right now, so he can only choose one breakthrough point and concentrate his resources on it. Spreading money everywhere is not only unlikely to be effective, but also not enough to cover expenses. Nashville isn't actually conservative. There are many record labels in the town, and it's the mecca of rock and roll, so it's impossible for it to be conservative. However, outside that center where so many record labels are concentrated, the rest of the town is still quite conservative. Cynthia Rhodes briefly explained Nashville's atmosphere to Ronald. In southern Tennessee, it's considered open-minded, but compared to New York and Los Angeles, it's much more conservative. Soon, Ronald witnessed this blend of conservatism and progress. In downtown in Nashville, the most famous movie theater is the Belcourt Theater. It not only shows various Hollywood and European avant-garde films, but many record company employees also come back to watch. On the other hand, it's also the home of the Nashville Children's Choir, and nearby churches often use the venue for large choir performances. We want to see Johnny. We want to see Johnny? At a fan meeting, many female fans of the male lead, Patrick Schwitz, occupied the venue, clamoring for Patrick Schwitz to appear. This was the complete opposite of typical movie marketing, where female stars are more popular than male stars. This film, told from a female perspective, attracted fans who wanted to see the male lead. They chanted, "I want to see Johnny. I want to see Johnny," and held signs that read, "Nobody can leave baby in the corner," disrupting the usual fan meeting format and clamoring to see Schwitz. Seeing the situation escalating, Ronald quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. He picked up the microphone, tapped it a few times, and said to the crowd, "Do you want to see Patrick? If you do, stop and let me explain the arrangements. Would you like to hear how you can meet Patrick Schwitz? Yes, tell me quickly." Patrick Schwitz is in New York right now. We're planning a schedule. If the box office is good here, we'll arrange for him to come and hold another fan meeting. Box office? Our box office is great. Don't believe me? Asked the theater manager. A blonde woman in a t-shirt and jeans shouted at Ronald from below. "Please give her a microphone." Ronald, sweating profusely, asked a staff member to give her the first microphone. "What's your name?" Ronald asked politely from above. "My name is Kathy." "When can Patrick come?" Ronald felt beads of sweat trickling down his back. These fans were too real. Like I said, when we arrange fan meetings, we have to consider the box office performance in different locations, the actors' schedules, and other factors. For example, for this trip to Nashville, we invited Cynthia Rhodes, who was born here. "Cynthia, hi, could you talk to the director about when to have Patrick Schwitz come here?" "Kathy, I don't have that authority. You have to ask the director." Cynthia also took a microphone and spoke to an old acquaintance below. Seeing Ronald's questioning look, Cynthia smiled and lowered the microphone, replying to him, "He's my high school classmate, so, as long as our box office is good, you'll have Schwitz come, right?" Kathy has that fiery side of a southern girl. She's usually gentle and approachable, but when it really matters, she knows what it means to step up without hesitation. "Well, actually, we don't completely base our fan activities on box office numbers." Ronald broke out in a cold sweat again. This was too audacious. "Okay, I get it. If the box office is good, you'll let us meet Johnny. If the box office breaks records, will you let Schwitz dance with me?" "Haha, that depends on whether he's interested." He did dance with a few audience members and film critics in New York. Ronald had no choice but to say that. "It's okay. We've already formed a spicy dance movie club. We've all watched the movie multiple times. It'll definitely make the box office great. Don't go back on your word, director. How many times have you seen it?" Ronald was a little surprised. This movie had only been playing in Nashville for a few days. "I've seen it 6 times, Kathy proudly puffed out her chest. "We have another guy here who's seen it 10 times, not missing a single one. Excuse my bluntness, but after watching several spicy dance movies every day, don't you ever want to see other movies?" "No, this is the best movie ever. I can watch it endlessly." "No, I still cry every time Johnny goes back to baby." "You don't know, director, what a wonderful movie you've made. When we watch it, it's like seeing our own lives reflected in it." Finally, it was that girl who had seen it 10 times who told Ronald why they wanted to watch it again and again. Tennessee is a very conservative and backward state. These girls often have to get married right after graduating from high school, and then have children. In Dirty Dancing, Baby's life is the kind of life they longed for as children but never had. She has a knowledgeable, understanding, and wise father, a handsome boy with small eyes as her lover, and she can dance such sexy and beautiful dances. Baby Houseman, the character played by Jennifer Grey, wears a sweater and an ordinary skirt, yet she experiences such a wonderful love and dances such sexy dances. This is living out the dreams of these girls. "Okay, I'll talk to Patrick Schwitz separately and try to add a fan meeting for you." Ronald was very touched. After the meet and greet, He went to the burger joint next door with Casey and other key members of the fan club. These girls were really cute. They cut out stills from the magazine and pasted them into a scrapbook, and drew all sorts of dialogues with pens, as if they were making a comic book about dirty dancing. They carefully pasted their movie ticket stubs into a scrapbook. The girl with the most had already accumulated 11. Stop watching sexy dance over and over again. We're about to start producing the videotape. It won't cost more than $40. You can take it home and watch it repeatedly. The money you spend on 10 movies is enough to buy one. Ronald even had his assistant bring a list, registering the names and addresses of all the girls in the fan club, promising to send them each a copy out of his own pocket once the videotape was released. That's the videotape. We prefer watching it on the big screen in the theater. The fan club leader, Kathy, waved her hand, indicating that the videotape was fine, but they still wanted to watch the movie repeatedly. Why? Is my movie really that good? Of course, Cynthia's dance and performance are definitely worth watching. I'm just worried you're wasting your money. No, it's great. Kathy and the other members of the fan club disagreed with Ronald. Ronald, seeing their lack of politeness, looked puzzled. Cynthia, you talked to him? Casey said, seeing Ronald still didn't understand, and had Cynthia Rhodes explain. Ronald, you don't understand Tennessee girls. At home, they have husbands, several children, and endless housework. Going to the movies is the only time they can relax. Ronald nodded. This was something he had never experienced, nor did he have such life experience. Going to the cinema to watch baby do what they dreamed of in Dirty Dancing was a rare escape from reality for these girls, a chance to unwind. Watching videos at home, constantly interrupted, wasn't the same. How about this? I'll buy tickets for all the shows tomorrow, and I'll treat you all. Ronald felt these movie fan club girls had a tough life, so he offered to treat them to a movie, wanting to save them some money. Yay! Everyone excitedly slapped their Coke cups on the table. Having fans like you is my good fortune. Ronald also raised his Coke to them in a gesture of sympathy. Once you've seen 15, 20 movies, you'll be close to setting a record, Ronald said with great emotion. I've rarely heard of anyone watching 10 movies in a row. You guys really surprise me. 15 movies isn't enough. Casey put down her Coke and stared at Ronald with wide eyes. Our club has an agreement to watch 100 movies in the theater. Girls, right, yes. We're going to watch 100. Oh, Ronald's mouth was practically agape as he ate his hamburger. Chapter 815, Box office exceeds 10 million in 5 days. These moviegoers all had ordinary jobs, many of them housewives, but they were willing to spend their meager allowances to see spicy dance in the cinema again and again. Ronald and their leader, Kathy, agreed not to rush the 100 show club achievement. Spicy dance would run for a long time, at least until the end of the year, and then become a long-running film with even cheaper tickets. Anyway, I don't want you to go just to break a record or fulfill a wish. Let's make a deal. Every time you go, you'll be looking forward to Johnny and Baby's story, not for this record. If you can do that, I'll come and congratulate you. Yay, the women's movie club cheered happily. You have to bring Patrick Schwitz with you. Ha ha ha. Ronald scratched his head. These moviegoers were really adorable. I want to do something for you, Kathy. I've never had this experience before when making movies. Nobody told me she'd like a movie to the point of watching it dozens or hundreds of times. Really? Can we make a request? Several fans were overjoyed. It wasn't easy for a director to make such a promise. As long as it doesn't involve Schwitz dancing with all of you. Ronald recalled how, after the movie's release, the lead actor, Schwitz, was asked to dance with people everywhere and recite his lines. He could only jokingly ask these loyal fans to give up on that request. No, not that, said Casey, the head of the fan club, with a smile. We saw the movie and loved the dances. We even started a dance club and dance every week in the classrooms of the town's elementary school. But the soundtrack sold out as soon as it came out, and it's hard to find even in Nashville, the music capital. We're hoping you can send us a batch, just this little thing. Ronald was surprised they didn't ask for more. Here's what we're doing. Our new record is being produced day and night at the factory. Once the first batch is out, I'll have them send you 50 copies, plus posters of Patrick Schwitz and Jennifer Grey. Ronald snapped his fingers, summoned the Daydream employees, and finalized the deal. After saying goodbye to these lovely Southern girls, Ronald didn't continue his Southern fan meeting tour with Cynthia Rhodes. Instead, he flew back to Los Angeles. This is a list of people who want to meet you. Nisida said, having returned to Los Angeles ahead of time, handing Ronald a stack of invitations. Hollywood is desperately short of money, and it's clear Ronald will make a fortune. He's poised to become the next big thing in the industry to invest in and produce his own films, and stars are eager to build connections with him. Rick, can you help me filter out who I need to meet first, and then I'll go see them? Ronald whistled, looking at the thick list. Actually, you don't need to meet them. It'll be their turn to meet you. I can find you a company and throw a few parties. That can get rid of a lot of people at once. If you're interested, chat for a bit. If not, just give a perfunctory response. With your current status, you could learn from Spielberg's style. Rick Nisida looked at Ronald, knowing he hadn't yet transitioned from a famous director to powerful film company owner. Oh yeah? Can I? Ronald exclaimed, tossing the list on the table. Then I'll trouble you to help me choose, of course. Nisida smiled, putting away the list. David needs to talk to you, he has a ton of scripts piling up. Nisida was the first to speak with Ronald, gesturing towards David Simpkins behind him. Ronald, these are the scripts we recently received. Script assistant David Simpkins had 5 large metal crates brought in, filled with scripts. Dirty Dancing had a low budget and was another film independently distributed by Ronald's Daydream Films. This gave endless hope to those who wanted to adapt their own scripts into films. So scripts were now rapidly flooding Daydream, 10 times the previous volume and speed. Ronald opened the crates and randomly picked out 2. The covers were clearly dusty, and the edges were curled from being handled so much. Those are the old scripts again. Help me choose some, and I'll take some time to look at them carefully. Ronald knew that every time he made a successful film, a large number of frustrated screenwriters would send him their painstakingly crafted masterpieces, hoping the director would recognize their value. There were good ones among them, buried in the studio warehouses for some reason, never being filmed. But most were rubbish, rejected by multiple studios, most likely due to problems with the scripts themselves or unsuitability for filming. Some scenes were too expensive. Okay, boss, our records will be shipped to retailers across the country soon. After the RCA contract was signed, the first batch produced used different covers. It's almost the weekend, so the shortage in various places should be resolved. Let's aim to sell them for 2 more weeks before MJ's new album Bad Jimmy Reiner was the third to arrive, and RCA, to show their sincerity, funded the record production. As for marketing, demand was very strong in various places, and the records would sell as soon as they arrived. The mutual boost between the movie and the records was very obvious. RCA didn't budget much more. Once the payment was received, RCA would split the profits with Daydream. The payment is still too slow. Ronald took out his checkbook and wrote a check for lawyers' fees to Mitch Cantor, a top lawyer in Los Angeles. Daydream's funds were all used for marketing, and now they needed to add fan meetings and other events in various places, as well as a roadshow in various states of America. On the other hand, Ronald was also negotiating with a printing plant to print more copies. Multiplexers were optimistic about the box office performance of Spicy Dance and hoped to import more copies for repeated screenings. The money Douglas Jr. invested later was like a drop in the ocean, running out in less than a week. Moreover, based on their shareholding ratio, Ronald also needed to invest millions, otherwise, they would have to sit down with lawyers and accountants to recalculate their shareholding. There was only one solution: to use future box office and record sales to secure a mortgage from a financial institution and weather the current cash shortage. Fortunately, Spicy Dance had proven its box office success, and the record was expected to sell well next week, so borrowing a few million for emergencies wasn't a big problem. Another person who came to speak privately with Ronald was Steve Bannon, the producer of Love Is Not for Sale. My connections on Wall Street can get me at least this much interest, Bannon said, taking the calculator from Ronald's desk and typing a number. If that's the case, I might as well ask the owner of Screen Fund. You know, I have a good relationship with their board. Ronald pushed the calculator back. Okay. I can get it down to this much, but you'll need to borrow at least 10 million. Bannon typed another number. 10 million, is my collateral really worth that much? Ronald looked at the interest rate, which was satisfactory, but a $10 million limit didn't seem to be worth that much from the box office and record contracts. I'll personally guarantee it for you. I don't believe your movie is worth that little. Since Love Is Not for Sale was released, I've gone to the cinema every other day to observe the audience's emotions and reactions. After your Dirty Dancing is released, I can confidently say that your box office will at least double mine." Bannon swung his thick neck from side to side, his tie and shirt holding him tightly. He became a little excited when talking about his confidence in Ronald, and loosened his tie. "What do you want?" Ronald was quite satisfied with the interest rate. Bannon was being so helpful, so he had to consider what costs he would incur. "Can you take me with you to your next movie?" Bannon tossed aside the tie he was playing with and whispered to Ronald. "I can't guarantee you can participate in the movies I direct, but I'll open up investment opportunities for the movies I'm interested in producing. It's been a pleasure doing business with you." Bannon extended his large hand and shook hands with Ronald. "The remaining contract work will be handled by the accountants and lawyers." Last to enter was Michelle Canold, the distribution director of Daydream. "Tonight, our box office will surpass $10 million, Canold announced the good news immediately. "Tonight? Are you sure? Today is the 5th day, right?" Ronald was a little surprised. He had expected to reach the first 10 million by the end of the second week, but it had come several days earlier. "Yes, the box office in the Deep South and the Midwest has seen unexpected growth. I've added several fan meet and greets in Alabama, Georgia, and other states. The female audiences in those small towns really love the movie." Yeah, Ronald stroked his beard. The biggest surprise of Dirty Dancing was gaining a large, loyal audience in the conservative Deep South. "So we need to speed up the VHS production," Michelle Canold said, pushing a VHS distribution plan towards him. Ronald glanced at the summary. The plan was well structured, but the cost was exorbitant, nearly consuming most of the loan he just secured with Bannon. "We need to hurry," he said. "By the second month of release, pirates will be eyeing the film's box office potential and will start trying to bribe projectionists in small towns. And from the second to the third month, many small-town cinemas will start renting copies to their competitors, creating loopholes in management. Most film piracy occurs during this period. We must distribute the VHS tapes to video rental stores before the piracy risks arise." "Okay, let's do it," Ronald said, glancing at the projected sales and rental revenue from Canold. He immediately signed the proposal. Spending money on Spicy Dance now could yield several times the return next year. "But can we lower the production cost?" Ronald asked, pointing to the price per VHS tape. "I know some details about the Top Gun VHS release. Their costs seem to be lower than ours." "That's different. Top Gun has Pepsi sponsorship, so they get a $6 discount per disc," Canold said, pointing to the average cost figure. "Oh, I forgot about that." Ronald slapped his forehead. "If only we had a big enough company to sponsor our videos. I'd even do commercials for them. But that's a rare opportunity." Canold was about to ask Ronald when he got the answer, looking dejected. "Actually, we need a company that can offer a cheaper production cost, but, oh, how much cheaper?" Ronald became interested. If all the loans went into production, there wouldn't be a budget for the new movie, and his personal account was practically empty. Saving a little money was always good. "Much cheaper, but they're a Hong Kong company." "What about Hong Kong?" Ronald asked. "Piracy is rampant there." "Oh," Ronald thought for a moment, then decided against it. If the manufacturers persisted in their piracy, the pirated videotapes might be released at the same time as the legitimate ones, or only slightly later, which would eat up a large portion of the legitimate sales, and it would be too late to regret it then. "Actually, the production capacity is quite good, the quality is very consistent, and it's cheap," said manager Liu, who had brought a large batch of their produced videotapes. "The colors look very accurate to me. If they weren't pirated, it would be very suitable to give them to them." Cannard had his assistant bring in a box of videotapes from outside, all of which had Chinese writing on the covers. The one on top was from Ronald's acquaintance, Jackie. The movie starring Chan had a strangely named Spartacus X. Put it here. "Let me see." Ronald knew the other party was also interested in such a low cost. If it sold well, or opened up the European videotape market, then he'd already taken a significant share of the American market, so he didn't care about a few more pirated copies in Asia. Last to enter were Ronald's most trusted agents, Richard and Nisida. Nisida had already contacted a PR firm and booked the party time for Ronald. Richard brought a bunch of important people's information to go through with Ronald. Working hours passed quickly, and by the time Ronald finished discussing things with his two agents, it was almost evening. Ugh, Ronald yawned widely and stretched. "These past few days have been exhausting, shuttling between the East and West Coasts. Marketing road shows are really tiring." Perhaps you should consider chartering a private jet. That would save time compared to commercial flights, and you could rest on the plane, Nistida suggested, closing her notebook. Don't even mention it, I'm facing a cash crisis right now. This whole year has been spent spending money, spending money, spending money. If I don't see a return on my investment soon, I won't be able to afford first class anymore. Richard hesitated. What? Ronald noticed his subtle movement. When you were short of money before, didn't you take on advertising productions? You could finish filming in a day or two. Now your reputation is still rising, and the prices offered by manufacturers are increasing. Someone asked me to shoot an ad. Ronald laughed. That's good. Which company is it? Procter & Gamble. Pass. Ronald interrupted immediately. During the filming of the sexy dance, because of the abortion scene, Procter & Gamble withdrew its product placement for Clearly Corrective Acne Cream, putting Ronald in a very passive position. This time, it was clearly the other party intentionally extending an olive branch, but Ronald had no interest in reconciling with him. At worst, he could just save money, or borrow some more, or go back to New York to mooch off his aunt's dinner. Ronald was no longer willing to compromise his own ideas. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I'll spread the word that you're willing to take on ads and see what happens. Very well, Ronald rubbed his eyes. I never finish my work, but let's call it a day. Taking the videotapes sent by the Hong Kong company, Ronald picked out a few Jackie Chan movies to watch for entertainment. Spartacus X. Ronald looked at the English title on the videotape cover, with a faint line of Chinese characters below. Wheels on the Meals. What movie was this? The title didn't reveal much about the content. Ronald put the videotape into the player, and after a blue and pink anti-piracy intro, the movie officially began. This anti-piracy technology is pretty good, better than the last one I saw. Ronald thought that those who make pirated content must also be top-notch at preventing piracy. The opening scene shows Jackie Chan and one of his brothers getting up. Because the Italians are fighting and blocking the stairs, the two decide to take a shortcut. Jackie Chan flips off the balcony and jumps down. There's a fruit shop awning below, and he does a split on the awning, bounces, and then flips down to land on the ground. Oh, SHXT, Ronald stood up. How was this shot filmed? He quickly grabbed the remote and rewound. It seems there are no edit points, Ronald muttered. Was this a real jump? He pressed the play button. The fruit shop owner puts away the awning, and another actor, named Yuan Bao, who followed, flipped down from the second floor and landed on his backside. This wasn't filmed live either, was it? Ronald exclaimed. Such a dangerous stunt of flipping directly from the second floor and landing on his backside could easily result in injury or even disability. He actually did that? No way. Who would be that stupid? There must be some special method. Ronald finished watching the movie, which was full of action scenes like this, and the fighting was very well done. But what impressed him the most was the opening scene where he flipped from the second floor, was caught by the awning, bounced up, and landed on the first floor. Encountering such a technical challenge, Ronald's directorial instincts were rekindled, and he really wanted to know how it was filmed. After thinking for a while, Ronald checked his watch. It was morning there, so he decided to make a call. Brother Long, a foreigner is looking for you. He speaks English and says he's calling from Los Angeles. A foreigner? Who's calling me? Jackie Chan had already finished her early morning workout, showered, and was about to eat. Hello? This is Jackie Chan, Jackie asked in his slightly accented English, word by word. Ronald, this is Ronald. Sister Jiao, can you help me listen? This foreigner speaks so fast, I can't understand him. Hello, the beautiful woman called Sister Jiao answered the phone, about to ask in English. Ronald switched to Mandarin on the other end. I'm Brother Long's friend. My name is Ronald Lee. Just tell him little Ronald is looking for him, and he'll know. Oh, little Ronald. Jackie Chan picked up the phone. How are you doing in Los Angeles? When is your new movie coming to Hong Kong? Let's get together. I'm here to ask you a question about filmmaking, Ronald said on the phone. Don't mention asking. Let's learn from each other. Jackie Chan was very happy, making an exaggerated face at Sister Jiao, and whispering to her, this foreigner, little Ronald, said he has some film matters to ask me. He's the director of Top Gun from last year, the one you've seen. I just watched your 1984 movie Wheels on Meals. That scene where he jumps from the second floor and bounces off the awning. How did you film that? How did I film it? I just filmed it directly. Jackie Chan paused to joke with Sister Giotto and answered Ronald on the phone. He found it a bit strange that action was quite difficult, and he had to do it 5 or 6 times before he got the hang of it and filmed the smoothest take. But what was so difficult about that shot? Not at all, just setting up the camera and filming. It wasn't even as difficult as the fencing scene later. Filmed directly? You really jumped down and filmed it in one take. Every single one is a real jump. In all my movies, every shot is real. Brother Long started showing off to Sister Giotto again. So, that actor in the back, Yuan Bao, did he really jump from a second-rate building and fall to the ground? Of course, we have other stuntmen who can jump from even higher buildings. Okay, I'm impressed. Ronald chatted with him for a few more minutes and then hung up the phone. These guys are really reckless. That foreign guy Ronald convinced me. Jackie Chan danced with joy, doing somersaults in front of Sister Giotto. Ronald, I received a reply this morning. Coca-Cola wants to collaborate with you. Just like the ad you did for Pepsi last year, you can also shoot an ad for Diet Coke for them, which they'll use as their main TV commercial. Their offer is quite good, a bit higher than Pepsi. Also, if you're willing to shoot a 60-second ad, they can follow the same approaches with Pepsi and insert an ad before the spicy dance videotape. They're also willing to subsidize you $6 per videotape. The next morning, Agent Richard called Ronald to deliver the good news. You know what? Richard, you've made my whole day so happy. I promised you, would you have them send someone over to talk to me? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816. We want to make better ads than Pepsi. That Super Bowl ad you did for Pepsi was such a success. Coca-Cola's new president brings it up every day in their senior management meetings. Only those who drink Coca-Cola can pick up girls. That's the essence of our decades-long marketing philosophy. This ad should have belonged to us. That's his exact words. So this time, Coca-Cola absolutely has to get you to direct their ad. Ronald's old friend, Darcy Maguire, the creative director of the advertising agency, visited Ronald with a team, explaining why Coca-Cola specifically requested him to direct the ad. I think it's because you strongly recommended me to them, right? Coffee? Tea? Ronald met with Darcy Maguire in his office. This powerful woman was increasingly adopting the air of a Madison Street elite. Coffee, black, Darcy said to his assistant with a smile. Actually, my recommendation was unnecessary. They immediately showed us that Michael J. Fox and Helen Slater commercial from last year's Super Bowl. To meet the new female neighbor, he climbed down a fire escape, weaved through traffic, and endured countless hardships under the watchful eyes of a motorcycle gang to sell Pepsi. Ah, thank you, my black coffee. Darcy Maguire took the coffee and took a sip. Ah, I need this. So, what do you think? The Coca-Cola people said you need to make them a few more effective commercials. That way, they'll be willing to subsidize your videotapes. A few. Ronald was surprised. Wasn't it just one commercial? No, Coca-Cola spends about the same amount of money on advertising as Pepsi every year. They hope to rekindle public awareness of the Coca-Cola brand. Last year, in an industry survey, their brand awareness lagged behind Pepsi for the first time. Who's more suitable than you to overtake them? After all, good advertisers learn from others, and smart advertisers copy. Finding the original artist and having them copy your work would be even better. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yeah, who's more suitable than me? Ronald laughed too. He had used the money he earned from shooting ads for Pepsi to buy Coca-Cola stock and made a fortune. He felt he had to give back to Coca-Cola. You agreed? Darcy Maguire was overjoyed. After all, Ronald was already a big Hollywood director, and he was distributing this spicy dance himself, which would make a lot of money. The Coca-Cola marketing director, who had originally proposed the idea, was worried that Ronald had lost interest in small projects. 2 questions. Ronald tapped 2 fingers together on the table. Go ahead, I'm all ears. Maguire earnestly took out his notebook and pen to take notes. First, you said you wanted to surpass the effect of Pepsi. That's difficult to achieve. Either we find an actor more famous than Michael J. Fox, which is almost impossible. No one is more famous than him after filming Back to the Future. Or we find a more beautiful, well-known actress with more film and television experience to play the female lead. That's also very difficult. Movie stars are generally reluctant to appear in commercials domestically, as it would spread their image too widely and stereotype them. The last option is to increase the difficulty of overcoming the obstacle, making the male lead's breakthrough scene even more challenging, but this requires a more expensive action and special effects team. Therefore, I need financial support from Coca-Cola. The budget for these commercials won't be cheap, Ronald said with a smile. Stating his first request. You said you wanted to surpass Pepsi, so come up with a production budget that surpasses Pepsi. Let me have some fun, and then make some money off the actors along the way. Of course, no problem. As long as we come up with good ideas, Coca-Cola is happy to pay, Darcy Maguire smiled. For a director like Ronald, money was no object. Ronald didn't quite know what Coca-Cola was. Okay, second question. Let me assume I have some recommendation and decision-making power regarding invited stars? For example, some female roles. Come on, Ronald. You know, Pepsi and Coca-Cola are sworn enemies. They can't possibly let Helen Slater, who has done Pepsi commercials, do Coca-Cola commercials again. Not her. Ronald rubbed his nose. Then no problem. Who do you want to use? Diane Lane. Do you think it's okay? Ronald recommended Diane. Several of her films hadn't made much of a splash in the film industry, and he didn't have any suitable roles for her at the moment. Anyway, she didn't have any memorable roles right now, so doing some commercials to earn some extra money was better than nothing. Is that the redhead from The Mischievous Kid? She's beautiful. I think she'd be perfect for the male version of the ad. Yes, that's her. What do you mean by male version? Ronald smiled, wanting to help Diane if he could. Haha, look at this. Darcy Maguire handed over 2 folders. This is our proposal to Coca-Cola. The Pepsi story is about a boy who buys Pepsi to win a girl's approval. We want to make 2 versions, so not only can boys take risks for girls, but girls can also take risks for boys. Great idea. Ronald smiled and started reading. He knew that Darcy Maguire had always been troubled by gender discrimination in the workplace. Now that Coca-Cola was proposing to surpass last year's Pepsi ad, what could be better than making another ad with a gender swap character? Who says a girl can't risk drinking a can of Coke for a man she likes? This was inspired by your spicy dance. I really enjoyed watching this movie. Hollywood should have more directors like you, making more films with female protagonists and stories told from a female perspective. You know, even in Hollywood, female leads are mostly just decorative figures and supporting characters to the male leads. That's why I especially love your and James Cameron's movies. You two love telling stories from a female perspective. I think these kinds of movies should make up half of all Hollywood films in the future. I strongly agree. Ronald looked at the storyboard and beamed. To add pages, double the money, right? Okay, I'll go report to Coca-Cola now, and we'll meet again then. I have one more question, Ronald said to Maguire, who was getting up to leave. Tell me, why are you allowed to take ads from 2 competitors? Aren't you supposed to follow the principle of avoidance? Ha. Because I know you. Who has a better chance than me to get you? If I had used Ridley Scott's company, I would have been out of luck. Is that so? Ronald thought this was a very skillful flattery and was pleased, but he knew that couldn't be the whole reason. Of course, there are other reasons. Pepsi has left us and found another advertising agency. And Coca-Cola discovered that I was the creative director who took charge of Pepsi last year, which is a revenge battle for both of us. I see. Then let's play together again. Ronald made an okay sign. Great. Darcy Maguire tidied up the documents and happily went to report the good news to Coca-Cola. Ronald picked up the phone and called Diane. Diane, I found you a short-term job. Are you interested? Be the lead in a Coca-Cola Super Bowl commercial. Yes, it's a 60-second commercial with a storyline, similar to the Pepsi commercial from last year. Yes, about the same role as Helen's. Diane chuckled on the phone. Thanks for remembering me. I filmed a commercial in Japan, and I made a decent amount of money. But my dad's going to nag me again. He told me not to take any commercials. Should I talk to him? It's not like the old days anymore. Taking commercials can boost your fame. Look at Michael J. Fox last year. He was practically the top male star, and he did one too. Okay, I'll tell Bert it was your recommendation. Diane leaned back on the sofa, fiddling with the phone cord, as she answered. So, do you want the male version or the female version? Ronald briefly described the plots of the 2 commercials. What do you think? It depends on you. The female version has more screen time, but there's a higher risk of the actress being typecast. Your appearance is actually more suitable for traditional American women. If you ask me, playing the red-clad woman in the female version would be good too. A sexy image will help you get new script offers. Besides, the pay is the same for both versions. I'll listen to you. Anyway, Bert probably thinks about the same thing. The two chatted on the phone for a long time before Diane reluctantly hung up. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang again. Ronald, they agreed. They agreed to all your requests. I've arranged to meet with Coca-Cola's marketing director tomorrow. Would you like to come over so we can discuss casting? McGuire had been on the phone for a long time before finally getting through to Ronald. No problem. We'll finalize the story details and tone tomorrow, how to surpass Pepsi, and then we can release the audition information. I hope to finish filming as soon as possible. You know I'm very busy. This is my idea. It's difficult to surpass Michael J. Fox in terms of actor fame and audience favorability. We just need to be on par with him. A more effective approach is to increase the difficulty of overcoming obstacles in the storyline, so that the audience will remember the ad and feel a stronger impression than last year's. In front of the Coca-Cola team and Darcy McGuire, Ronald spoke eloquently, looking at the storyboard he had drawn on the whiteboard. Clap, clap, clap. After Ronald finished explaining his idea, the Coca-Cola director led the applause. Impressive, Director Lee, very impressive. Of all the advertising directors I've worked with, you're the most articulate. Many directors are highly skilled, but we don't quite understand their thinking. You've shown us from a business perspective that the money spent on the shoot was spent most effectively. I applaud you, thank you. As for the actors, Diane is perfect for the male version of the commercial. As for the male lead and the female lead, we still hope to find stars with comparable fame to Michael J. Fox. I'm listening. Ronald was already quite satisfied to hear that Coca-Cola had agreed to Diane. However, achieving the same level of popularity as Michael J. Fox when Back to the Future was released was almost impossible. A star of Tom Cruise's caliber wouldn't agree to shoot a commercial. Fox was also trying a major star for the first time. Fox is known for his television dramas, so we're also looking among television stars this time, so that meant someone with similar fame in television dramas. Ronald understood. This Coca-Cola marketing director was a master of corporate politics. Unable to secure a star as famous as Fox, he subtly shifted the focus. Michael J. Fox, before starring in Back to the Future, was known for playing the eldest son in the sitcom Family Ties. Since TV stars don't object to commercials, they could at least maintain a respectable image. Who are you considering? Bruce Willis, the male lead in Blue Moonlight. Oh, him. Ronald remembered this comedic star with a slightly receding hairline. Fox also acted in sitcoms, and Willis also acted in sitcoms. In that respect, they were evenly matched. What about the female lead? That's more complicated. There's a lack of actresses like that in TV shows these days. We tried contacting Sybil Shepherd, the female lead in Blue Moonlight, but she declined. Perhaps she still wants to be a movie star. Ronald nodded. This vixen who broke up so many marriages certainly had ambitions to be a movie star. So, we're opening up to auditions in Hollywood. Do you have any recommendations? I'm afraid I can't say I do, Ronald sighed. The female version required a lot of action scenes and also needed to be very beautiful. He didn't know anyone like that. Then we'll take our time choosing. Soon, news spread throughout Hollywood that Coca-Cola wanted a well-known actress to star in their big commercial. At this time, Hollywood actresses earned very little, especially compared to male stars whose salaries had been raised to $5 million per film by Sylvester Stallone. Their pay was now 10 times lower. Shooting such an advertisement could earn almost half a movie's salary, plus high viewership. Many actresses who hadn't yet reached the top disregarded the convention that movie stars don't do commercials and, urged by their agents, began to actively seek out opportunities. Ronald's agent also received many calls from agents of actresses offering their recommendations. The news that Ronald would direct this advertisement also spread rapidly in Hollywood, where there are no secrets. Nisita and Richard turned them all away and sent the list to Ronald. If Ronald was interested, they could contact him further. I'm actually not interested. This role is hard to pick, and I don't want to delay things. Ronald didn't even glance at the list. Actresses who could do dangerous stunts and were photogenic were rare even in Hollywood. But in Hong Kong, you could find quite a few. Hello, Ronald instructed Richard, who had come to deliver the list. and then continued making overseas calls. Sister Gio? Is Brother Long there? This is Little Luo from Hollywood. Director Luo, I'll go get Along right away. Sister Gio on the other end of the phone quickly went up to call Jackie Chan, who is washing socks. Along, Director Luo from Hollywood wants to see you. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to work with him in Hollywood? Jackie Chan was a clean freak. If his socks got dirty, he would immediately hand wash them. He washed his hands and then went downstairs with Sister Giano. So fast? Little Luo really does what he says. He has the style of a stuntman. Stop being so classy. Go answer the phone. He's a big Hollywood director. You need to be polite. Got it. Hello, Director Luo? What do you need me for, Brother Long? I need an action team. Coca-Cola wants me to shoot an ad, specifically requesting scenes even more explosive than Stallone's. I've thought about it, and only you can do it, brother. You flatter me. No problem. Who do you want? I'll send them over right away. Can you recommend someone? I want to shoot a shot like your food truck scene, falling from a great height onto a canopy and landing safely. Oh, then Corey Yuen is perfect. He's been working with me on stunt shooting techniques. He knows all the tricks to that shot. Besides, among our stunt team, his English is the best. When we get to Hollywood, you can look after him. We're all uneducated, we're afraid of being bullied. When we get to Los Angeles, I'll handle everything. Don't worry. Also, I need female stunt doubles. Could you help me find two? Are they good at fighting? No, that scene is for a female celebrity. You're really something. I'll find you the best female stunt performers, then it's settled. Just give me their names. I'll cover all the expenses here and pay them the highest level Hollywood action stars. That's too kind. They're just going to broaden their horizons. It has to be high level. How can your team look impressive if it's not high level? Ha. Ronald and Jackie Chan finalized the deal in a few words. To surpass the level of action stunts like Pepsi's and achieve something unique in Hollywood, Ronald thought of those daredevil stuntmen. It was time to show the Americans what real stunts were like. When the fax arrives, arrange airport pickup and accommodation for me. Get the best, Ronald said to Richard. Roger, have you chosen a female lead for the female companion ad? Do you have any recommendations? Ronald looked at Richard. No, Rick, Nisida, and I spent half the day at CAA looking through actor files, but we couldn't find anyone suitable. Either they're not pretty enough, or they can't do action scenes. Okay, if all else fails, I'll ask Cameron. The leading ladies in his two movies are both pretty good fighters. I wonder if they'd be willing to do commercials. Ronald sighed. They were all movie stars, very few were willing to lower themselves for commercials. Ring 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 ring, Ronald's phone rang. Hello, this is Ronald. Ronald, I remember you said you owed me something. A husky, sexy voice came from the other end. Ronald certainly remembered, it was Demi Moore's voice. Years ago, she had passed on the news that her boyfriend, Emilio Estewitz, wanted to ruin her, and had even helped Don Simpson deliver crucial information about Top Gun at the rehabilitation center. Although he had helped her a few times, he couldn't say he had completely repaid the favor. So, what do you want? I want to audition for the Coca-Cola commercial. Demi Moore was glad she had Ronald's private phone number, unlike other actresses who had to have their agents relay messages to each other's agents. Well, I don't have the final say, but I can definitely get you an audition. However, I have to tell you in advance that this version of the ad has some action scenes, so even with a stunt double, you'll still have to film some of your own shots. I heard there are two versions of this ad. Is the one with less action for the female lead? Demi Moore continued to haggle. But her screen time is also less. I think you're not just after the paycheck, Ronald thought to himself. I've already promised that role to Diane. Okay, you're right. Demi Moore thought about it and agreed. Although she also needed the paycheck, her smart ad with Emilio was a complete flop, and her daily expenses were high. Her ultimate goal was the terrifyingly high viewership of the Coca-Cola ad. As an actress, she shouldn't act like a star before she's even famous. Having this kind of opportunity to become known to the audience is actually better than filming 5 bad movies. Okay, I'll mention your name over there. Thank you, Ronald. Demi Moore's thoughts had cleared, and her voice became languid, making Ronald's heart flutter. Demi was truly a partner who understood men very well. Are you still at the usual place? I want to see you and thank you in person. Demi Moore deliberately emphasized the word thank you. You and Emilio. Ronald didn't want to get involved in any scandals with someone who already had a boyfriend. "Oh, SHXT, Demi blurted out. He really screwed me over. Now it's been revealed that he has a Latina girlfriend who's had 2 kids with him, making me look like a fool in front of the media. These Latinos are really something. In their world, it seems like you can have one official white girlfriend and then add a few informal Latina girlfriends, and they think I can get away with it. Isn't it because he's no longer useful to you?" Ronald muttered to himself. Demi must have known about this before, but she just pretended not to see it. Now that Emilio's self-directed and self-acted movie has failed, all his bad deeds have become charges, he's really gone too far. Of course, Ronald was still on Demi's side verbally. Anyway, Emilio was a scoundrel, and it would be good for him to sink into this mess. "I broke up with him a long time ago. You probably don't read the newspapers much? Now I'm coming over," Demi said excitedly to Ronald. Ronald was known in Hollywood for his fair dealings and generous rewards to women. She herself had experienced his favor. Being able to get back in touch with him after dumping Emilio was just wonderful. "Okay, it's good that you're here. Let me tell you about the filming. This commercial shoot is no less difficult than an action movie. Maybe you can become an action star in the future." "Oh, Ronald, you're joking with me again." Demi's tone became increasingly seductive. Ronald, after hanging up the phone, looked at his agent Richard. "It's Demi Moore. She wants an audition." Ronald didn't hide this from his agent. On the contrary, he would inform them. "I heard. Demi knows your limits. I'll contact your agent. You had a good time tonight." Richard smiled and left. Ronald, an hour later, a luxury car arrived at Ronald's room, carrying a fragrant scent of Demi Moore. "You smell wonderful," Ronald said, opening the door to welcome Demi in. Years later, Demi's feminine charm had deepened. Today, she wore a professional woman's suit, with long, wavy black hair, bright red lipstick, and a low-key black and white business skirt, black stockings, and high heels. Taking her hat and hanging it on the coat hook, Ronald noticed that Demi's black high heels had red soles, revealing a glimpse of red as she walked. "Very sexy. I see your meticulous preparation. For an actress who hasn't read the script, your preparation is excellent." Ronald handed her a Coca-Cola. "This is also part of the audition, right?" Demi swayed over, picked up the Coke, and poured it into her mouth. The Coke slowly entered her lips, as if it were a great honor to become one with a beautiful woman. After finishing, Demi Moore placed the glass on the table, leaving a bright red lipstick mark on it. "You did it perfectly," Ronald sincerely praised. Demi, such a vibrant and energetic woman, drinking Coke like that truly brought out the allure of the drink. The bright red can and the color of Demi's high heels also complemented each other. "So, is there anything else you want to teach me?" Demi hugged Ronald and began to draw circles on his chest with her hands. "No, just keep it like this. I think your acting has improved a lot." "Really?" Demi gave Ronald a very seductive look. "Let me show you how much I've improved in other areas." "Oh," Ronald was aroused. She had indeed improved a lot, able to invigorate someone with just a glance. He took a deep breath. Demi's scent, under her proactive advances, smelled even wilder, like the center of an allure, waiting to be explored. "You smell wonderful too, Ronald." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Ronald picked Demi Moore up in his arms. "Let's have more time to get to know each other again." Chapter 817. "Hello, beautiful lady. This is Ms. Demi Moore, and this is Ms. Darcy McGuire, the creative director. This is Mr. Merritt, the marketing director of Coca-Cola." The next day, Ronald brought Demi Moore to the interview. Coca-Cola's director, Merritt, had seen Demi Moore's movie Street Elmo's Fire and remembered her. The interview went very well. Demi wore a similar black dress to the day before, and had her hair styled by a professional hairstylist, reminiscent of Vivian Lee's hairstyle in Gone with the Wind. She had done her research and knew that Coca-Cola's headquarters were in Atlanta, the setting of Gone with the Wind. As a marketing director, interviewing actresses was one of their few privileges. Demi knew how to win over these older men, and with a few clever tactics, she had Merritt very satisfied with her. "Ronald, what do you think? Isn't Ms. Demi a perfect fit for the role?" "Without a doubt, your eye for talent is excellent, Mr. Merritt. I'm considering hiring you as my casting director." "Haha, you know, Ronald, I worked as a casting assistant in Hollywood for a while after graduating from college. No wonder, I knew you had a good eye for people." Ronald's smooth flattery delighted Merritt, Coca-Cola's marketing director. Demi Moore's sincere appreciation and insightful comments about the advertisement made Merritt feel like he was the Hollywood director. Ronald was truly impressed by Demi's acting. It was much more natural and fluid than when she first entered the industry. Demi seemed to notice Ronald's gaze, and when Merritt wasn't looking, she gave him a flirtatious look, pouting and making a thank you gesture. Her white teeth and red lipstick thrilled Ronald. Ronald looked at Demi wrapped in a black dress and coat, and the images of his getting to know each other again with Demi from yesterday involuntarily flashed through his mind. Actresses are always full of passion, and their performances make you feel like you are truly loved. Gentle caresses, passionate eyes, snow-white skin and black stockings, the images intertwined, and Ronald's passion was rekindled, and he began to drift off. If he looked any longer, he would give himself away. Ronald picked up a magazine and placed it on his waist, while holding a glass of cola in his other hand to cover himself. "I'll go check out the other side." Seeing that things were not going well, Ronald said goodbye to Darcy Maguire and slipped to the other side to check on the men's version of the advertisement. What's the difference between filming a TV series and filming a movie? Diane had already arrived and was talking to a comedian with a high hairline. Actually, movies give you more opportunities. With TV series, you want to film as many scenes as you need on the day of filming as possible. TV directors rarely give you a second chance. The one who answered our question was Bruce Willis, the male lead of Blue Moonlight. He had just finished filming his first movie, The Blind Date, co-starring with Kim Basinger. Since 1985, television stars had been trying their hand at film projects, with varying degrees of success. Ghostbusters and Back to the Future were huge successes. Others, like television comedian Bill Cosby, lost tens of millions of dollars. Diane, Ronald greeted Diane Lane, and the two embraced and kissed. Mr. Willis, call me Bruce, the comedian said, displaying a somewhat eccentric air, often speaking with a slight, wry smile. Okay, Bruce. You can call me Ronald. They shook hands firmly, and Ronald, noticing Bruce Willis seemed to want to test his strength, returned the handshake, resulting in a tie. I really like your movies. Would you like to act in one of your films sometime? After Ronald released his hand, Bruce Willis warmly embraced him and began joking with him in a familiar manner. Anything is possible. I just heard you're going to try your hand at movies. Ronald recognized Bruce Willis as the lead actor in the art house film he dreamed about on the plane to Cannes. He probably wanted to make award-winning movies, which might not align with Ronald's style. Yet, I know. Everyone says I already have a very popular TV series, and it's not worth the risk of going into movies. But I really want to do movies. The Blind Date made me realize that only film is the performing art that suits me best. I think no one can deny that. I also think you have a lot of potential in movies. Oh yeah, really? You're not just saying that to appease me, are you? Willis's lips curled up again. This little gesture, combined with his muscular physique, gave him a powerful yet intelligent look, actually quite suitable for certain genres. I'm serious. Your temperament is better suited for movies than TV series, Ronald thought to himself. Since you're going to make movies anyway, saying a few nice words won't take much effort. You know what? You just helped me make a big decision. Bruce Willis's expression seemed to turn serious. My agent, the director and producer of the TV series, all advised me not to try my hand at movies anymore. That movie, The Blind Date, did mediocrely at the box office and with the reviews. But I still want to act in movies. When I first entered the industry, my only goal was to act in movies. Since you say so, I believe you, and I will still look for opportunities to make movies. Ronald thought to himself that this comedy star seemed to have too much of an ego and a bit of a lack of intelligence. How could he have been so polite, and the star seemed to have taken it seriously? Besides, in Hollywood, who doesn't go along with what the other person says? Hollywood is a place where verbal inflation is even more severe than under former President Jimmy Butler's Federal Reserve. Many stars' promises need to be downgraded by at least 5 levels before you can understand their true meaning. This is a masterpiece, and I really want to be involved, but I need to confirm the schedule with my agent could actually mean get this garbage script out of my sight. The real meaning behind I really want to work with you sometime. Your XXX made me cry might be. What garbage was your acting? How could I possibly act with you? Ronald, following industry norms, always praised the work of the stars he met and readily agreed with their opinions. Why did Bruce Willis seem oblivious to his subtext? Oh right, he started in television and had only acted in one film, Perhaps he wasn't quite used to this Hollywood-style rhetoric. What I mean, Ronald, not wanting to mislead this star who had shown him such respect on their first meeting, was about to rephrase. I'll contact my agent right away. I'm going to be in a movie, so I can't participate in this commercial. Movie stars don't do commercials, right? They're afraid of their image being seen too much by the audience and becoming typecast, so they try to appear mainly in movies. What the FXCK? Ronald hadn't expected that his polite words would cause a star Coca-Cola was eyeing to withdraw from the commercial. He couldn't take the blame for this. Ronald and Diane Lane exchanged a quick glance. They both tacitly agreed not to discuss Bruce Willis's decision, lest the Coca-Cola staff nearby notice anything amiss. Hi, darling, are you here? Just then, Demi Moore's husky voice came from behind. She had finished her audition and secured a contract with Coca-Cola, and was walking into the audition room arm in arm with Coca-Cola's marketing director, Merritt. Hi, Demi, Ronald waved to her. As he spoke, he felt his other arm sink. Turning around, he saw Diane tightly holding his arm, leaning against him. Diane, Demi Moore approached, giving Diane Lane a look and calling her name. This was a typical display of power from a female celebrity. Ronald felt something was wrong. What was going on? Ronald knew his relationship with Demi was based on a clear exchange of interests. He had rekindled their romance and given her a chance. Why did seeing Diane create such a jealous and competitive atmosphere? These female celebrities' instinctive reactions were truly terrifying, like two female animals seeing a large, strong male and wanting to fight to determine a winner. Ronald thought to himself that he needed to learn from this experience and not let his female companions encounter each other so unprepared. Moreover, Demi Moore's aura was clearly stronger than Diane's. Her every move seemed somewhat like that of his official girlfriend. Arm in arm with her father, old Merritt's hair was now gray, as if she were demonstrating her infidelity to him. Ronald quickly banished these terrible thoughts from his mind and gently patted Diane's arm, telling her to relax. Having secured reinsurance from Ronald, Diane finally possessed an aura that rivaled Demi's. She adjusted her posture, slightly protruding her chest and hips, seemingly pressing herself against Ronald, and raised her chin towards him. Demi, ha ha ha. It's nice to meet you. Demi feigned a hug with Diane, both secretly calling her a bitch. Mr. Merlet, I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. I can no longer accept this advertising offer. Phew, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Bruce Willis, that extremely arrogant fool, had intervened, preventing a bigger problem from arising. Merlet's focus immediately shifted to the Blue Moonlight male star's refusal to appear in the advertisement. Can I ask why? Merlet took a few steps to speak with Bruce Willis. Demi Moore followed her, giving Ronald a deep look as they passed, and licking her lips. Due to my personal career choices, I will accept the film offer. That means I can't do something like Coca-Cola commercials, which are ubiquitous in America. I hope you understand. Bruce Willis wasn't a complete fool. His words gave Merritt a lot of face. Well, I understand. I wish you success in your film career. Merritt, of course, knew why film actors were averse to commercials. He remained calm, having already blacklisted this fool in his mind. Oh, hello, beautiful. Bruce Willis was about to call his agent to settle things with Coca-Cola when he saw Demi Moore's alluring look earlier. He seemed to suddenly see the beauty. This woman, with her distinctly Southern girl style, possessed exceptional, a combination of temperament, bearing, and presence, was very feminine, and exuded a sweet, gentle, and artistic charm. She was far superior to his co-star in Blue Moonlight, Sybil Shepherd. That vixen, always arguing with me about roles, at her age still acting like the stunning beauty who broke up the marriage of the famous director Peter Bogdanovich. In reality, now that her beauty has faded, she can only date a chiropractor. But this beauty before me is different. She's in the prime of her womanly charm, the youthful innocence gone, her eyes seem to speak volumes, and just one look from her makes me feel electrified. For some reason, Bruce Willis stepped forward and said, "Would you mind having a drink with me?" Willis took Demi's hand. When it comes to beauties, those in the film industry are much prettier than actresses in television. Demi Moore. Demi happily let Bruce Willis kiss the back of her hand. Of course, I'd love to. Mr. Merritt, Ronald, do you mind if I leave now? Demi smiled at them, even winking at Ronald, and gracefully took Bruce Willis's arm as they left the room. Bitch, this time it was Coca-Cola's marketing director, Merritt, who cursed. They had just signed the contract, they couldn't just turn their backs on it immediately. What about our male lead? Ronald asked Merritt. Let's go back to our actor from last year. He was also the male lead in the TV series Detective Remington Steele. We've put him on the waiting list. Okay. Ronald carefully avoided letting Merritt know that he was the one who messed up Bruce Willis's casting. Detective Remington Steele was a detective show. Remington Steele was a front. The real detective was his secretary, Laura Hoyt. Because clients didn't believe a woman could do detective work in this male-dominated profession, she hired a man as a front. This TV series had been cancelled last year, a far cry from the popularity of Blue Moonlight, which had just won multiple Golden Globe Awards. Mr. Corey Yuen, this is Ronald Lee. Jackie Chan's team had arrived in Los Angeles. Ronald greeted them in his office as they arrived from the airport. The team consisted of 6 people, led by a man and a woman. Besides Corey Yuen, introduced by Jackie Chan, there was also a pretty female stunt performer. Corey, hello, call me Ronald. Ronald shook their hands firmly, avoiding a hug, afraid of startling the female stuntwomen who had come with him. You can call me Yuan Chu. I used to play minor roles in Hollywood movies, the female stuntwoman said, speaking English. The hotel is arranged. I'll have Little Bud take you there. After you've adjusted to the time difference, we can talk again. Ronald felt reassured seeing that the 2 stunt performers could speak some English. Let's do it now. We know time is precious in Hollywood. We're here to earn money, not rest, thanks to the opportunity Brother Long introduced. We slept well on the plane, the female stuntwoman named Yuan Chu said frankly. Ronald glanced at Corey Yuen and, seeing that he didn't object, knew they genuinely wanted to work and weren't just being polite. He then had his company assistant bring 2 contracts for them to sign. These are your contracts. Your daily rate is calculated based on the average Hollywood stunt double's rate. You'll stay in a hotel near the set, and the company will cover the room costs. As stunt performers, you'll be treated according to the same standards as the Hollywood Stunt Performers Guild. In addition, you'll need personal accident insurance, plus a daily special allowance, all written in the contract. This is Ms. Chen from our company. She speaks Mandarin and will explain each clause to you. Ronald followed Hollywood rules meticulously and even hired a Chinese university student to act as a translator. We trust you, Director Ronald, since you recommended us. Yuan Chu signed her name with satisfaction after only glancing at the salary and allowance figures. Hollywood offered a high price this time. She had already married and retired from acting, and this opportunity, introduced by Along, was a good chance to save money for her future children. Corey Yuen also signed her name. This is the best female stunt double I chose, at Along's behest. Yuan Chu is also a member of our 7 Little Fortunes, and she trained under the same master you as Along and me. Corey was recommended by Jackie Chan, but Ronald wasn't familiar with Yuan Chu's abilities, so he strongly recommended his junior sister to him. These are the storyboards for 2 commercials. Take a look and see how you should design the special actions, then we'll do the storyboarding. Ronald pushed over the commercial storylines and storyboards for both the male and female protagonists. He also wanted to see their abilities before deciding how to collaborate. Well, this female version of the stunt shots consists of these 2. The first is the female lead falling backward and crashing off the windowsill. This shot has a close-up of the actress's face, which we can solve using a set built on the ground. However, the female lead needs to undergo training from Yuan Chu to make the fall look realistic. The second shot is imitating a food truck falling from a building, bouncing off an awning, and then landing on a sofa. The middle part of the fall can be done by Yuan Chu. In the long shot, Yuan Chu will wear a long wig, so there won't be any flaws. The final shot of falling onto the sofa also requires Yuan Chu to give the actress some training. We've filmed these shots many times, and there haven't been any problems. You also know editing and understand the director's audio-visual language. Ronald became interested. Corey Yuen's words contained a lot of knowledge about directing and editing, clearly indicating that he was not just a simple action director. Yes, my face isn't good-looking, so I've always worked behind the scenes. Corey Yuen's face looks older than his age, making him unsuitable for playing lead or second male leads. He often only plays supporting roles like villains or ordinary people. Great, you guys come up with a plan, and then we'll find actors for acclimatization training. What are your thoughts on the male version of the commercial? The fight scene on the train can be filmed by a few of us dressed as ninjas on the roof of the train. Anyway, the male lead in this version doesn't have many action scenes that require us to do his stunts. Film it directly on a moving train. Ronald was a little hesitant. What if he fell off? We'll film it on a moving bus too. The speed of a train on the tracks is easy to predict, so there won't be any problems. Hey, Corey, you tell Director Luo, life and death are predestined, wealth and honor are determined by fate. We make a living this way. If we fall and die, it's because we're not skilled enough. What's there to say? Don't ask him for compensation. The stuntmen behind him, seeing that Ronald didn't believe they could handle the dangerous stunt on the train roof, came up impatiently to speak. Our way, don't interrupt. Corey Yuen glared at them. Director Luo, they're all roughnecks, uncultured. Don't stoop to their level. Ronald admired the stuntman's boldness. He didn't speak Cantonese, so he spoke in English, asking Corey Yuen to translate. I admire you. You should only attempt dangerous stunts if you're confident. Make sure you have all the necessary protective gear. I believe in your abilities. I'll treat you to a big meal later. We have both Cantonese and Western food. What would you like to eat? It's on me. I want abalone. I want big crab. I want steak. Do you have any spirits? The stuntmen, upon hearing that their boss was treating them to dinner, immediately asked for whatever was expensive. Yes, everything you're talking about. Ha ha ha. Ronald found their innocent and adorable manner quite amusing. Just fall back. There are thick, soft cushions behind you. You won't feel any pain when you fall. Yuan Chu was giving Demi Moore some practice. The only thing you need to overcome is your own psychological fear. We're professionals. Just fall back. Think about the performance, and everything will be fine. Falling back requires overcoming a human instinct. Most people instinctively curl up when falling back, but the scene requires a relaxed fall. Do you trust us? Do you trust Ronald? He's hired the most professional team. As long as you trust me, you can act very realistically. Yuan Chu was giving Demi a pep talk. Trust me, Ronald himself tested your movements beforehand. He did it himself. There's no danger. Okay, I believe you. Hearing that Ronald had tested the dangerous movements for her beforehand, Demi Moore was no longer afraid, and fell back in one go, landing with a thud on the foam. How are you? Yuan Chu quickly went over to help her up. You're right, it doesn't hurt at all. Demi Moore struggled to her feet and looked at Ronald, who was overseeing the set. How are you? Ronald looked over. Everything is perfect. Ronald, can we talk alone? Demi Moore pulled Ronald aside to talk. What do you want to say? I like you a lot, Ronald, but I want a secure relationship. Do you understand what I mean? Both Emilio and Bruce gave me something you couldn't give me, a promise. I understand. Ronald knew that Demi Moore really wanted to find a powerful man in the industry to protect her. He didn't appreciate her manipulative attitude, but in Hollywood, actresses like her were very popular. Bruce and you, he asked me out, and it felt like we were back in high school. I think he's sincere, Demi. Just then, Bruce Willis's head entered the studio. How could you do such a dangerous stunt? Why not? I've been praised for my talent by Hollywood's most professional female stunt performers. Demi glared at Willis, who quickly apologized. I was just worried about you, honey, Willis said, turning to the stuntmen present. You all need to protect Miss Moore's safety. I don't want her to get hurt. Snap. Willis snapped his fingers, and a row of florists filed in, presenting Demi with bouquets of flowers, arranging them around her bench. Oh, Ronald covered his face. This guy's even flirting with her on set. All irrelevant personnel, leave the set. We need to film. Ronald gestured to the assistant director to grab the microphone and clear the area. Then he looked at Bruce Willis, who stood smugly beside him, without saying a word. Me too. Willis pointed to the door. Okay, I'm leaving right away. A glance from Demi Moore made Bruce Willis back out of the studio. Action. The female version of the advertisement was filmed quickly. Using a studio used for early 20th century films, the commercial was completed in no time. Yuan Chu's jump from the building and the stunt shot of her bouncing off the awning were filmed in just 3 takes, and Ronald was very satisfied with the efficiency of Jackie Chan's team. The crew moved to an outdoor location, a large ranch outside Los Angeles, which had a railway built by the ranch owner and an old steam locomotive. The train was painted a bright red and was often rented to film crews for modern scenes. Action. Several stuntmen, dressed in ninja costumes, jumped onto the top of the train, then drew their katana from their backs, quickly weaving through the gaps between the train and the steam. The shot was very aesthetically pleasing. Cut. Ronald watched Corey Yuen directing from the sidelines. In Hong Kong, Many action films have this clear division of labor. Action scenes are designed on-site by the action director, with on-site rehearsals and filming. The quality of the finished product is often better than the professional workflow of Hollywood, from action design to storyboarding. This is a real talent. We need to find a way to keep him around. Ronald was very satisfied with the quality of the high-speed filming. Pierce, it's your turn, Ronald said to the lead actor, Pierce Brosnan. It was now his turn to direct. They're truly amazing. Pierce Brosnan was also watching their team's filming. No one in Hollywood could pull off this kind of shot. Let's begin. The train took half an hour to return to its starting point. Ronald had Pierce Brosnan hang on the train and then signaled for it to start. Another car, equipped with a camera stabilizer, filmed parallel to the train. Whoosh, the whistle sounded, and inside the car window was Diane Lane, wearing a red dress. Her face appeared briefly on the screen, stunningly beautiful. Hello, beautiful, Pierce Brosnan, hanging outside the train, delivered his lines. Cut, we're filming the scene inside where the two are toasting with Coke, Ronald asked the cinematographer, satisfied with the shot, and announced that they would move to the inside of the train carriages to film. You're British, aren't you? Seriously, you're more suited to play James Bond than the current one. After filming Wrapped, Ronald, watching Pierce Brosnan's gentlemanly and courteous performance, felt he better embodied the charismatic top Britain secret agent than the current Bond. Actually, they approached me, but I was rejected at the audition, Pierce Brosnan tilted his head. So I had to go back to playing Detective Steele. They made a serious mistake, a serious one. Ronald thought the committee, descended from the creators of 007 and holding the intellectual property rights to the 007 film series, was simply blind. This kind of actor was the true embodiment of James Bond. Chapter 818 also ranked first on the record sales chart. The editing of the two commercials was completed quickly. Ronald had Corey Ewan edit the version featuring Pierce Brosnan and Diane, which imitated a 007 scene, while he personally edited the version featuring Demi Moore. In the screening room, Ronald and the two stunt performers from Hong Kong watched the sample footage. Excellent. This is action scene unlike anything Hollywood has ever seen. You did a great job, very efficiently, which surprised me. We really need stunt coordinators like you here. Have you ever thought about staying in Hollywood? I'm married. I came here to earn some money for my family. Director Ronald, you've been very kind to us, but I still need to go home to take care of my husband, Yuan Chu said, indicating she should return to her family. Why? Women can work even after marriage. Look at Hollywood stunt coordinators. Many are husband and wife teams. My husband is also a director. I have to go back to take care of him, Yuan Chu replied. Ronald shrugged. He knew that directors often spent months away from home filming, and it wasn't easy to persuade this rare female stunt performer to continue working. They're a very loving couple, Corey Ewan explained from the side. And you, Corey? Interested in staying in Hollywood? My company is about to produce some low-budget films, each with a budget of $1 or $2 million. If you're interested, you can submit your scripts to me. Ronald turned to Corey Ewan and extended an olive branch. He had seen Corey's directing, action choreography, and post-production editing skills. They were all highly efficient and capable. Ronald was intrigued. Corey is one of the top 5 or 6 action directors in our area. He's nominated for Best Action Choreography at the Academy Awards every year. Yuan Chu introduced him to Ronald. Corey Ewan certainly wanted to try his luck in Hollywood. Even small productions here had budgets of several $1 million, more than big productions there. He hesitated for a moment, then said, I need to go back to help Brother Long. He's making a comeback this year and will need my help a lot. Great. Whenever you have time, you're welcome to come and give it a try with your script. Ronald knew he had ambitions to be a director, and his knowledge and experience were sufficient. Thank you so much, Brother Luo. They think so highly of you. Once Project A and the sequel to Police Story are finished, you should give it a try. Yuan Chu, quick-witted and perceptive, noticed Corey Ewan's interest and chimed in. If you're interested, just give me a call. I'll talk to Brother Long. Ronald smiled at them, making his promise. And your sister Chu, if you want to make a comeback to relieve boredom, or earn some pocket money for your kids in the future, remember to contact me. Hollywood is desperately short of good female stunt performers. Thank you for your appreciation, Director Luo. The two stunt performers were well educated, and Ronald could easily win them over. Today, I'll have my assistant, Ms. Chen, accompany you to Los Angeles to take some photos and buy some souvenirs. It'll all be on the company account. Ronald called over the translator. Ms. Chen gave her instructions and handed her a credit card. The two happily went out with the translator. The moment they opened the theater door, a burly man walked in. "Hi, Ronald, it's nice to see you again." It was Bruce Willis. "Bruce, Demi isn't here today. Her scenes are all finished." Ronald tried to avoid him as soon as he saw him. This Bruce Willis, during filming, fully demonstrated the extent to which a male star would go to pursue an actress. Every day, hundreds of roses were sent to the set, and Demi Moore was waited on hand and foot with specially ordered bottled water and food. Moreover, because he was a television star, he broke the rules by going to the set and tipping the crew. Especially the stuntmen who protected Demi Moore, Willis tipped each of them several $100s. "You all need to do your best to protect Miss Moore, and make sure she doesn't get hurt. I'll be here watching you." Eventually, Ronald couldn't stand it anymore and, adopting the director's airs, chased him away. Today, he broke the rules again, coming to the screening room where only the director and editor weren't allowed, and who knew what outrageous demands he would make to please Demi Moore. "So, what do you want?" Ronald knew what Bruce Willis wanted the moment he saw his sly grin. "I want to see the finished product of Demi." Ronald rubbed his head. This Willis was not only overly friendly but also incredibly shameless. However, commercials are usually very short, unlike movies which need to be kept secret, so showing it to him wouldn't hurt. "Oh, she's really very attractive, don't you think?" Bruce Willis's eyes lit up as he looked at Demi's image on screen. "Who says otherwise?" Ronald scoffed. "Brother, I've never felt this way before. She's just so captivating. I'll give you a copy." Ronald quickly called over the editing assistant to make a copy of the videotape for Bruce Willis. This guy was so into picking up girls that he was practically falling for Demi's trap. "Thanks, Ronald. I have to go back. The progress on Blue Moon is being slowed down by Sybil. I have to go to the studio. Bye." Ronald quickly saw the simple-minded TV star off. The two finished commercials were shown to Coca-Cola's marketing director, Merritt. "Put the 007 mic one aside," Merritt said, preferring Brosnan's ad and looking at it repeatedly. This surprised Ronald somewhat. From the storyline, action scenes, and the lead actor's performance, Demi Moore's version was more complete, smoother, and more in line with Diet Coke's product. However, Merritt seemed to want to save the male version for the Super Bowl. "I really like this version, James Bond versus the Japanese ninja. This actor should really play 007. Let's use this version for the Super Bowl halftime show. We'll start airing the female version next month." "You're the boss," Ronald said, pleased to know both versions had been approved. "If I may, I'd like to ask why you chose the male lead version for the Super Bowl. Cola's main customers are men. Although the female lead in that version acted very well, I'm afraid it wouldn't resonate with many customers." Merritt was in a good mood and explained a few words to Ronald. "Thank you." Ronald thanked Coca-Cola's marketing director and saw him out. Is his idea reliable? Back in the screening room, Ronald sought advice from Darcy McGuire, the creative director of the advertising agency. "Actually, that's not right," Darcy McGuire scoffed. "Many six-can packs of Coke are bought by housewives. They are the decision makers for household purchases. For this kind of fast-moving consumer good with such high sales volume, the most important target audience is actually mothers and wives. So I think we should use the Demi Moore version." "Gender issue?" Ronald asked Darcy McGuire. "Pretty much. This industry has been male-dominated in America for the past 80 years, and many of the rules have been passed down from that time. Now, American working women and housewives have more and more power, and it's time to revise some of the old rules. Maybe next time," but this time the male version still prevailed. Coca-Cola quickly held a meeting, and Ronald's advertisement passed the review. Coca-Cola paid readily, and Ronald held the check, looking at it under the lamp. As long as he cashed the check at the bank tomorrow, his financial straits of the past year would be greatly alleviated. In the first half of 1987, he had only spent money normally and hadn't bought himself any expensive toys. While admiring his creative presentation, Ronald heard the phone ring. "Hello, Ronald, this is Demi." It was Demi Moore's husky and sexy voice on the other end of the line. "Demi, I was just about to call you. Coca-Cola has approved the commercial. Contact your agent, he should get the check soon." "Thank you, Ronald, thank you." Demi was excited on the other end of the phone. Having not taken on any new films for a long time, she had to borrow money to buy new clothes. This advertising income, equivalent to half her film salary, would greatly alleviate her financial situation. "I didn't call to talk about this," Demi said, her voice returning to its usual languid tone after her thanks. "I can't thank you the old way this time. Don't worry about it, we're friends." Ronald wondered if he had given any inappropriate hints. The matter was already settled, there was no need to cling to Demi Moore. He wasn't the kind of producer who would control an actress after a single favor. "Yet, I know, you're so good to me," Demi finally said what she wanted to say. "Bruce showed me the videotape he got from you today, and he took the opportunity to ask me to move into his house." "Are you sure?" Ronald wondered how, after just a few days, the woman was already moving into the man's house with him. "I'm very sure. On one hand, I like Bruce, and on the other hand, he's the kind of man I've always dreamed of. I don't have anyone backing me up in this industry, and I dream of a man like that every day." Well, congratulations." Ronald didn't know what to say. "Thank you. You're the only close friend I can talk to about these things in Hollywood." Demi Moore had no real friends in Hollywood, having navigated its complexities. "Don't say that. I'm happy for you, thank you." "Well, there's one more thing. About our past, your secret ends with me. It's safe with me." Ronald understood Demi Moore's underlying message. Her past drug abuse, constant boyfriend changes, and even secretly acting as his mole, extracting secrets from her ex-boyfriend Emilio Estevez, were all major drawbacks for a simple-minded, chauvinistic man like Bruce Willis. Ronald was cautious about such matters and hadn't told anyone except his agent, not even his family. So, to reassure her and ensure his own secret's safety, they tacitly agreed to keep each other's secrets. Monday morning at 6 o'clock, Ronald was making breakfast at home while talking on the phone with Michelle Canold. The second week's box office results were also compiled by Daydream Pictures. The screening scale expanded to 1,400 theaters, with only a 5% drop in per-theater box office. And the total box office had already exceeded $15 million. Dirty Dancing continued to hold the top spot on the box office charts. Cinema, the score analysis is in. Female viewers make up the majority, exceeding 60%, with women over 23 years old outnumbering those aged 17 to 23, a phenomenon they say is unprecedented. "This is great news for us." Ronald tucked the phone between his neck and shoulder, then cut his sandwich in half and carried it into the living room with the milk. "Yes, the word-of-mouth effect is very significant. In the Great Lakes Midwest, Deep South states, and some Western states, the box office numbers for star films are better than other films in those areas. Our word-of-mouth strategy has been a success." Dirty Dancing defied the typical pattern of musicals succeeding in big cities but failing in small cities, and vice versa. It appealed to both large cities and small towns. Normally, these two demographics have vastly different, even conflicting, values and tastes. However, female viewers aged 23 to 58 bridged all urban-rural divides. Older viewers watched Dirty Dancing to reminisce about their youth. Younger viewers appreciated the alluring mambo dance. Underage viewers, on the other hand, were simply there to see Patrick Swayze, their sexy dream man. Therefore, while box office performance among adult male viewers was poor, the female audience, housewives who usually only went to the cinema once or twice a year with their families, frantically spread the word and made plans to see this rare gem. Many families even went together, mothers and daughters. These figures impressed cinema. While score was surprised, it also made them examine their own evaluation criteria. Dirty Dancing, from any perspective, was a film that broke the rules. In the past 2 decades of Hollywood, almost no film's box office success has relied on adult female audiences. Their usual entertainment consisted of watching daytime television dramas. Over time, Hollywood studios, relying on data analysis, became increasingly reluctant to make films catering to these female viewers. This driving in the rearview mirror approach resulted in a vicious cycle. Fewer and fewer films appealed to adult women, and female viewers became less and less inclined to go to the cinema. However, the desire for a good story remained. Ronald's film, Dirty Dancing, was like unlocking a basement sealed for decades, unleashing all the pent-up desires like a burst dam. Years of pent-up longing suddenly led them to spread the word, contacting high school and college classmates, former best friends, and now all the women in their social circles. Everyone had to see this film that so beautifully portrayed a female story. Patrick Schwitz and Cynthia Rhodes' fan meeting schedule has been expanded to include many more stops. Even Jennifer Grey, despite her injured neck, has begun a tour of cities around New York City in the East. Before Spicy Dance, everyone involved was an unknown actor. This opportunity has propelled them to the brink of A-list stardom, and everyone is excited, eager to seize this rare chance to further solidify their celebrity status. With the advertising fees secured, Ronald's finances have improved somewhat. Bannon's loan has also arrived, allowing him to invest in video production, additional copying costs, and on television and in advertising campaigns across the country. The first batch of videotapes and records had already been sent by Ronald's assistant to the Nashville fan club. The lovely female fans, having received Ronald's gifts, even wrote back to thank him. Their progress in watching the dance video 100 times was already approaching 30. In short, the situation wasn't just good, it was unexpectedly excellent. It was clear that every dollar invested now would yield $3 to $5 in revenue next year. After finishing breakfast, Ronald drove to his office and began processing some documents. "Good morning, Ronald." Michelle Canold arrived at the office early, at 8:30. He knew Ronald was very busy and usually arrived 2 to 3 hours early to handle his work as the owner of Daydream Pictures, so that when everyone started arriving at 9 o'clock, he would go home to do his artist work. "Good morning, Michelle." The two greeted each other and began discussing the videotape production. "We're currently accumulating a large inventory. 3 months after the release, we can sell the first batch to video rental stores, then it will enter supermarkets, department stores, grocery stores and other retail channels." "Great, you're an expert in this area, so I'll leave it to you." Ronald listened to the videotape release plan and thought it was fine. "Then I'll go first." Ronald said goodbye to Michelle Canold. Just then, Jimmy Reiner, who was in charge of the record, rushed in. "Ronald, congratulations, you're number one." "I know, we're number one at the box office." Ronald was about to give him a high five to celebrate. No, not at the box office, it's your record sales that are number one on the best-selling album chart." Jimmy Reiner turned on the radio and tuned to Camp Channel in Los Angeles, 97.1 FM. "Okay, that was a song from the soundtrack of the movie Dirty Dancing called Do You Love Me. I strongly recommend that all our listeners buy a copy. It ignited my desire to dance. The movie is also a very good movie. My mom and aunt went to see it too, and guess what? She started dancing while she was making me scrambled eggs in the kitchen today." This movie and this record have a magical power that makes your feet itch. Let's look at today's number one single, MJ's Bad. His self-titled new album is also number 2 on the sales chart, SHHH. Our album is selling better than MJ's newly released album. Yes, this is completely beyond our expectations at RCA. A few hours later, the RCA's senior vice president, having heard the news, rushed into Ronald's office with new materials. "MJ will call me and cause me trouble." Ho ha, Ronald laughed uncontrollably. No, although our sales are very good, the songs on it, except for the theme song and the one sung by Mr. Schwitz, are all old songs, so it's impossible for them to challenge MJ's position on the charts. Oh, Ronald thought to himself, so that's how it is. No wonder the radio DJ was praising MJ's new song in the second half of the program. Our album sales have indeed surpassed MJ's new album. After all, our movie is attracting audiences like crazy in the market. However, it's normal that our sales were surpassed by them after MJ's new song promotion began. No problem, with these sales, we should be able to get a platinum record, right? Ronald was beaming with delight. During his visit to RCA's headquarters in New York, he noticed many platinum album certification metal plaques hanging on the walls. If his own film company could have one of those, that would be amazing. Who would have thought that a film company could create miracles by selling records? Absolutely no problem. I expect to reach the 1 million sales mark very soon. Given time, double platinum, even triple platinum, is possible. RCA's vice president was very happy. This movie soundtrack was about to make up for the huge losses the company had incurred from releasing Diana Ross's new album over the past 2 years. The year-end stock price would look much better. Cheers! Ronald brought out some good wine and poured it for everyone present. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses to celebrate this rare miracle of the film and record both reaching the top. Chapter 819 Platinum Record. 2 weeks after the film's official release, the Dirty Dancing soundtrack had sold over 1 million copies. The new CD version sold for $14.99, while the older version sold for $9.99, and included a movie poster. Of all the songs, only the theme song My Time in My Life and Patrick Schwitz's She's Like the Wind were newly composed specifically for the film. The other 10 songs were all 1950s hits, with the artist's rights purchased at a low price. RCA Records calculated the retail figures and found the profits to be substantial. Record factories were working overtime, retail shipments were booming, and Ronald's revenue was increasing every minute. The RCA vice president in charge of releasing the album became the most triumphant person in the company. While other established singers' new albums were losing money, this compilation of old dance tracks unexpectedly gave RCA its most successful album in nearly 2 years. They warmly invited Ronald to their headquarters in Manhattan, New York, to discuss further cooperation arrangements and celebrate the record reaching platinum status, selling 1 million copies nationwide. Ronald originally wanted to rest and didn't want the arduous journey across America. However, they very sincerely offered 2 conditions. First, RCA would send all of its private jets to pick Ronald up. Second, the first phase of revenue sharing would be settled immediately. Boarding the RCA Gulfstream II private jet, Ronald felt the cabin height was a bit low. He had to bend over to avoid hitting the ceiling. However, sitting in the luxurious custom leather seats felt quite comfortable. The pilot, a retired Navy veteran, immediately saluted Ronald upon seeing him as a passenger. He said that since the release of Top Gun, pilots, a previously little-known profession, had become incredibly popular with women. Wearing their uniforms to bars made them the most sought-after men by beautiful women. A beautiful flight attendant came over, covered Ronald with a light blanket, and asked him what he would like to drink. "A glass of sweet wine, please." Ronald had been very busy lately. After boarding the plane, he sat in a large, soft, specially designed seat. The plane quickly reached the stratosphere after takeoff, and the slight noise there helped him relax. The flight attendant was very professional. After handing Ronald a glass of Sauternes, she didn't try to chat with him but stepped aside. After finishing the sweet wine, Ronald drifted off to sleep in the noise level much lower than that of a commercial airliner. Suddenly, the black screen lit up. Ronald felt like he was flying over Manhattan, New York. The Statue of Liberty flew past him, and he could see a yellow ferry from Staten Island heading towards Manhattan on the sea. The shimmering sea reflected the morning sun, and the twin towers of the World Trade Center across the water shone brightly, as if draped in a golden coat. Manhattan Island, where this financial center is located, seemed so vibrant in the morning. The view began to descend, gradually approaching the yellow Staten Island ferry. Although the ferry looked a bit dilapidated, its deck was impeccably maintained as it cleaved through the waves, heading towards Wall Street, represented by the World Trade Center. Ronald felt that this scene represented the countless ambitious young Americans striving forward in this city brimming with opportunity and hard work. "I was on this ship too," Ronald thought. Aunt Karen used money meant for her mortgage to pay for her medical treatment. He remembered being on that ferry himself, gazing at the twin towers of the World Trade Center, his heart also filled with dreams. Manhattan, Manhattan, Ronald murmured to himself. This was the heart of America's capitalist machine, supplying the lifeblood of industry. How many young people dreamed of squeezing in, and how many were drained dry and thrown out? Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, Ronald was shaken awake by the flight attendant. "Huh? We've arrived at JFK Airport," the flight attendant chuckled. "We're a business jet, so we can land directly at Tetboro Airport, which is closer to Manhattan. RCA has already arranged a luxury car for you. We'll be at RCA headquarters in another hour." Ronald rubbed his eyes. Sleeping on a business jet was much more comfortable than on a commercial flight. He chatted with the flight attendant for a while before figuring out that Tetboro Airport was a dedicated airport for private business jets. Although it was in New Jersey, it was managed by the Port Authority of New York and New York. It was closer to the center of Manhattan than 3 international airports, including JFK. In addition, business jets fly at higher altitudes, have smaller cabins, and can achieve greater cabin pressurization. The rear-mounted engines also reduce noise, making passengers feel much more comfortable than on large commercial aircraft, and the quality of rest is much better than in first class on commercial flights. Ronald didn't experience any of the symptoms of long-haul flights, such as ear fullness, limb congestion, or back pain caused by poor sleeping posture. He woke up in the morning and arrived in New York, feeling refreshed. This was much better than the movie protagonist in whose can dream, who had to wiggle his toes to relieve discomfort. But what movie did he dream about this time on the private jet? It seemed to be a story about Wall Street. Ronald stretched, realizing he often dreamed about movies while flying, wondering why. No wonder Wall Street bankers love private jets, Ronald said, sipping coffee as he met his personal accountant, Lawrence Wong, in the limousine that picked him up. Of all my clients, only you have this experience, Lawrence replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, Ronald laughed, putting his arm around Lawrence's shoulder. He'd started as a nobody and had him manage his accounting. Lawrence's loyalty was unquestionable, but his experience and abilities were limited. He was considering finding a more professional accounting firm to handle his business matters and also hiring a new accounting department within the company. From now on, Lawrence would handle his personal business exclusively. For matters involving privacy, he trusted him more. A luxury car pulled into RCA's headquarters. In the large conference room, all the senior managers and the team responsible for Ronald's spicy dance project were lined up, standing and applauding as soon as Ronald entered. Ronald, congratulations, the vice president said, handing Ronald a freshly opened glass of champagne. Congratulations to us, Ronald nodded slightly, feigning modesty, then raised his glass to everyone. Congratulations everyone, a burst of genuine cheers erupted from the crowd. The platinum record certification will take some time. We plan to submit our results to the RIAA again at the end of the year. It might be 5 platinum then. The vice president explained to Ronald when he asked when they would receive the platinum record certification. If you have time now, come to my office, the vice president said, setting down his glass and inviting Ronald to his office. Inside, many large and small boxes were being packed. Due to the huge success of Spicy Dance, he was about to move to a larger office. This is the report for the first million sales. Please have your accountant take a look. Ronald took the document from the vice president and handed it to Lawrence. He then asked the vice president, are there any signs of sales slowing down? On the contrary, the shipping speed is even accelerating. The vice president was very satisfied. This is also the main reason I invited you here today. We can form a strategic alliance with Daydream in the future. RCA can be responsible for the creation of your movie soundtracks and the release of your soundtracks. Are you that confident in my movie? Ronald replied with a smile. I figured it out. Diana Ross, Kenny Rogers, they've all faded quickly. The musical tastes of young Americans are rapidly shifting, new wave music is sweeping the music scene, and we don't know who the next MJ will be. Instead of gambling, it's better to form an alliance with a film expert like you. Records and movies are, after all, closely linked, mutually marketing products. Within RCA, I insist on this path, and as long as our cooperation continues along this route, I'll have more say. That's a good idea, Ronald thought for a moment. The veteran singers signed by RCA were all past their prime, now was the time to rely on himself. The vice president also hoped to use this opportunity to rise in rank, so now was the perfect time to negotiate. Where should we begin? The vice president asked. My other film as a producer, Love Is Not For Sale, uses a Beatles song licensed by MJ as its title. If you can get the rights, you could start with a soundtrack to that film, Ronald said. The Beatles copyright isn't cheap, but I'll buy it. It's a demonstration of our sincerity in this collaboration. The vice president wasn't too optimistic about a film's soundtrack making money, but most records only break even. The real money comes from hits like Spicy Dance. One record is worth 10. Pleasant collaboration, Bob. Ronald cheerfully extended his hand. Pleasant collaboration, Ronald. The vice president, named Bob Buziak, also extended his hand and shook hands with Ronald. With a direction decided, the details would be drafted by professionals and reviewed by their respective legal teams. The next meeting would be for signing the contract. Ronald, Lawrence, having finished reviewing the reports, came over to Ronald to let him know there were no major problems. Bob, Ronald gestured to the vice president. Haha, I'll call our finance manager in. Oh, Ronald received the check for the first platinum record and flicked it. The Citibank check was very crisp, making a clear sound. Ronald went to Wells Fargo with Lawrence, cashed the check, and then checked into the Waldorf Hotel. The Waldorf was an old established hotel. The rooms had large liquor cabinets filled with bottles of Jack Daniel's whiskey. Ronald took one, added some homemade honey that Walter Murch had given him, and celebrated alone. After a couple of drinks, feeling a little lonely, Ronald started thinking about who to call to share his joy. Ring ring ring. The phone rang by itself. Hello, Ronald. Taking the receiver off his shoulder and hanging it around his neck, Ronald wondered who knew he was here. Perfect, he could call someone to join him for drinks. Sir, this is the hotel concierge. Do you have any special needs? I can arrange it for you. A high-pitched voice came through. Ronald had drunk quite a bit that day, and the voice sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it. I didn't know your hotel offered this service. Ronald had stayed in many high-end hotels, and it was rare for a concierge to come uninvited. Yes, we have everything here. We even have the former mistress of the U.S. President, the former secretary of the Japanese Prime Minister. Do you have any American minorities, like black people? As Ronald listened, he gradually recognized the voice. It was another call to joke with him. Yes, we have beautiful black women too. The other person clearly hadn't expected Ronald to say that. Is she someone I know? Yes, her name is Diana, not Dirty Diana, right? MJ, ha 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 ha. Michael Jackson on the other end of the line laughed heartily when Ronald recognized him. I'm at RCA today. Diana Ross is one of their signed artists, right? Ha ha ha. Yes, there's a song on MJ's new album called Dirty Diana, and many people believe that the Diana in the song title refers to Diana Ross. Have you seen today's charts? MJ continued smugly to Ronald. I haven't checked yet. Last time I checked, the theme song for Spicy Dance, Time in My Life, was still #1. Ronald vaguely knew why MJ had called. Haha, you're out of touch? My new song, I Just Can't Stop Loving You, is already #1. MJ's record promotion strategy was unique. He released the album first, then heavily promoted each single on radio and television. The first song to chart, his duet with Theda Garrett, I Just Can't Stop Loving You, immediately pushed Ronald's song off the charts. Oh, you're amazing. I thought Time in My Life would stay on for another week. Haha, to be honest, I listened to your album. It's full of classic songs, but audiences' tastes have changed. They like new pop that combines various styles now. I take your comments on music as gospel. Ronald thought MJ was a really interesting person, sometimes as innocent as a child. Knowing her song had dethroned Ronald's from the top of the charts, she called to boast, much like a child showing off a great toy to their friends. Seriously, my cousin and I are huge fans of yours. Could you give her an autographed poster and album? Ronald had chatted with MJ about music for a while and remembered Donna also liked MJ's music, so he asked for an autograph. No problem, but I'm about to start a global tour for my new album. I'll have Dario give it to you when it's ready. Oh, your new album is going on a global tour? Ronald knew that a global promotional tour was incredibly tiring. Haha, isn't that amazing? I'm going to Japan next month, from Tokyo to Osaka. I'll probably be doing 5 shows there. The fans there really love me. Really? I'm going to Japan next month too. My Spicy Dance is going to be released there. Some old friends want to see me. Maybe I can come see your live show then. Really? Then I'll give you a shot. I'll have Dario contact you. MJ was getting happier and happier as he learned that Ronald was his fan, and asked his manager to help arrange for Ronald to come to the show. Okay then. I'll come to Japan to see MJ's live show. You contact my manager to arrange the time and show. Ronald talked on the phone with MJ's manager Dario for a while, and then said goodbye to MJ. It was time to drink alone again. Ronald didn't want to keep amusing himself like this, so he changed his clothes and prepared to go to a bar. Ronald, I came here specifically to see you. Just as he opened the door, a beautiful woman with a stunning figure was standing at his door, about to knock. Who are you? Ronald recognized her face. I'm Cassandra Peterson, the woman said eagerly. She was dressed in a white shirt, trousers, and mid-heeled shoes, looking every bit the professional woman. We met in Cannes, remember? Oh, Ronald suddenly realized, the actress who had called Minna Hangolan a fraud at the Cannes Film Festival. Back then, she was wearing revealing black clothes and heavy makeup, a stark contrast to her somewhat innocent image today. No wonder he hadn't recognized her. Is there something you need? Ronald left the door slightly ajar, not wanting to cause any misunderstanding. I submitted a script to your company, remember? But your script assistant replied that my film's budget was too high and they wouldn't consider it. So I came to you. You're an artist, you can see the potential in my script. Cassandra Peterson handed him a script. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. Ronald didn't take it, glancing at the cover. Are you the producer? the lead actress, but I've been involved in the production of many films, Cassandra Peterson replied. She had been preparing this script for a long time but hadn't been able to secure enough investment. She could tell this script was perfect for her, so she hadn't given up. You don't mind if we go to a bar, have a drink, and talk? Ronald still hadn't accepted the script. He couldn't touch a script without a signed agreement. Of course. After being rejected everywhere, Cassandra Peterson finally met a big shot who didn't immediately refuse. The two took the elevator to the executive lounge on the top floor, ordered drinks, and sat down. Cassandra Peterson handed over a signed statement waiving copyright, which Ronald accepted before taking the script and reading it. Ronald quickly flipped through it, thinking that no wonder his script assistant, David Simpkins, didn't like it. This story was full of Roger Corman-esque B-movie morbid humor. The protagonist, Avira, is a low-budget television horror show host in Las Vegas. Because she refused a producer's advances, she lost her job and the opportunity to host her own show in Las Vegas. Her aunt passed away, leaving Avira a mansion in a small town as an inheritance. The mansion was filled with interesting monsters, and her attempt to offer the young people a different experience led to conflict. The town's adults were disgusted by her clothing, tone of voice, everything about her, especially her sexual innuendos, believing her to be a demon's agent. Ultimately, Avira discovered that black magic did exist in the town, and that her uncle had deliberately lured her there to break the seal in order to steal the magic. In the end, the mansion burned down, and Avira sat at the doorway, once again left with nothing. However, the townspeople understood her and accepted her as an honorary citizen. Finally, the lawyer delivered the documents, confirming that her uncle's inheritance belonged to her. And Avira finally got her chance to hold her own live show in Las Vegas. The script was quite good, with a tight pace, and Ronald believed some viewers would enjoy this type of film. However, a B-movie where even the ending dream was to hold an adult show in Las Vegas was destined not to be liked by mainstream audiences. If the budget were only $1 million, Ronald believed Simpkins would definitely recommend it. However, with Cassandra Peterson offering $7 million, Ronald felt the risk was too great. I don't want to lie to you, Cassandra. If this movie only needed $1 million, no, even $1.5 million, I could sign you on the spot. But a budget of $7 million is clearly beyond my company's production capabilities. You know, we at Daydream Studios aren't profitable yet. Okay, I was hoping you could invest. Or, could you recommend me to other companies willing to invest? Let me think about it and get back to you. Ronald thought this idea might work. If he could get other people to invest, they might be able to share the risk, so it was worth a try. Then I'll wait for your news. Cassandra Peterson was very happy. Okay, I'll give you an answer by next week at the latest. Ronald stood up and shook her hand. Cassandra Peterson wasn't dressed as sexily as in the costume photos tucked into the script. Instead, she went for a more understated look, even covering her ample figure with a shirt. Ronald knew that she was definitely like Avira in the script, unwilling to exchange her body for resources. Otherwise, with her beauty, getting investment wouldn't be a big problem. Sure enough, Cassandra Peterson was very grateful and pleased with Ronald's professional attitude. She thanked him repeatedly and left. Ronald wasn't sure if the script would make money, so he went back to his room and went to sleep. Ronald was using yoga breathing techniques to fall asleep when, in a hazy, half-awake state, a bright light appeared before his eyes, and a scene unfolded. A strangely dressed, sexy woman was trying to grope the investor, who was dressed in cowboy attire, and stomped on his foot with her high heel. A scream made Ronald's lower body tense. This strange woman was none other than Avira, played by Cassandra Peterson. Fortunately, he recognized her. In real life, she was a woman who appreciated being treated professionally. I'm done. Go home and milk your cows, Avira yelled. The poor rancher investor was pushed to the ground. The scene of Avira accusing him of sexual harassment and verbal abuse was broadcast live on television. Left with no other choice, Avira had to go to her aunt's to receive her inheritance. The footage was intermittent, and Ronald caught glimpses of Cassandra Peterson's impressive performance. To be honest, her acting was good, but it was dragged down by some of the silly tropes in this B-movie. She could definitely handle better scripts. However, the film itself was quite entertaining, several levels higher than Michelle Cannell's previous films that were never released and only made for videotape. Avira, if you come back, the town hotel will always have a room reserved for you. The final scene showed Avira gaining the townspeople's approval, receiving her uncle's inheritance, and going to Las Vegas to perform her own show. Cassandra Peterson, wearing a revealing black see-through outfit with tassels hanging from her chest, began dancing like a stripper, using her hips and waist, thrusting her chest and lifting her head, making the tassels spin. Oh. SHXT, Ronald was both amused and exasperated at this point. How could such a self-respecting woman enjoy acting in such low-class, vulgar scenes? Both Avira in the film and Cassandra Peterson in real life are willing to sacrifice for the movie, but not for their personal lives. It seemed he'd overexerted himself, his yoga breathing couldn't keep up with the screen, and Ronald drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Ronald boarded the plane. While in the air, he took out his notebook and began analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of the Ecstasy Master. The film market was relatively small, but there was a potential videotape market. The acting and script were both excellent, but it didn't suit the tastes of mainstream audiences. I should try collaborating with some interested and experienced people, Ronald decided, closing his notebook and going back to sleep on the private jet. This small Gulfstream plane was truly perfect for business travel. Chapter 820 Collaboration with Roger Corman. Ronald Lee, with his new film Dirty Dancing this year, can be considered to have solidified his status as a revivalist of musicals. He's the king of musicals from the 80s, taking over the tradition from Fred Astaire, Gene Kelly, and others, giving this once glorious genre a new lease on life with modern directing techniques and a smooth, commercially viable narrative rhythm. Traveling on a Gulfstream plane certainly didn't affect his rest. Ronald was able to go to the office early the next morning. A weekend's worth of newspapers were piled on his desk. Ronald picked them up and saw that his assistant had carefully labeled the articles about Dirty Dancing. They were mostly praise for Ronald and the two lead actors. The weekend's box office statistics were also in, showing almost no decline compared to the first week. Dirty Dancing dominated the American box office in August. Next was the American Labor Day weekend. If it could maintain high box office numbers for 3 consecutive weekends, it could monopolize the top spot for another 2 weeks. It wouldn't be until mid-September that competitive new films like Michael Douglas's Fatal Attraction were released. Sometimes, releasing a film during a traditionally slow box office season can be a win-win situation if the film is of high quality. Ronald finished reading the newspaper, wrote a note, and asked his assistant to cut out and save the articles. He chuckled to himself at his desk for a long time before starting his workday. Cassandra, I've read the script carefully. Let me confirm with you again, can't you lower the budget? I think that, apart from the fire destroying the old house, many scenes in your script can actually be handled more economically. Back in Los Angeles, bolstered by his dream on the plane, Ronald's confidence in the Ecstasy Master began to rise. After indulging in self-admiration amidst the praise in the newspapers, Ronald called Cassandra Peterson, who was still in New York, to confirm her wishes. Of course, no theaters are willing to show those old-fashioned B-movies anymore. I've talked to several producers, and they all gave me the same answer: audiences' tastes have been raised, and they need to be given some big scenes in movies. Menahan Golan's kind of shoddy stuff has been rejected by the market. You see his Superman IV, alright, I get what you mean. You want a theatrical release, not one of those B-movies that can only be made directly onto VHS and end up in video rental stores. Ronald stroked his chin. He was still thinking in the old way. One of the main reasons Roger Corman was able to dominate Hollywood for decades with ultra-low budgets, less than $500,000, was the lack of visually spectacular movies that left a lasting impression. Now, the movies Lucas, Spielberg, and Cameron are making have raised the quality of film several notches. Audiences going to the theater to see those obviously fake movies will actually laugh out loud. On the other hand, Cassandra Peterson had directed the blockbuster, with a budget exceeding $10 million, The Lost City of Gold for the Menahan Cannonball. Although, judging from the final cut, they probably only spent $3.58 on special effects, Cassandra Peterson was, after all, the lead actress in a blockbuster that dominated the theatrical market and premiered in over 1,500 theaters. She was so enthusiastically promoting this film that she certainly wouldn't accept a direct release on video. Or are you saying you can get a film with a production budget under $2 million into the distribution market? I heard your film Love Is Not For Sale didn't have a high budget. Cassandra Peterson misunderstood Ronald's meaning on the phone. If it could get into theaters, a low budget wasn't necessarily a bad thing. No. That film was to fill a gap in the theatrical release. Obviously, I can't find a blockbuster in the short term to occupy the slots after New Year's, and incidentally include your film." Ronald thought for a moment. He still needed to collaborate. "Listen, Cassandra, I'll be meeting with some other producers in the next couple of days. I really like your script and I'm confident in your performance in The Lost City of Gold, so don't look for other producers yet. I think, by the end of this week, I'll give you an answer. Thank you, thank you, thank you." "I really don't know how to thank you." Cassandra Peterson stomped her feet excitedly on the other end of the phone. "Should I come back right away? Do you want me to be there when you're talking to the others? Don't get your hopes up too high. It's still uncertain whether this will work out. Your return would be beneficial, but I'd better wait until I find the right people before you join." Clearly, having already been tricked by Minahan Golan, and having to perform her own stunts, including falling into a pond from a height, Cassandra Peterson was unlikely to work with Cannonball Studios. This left Ronald with only one possible partner, his former boss and mentor, Roger Coleman. Ronald had arranged a meeting with Roger's secretary for a meeting at his company the next day, but was stopped by script assistant David Simpkins. "Ronald, here's a script, specifically for you. I think what he said makes a lot of sense, so I'm letting you see it." "Oh, why?" Ronald raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. He waved for his assistant to make David a cup of coffee. This letter was sent with the script by the screenwriter and producer. "The reasons they listed are irresistible." "Really? Irresistible?" Ronald took the script. The cardboard cover had a title, White Lipstick, followed by the screenwriter's name, John Waters. "What does this mean?" "The name's not very good. I don't understand it." Ronald opened the cover. Inside was an open letter. "Dear Ronald, my name is John Waters, the screenwriter of White Lipstick. I'm writing to you because you're the only person in this era who knows how to make a musical. This White Lipstick is also about dancers in 1962. Very interesting." Ronald looked at David Simpkins. This film and Dirty Dancing were essentially set in the same period. "I checked the Writers Guild registration dates. His script was written long before our film's release," Simpkins replied. This John Waters wasn't just jumping on the bandwagon. Ronald nodded and continued reading. "Tracy is a white, overweight girl who loves black musicals. In a local Baltimore television teen dance talent show, she overcomes discrimination based on her body type and ultimately wins, and her best friend, too, broke through racial discrimination and fell in love with a young black man." Oh, Ronald's interest was piqued as he read this. Besides President Kennedy and the all-out competition within the coalition, another major event of the 1960s was the civil rights movement initiated by progressive youth, challenging racial segregation and the prohibition of attending the same schools as black people. This way of embedding a musical plot into the historical context is very similar to Eleanor's Dirty Dancing. There, too, there is discrimination against Jews and women's struggle for their bodily freedom as a backdrop. Ronald remained silent, quietly turning the pages of the script. Similar to Dirty Dancing, this film script also subtly weaves the turbulent times into the plot. It doesn't deliberately emphasize the nostalgic moments for older viewers, but rather cleverly reveals them through the story. The script culminates in a dramatic ending. The protagonist, Tracy, is detained for participating in a protest against a mixed-race school. Another sharp-tongued girl wins a television talent show. At the crucial moment, the governor pardons Tracy. She rushes to the television station, where the host announces that for the first time in Baltimore history, black and white people will appear on the same program. The film concludes with a grand dance performance. "What do you think?" Ronald asked David Simpkins, closing the script. "I think it's perfect for our company's next film. I've looked into John Waters. He's known for making low-budget films. Many of his previous films were made for tens of thousands of dollars. The quality is quite good for a B-movie, and the box office is decent. It's perfect for our current budget constraints. These kinds of films have short production cycles, and we can release them in theaters after the New Year holidays next year, preventing our distribution business from going to waste. Your idea is excellent." Ronald appreciated Simpkins's idea. Employees who proactively consider the company's perspective, rather than just their own department's interests, are very appealing. "Should I ask him to come for a meeting?" "As soon as possible. I'm going to talk to Roger Coleman of Concordia Entertainment tomorrow about another film collaboration, so it would be best if I could speak with John Waters today." John Waters arrived at Ronald's West Hollywood office that afternoon. Born in 1946, he was very thin, with a mustache, and had a comical appearance. Waters himself was a Baltimore native. The script for the film White Lipstick was based on his own experiences. The television dance talent show in the film, and Baltimore's pioneering act of breaking the rule that blacks and whites were not allowed to attend the same schools in 1963, were all events that happened to him during his high school years. This was also the script he had spent a long time carefully crafting. "What are your budget requirements for the film?" Ronald looked at him. The script didn't have many large-scale scenes, focusing mainly on indoor settings and dance sequences. "This is my masterpiece, so I want to film it exactly as I envision it," John Waters began. "Tell me your plans," Ronald thought, a sense of unease creeping in. Filming it exactly as he envisioned it was essentially a matter of budget. "I'm thinking of filming on location in Baltimore, including campus scenes and Baltimore street scenes. Local filming would be cheaper," Ronald nodded. Baltimore didn't have an actors union, so Waters could use whatever budget he could find. "I want a larger budget. My previous films were all super low-budget productions with budgets under $100,000. This film is a dream project for me, and I want to make it as good as possible." "Ronald. You'll understand, right?" John Waters looked at Ronald pitifully. If Ronald didn't give him the green light, he might spend his entire life making low-budget films for direct video release, using recycled film from other crews' unfinished work. Phew, Ronald scratched his head. This promise was hard to make. "How much funding do you expect?" "The cost of a musical is much higher than a romantic comedy like Love Is Not for Sale." Ronald was prepared for the other party to ask for more than $5 million. After all, he also spent that much money making Sex and the Beast, too, $20 million. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Ronald got angry as soon as he heard the word two. He hadn't even made more than $10 million for a musical himself. "No, it's $2 million, Waters quickly clarified. $2 million? Are you sure you can make it? Ronald counted the large-scale dance scenes. The plot was a dance talent show, with dozens of experienced dancers performing 1960s swing dance each time. This wasn't like breakdancing, where you could just grab a few street dancers. No big problem. I have a group of actors I have worked with for years, over a decade. We have great chemistry, and their fees aren't high. Great. Draft a budget and work on the storyboards for the main scenes. I'll have a meeting with my colleagues to discuss it. Don't go looking for any other producers before the end of this week. I think that promise is easy to keep, right?" "Of course." John Waters, hearing there was hope, happily stood up to say goodbye. "Also, I have a question. What does the title of your script, White Lipstick, mean?" "Lipstick is red, and white is a strange color. Like in Baltimore back then, black people couldn't get on television and participate in talent shows with white people. Everyone saw this strange phenomenon, but no one had the courage to speak out. Only a brave and optimistic girl like Tracy could speak out and fight for change." Waters began explaining the metaphorical meaning of the name. "No wonder you can't find investment." Ronald shook his head. Luckily, he had written a letter to David Simpkins because of his expertise in musicals. Otherwise, no one would want to read it with such an incomprehensible name. "This won't work. You have to change the name, change it to one where people can immediately understand the plot." But Waters was quite proud of the pun and metaphor in the title. He thought for a long time before coming up with an idea. "No buts. If you don't change it, we won't give it the green light. Low-budget films can't invest heavily in marketing. The audience must understand what story you're trying to tell, like Dirty Dancing." "Okay, I get it. I'll change it when I get back." Daydream's office was a rented ordinary house, unfurnished, with poor soundproofing. Ronald couldn't try to dream of movie scenes by practicing yoga breathing techniques. He drove home, took a hot shower, closed the windows, drew the curtains, turned off the lights, and sat on a yoga mat to clear his mind. Shake, shake, shake. Baby. Shake, shake, shake. A rhythmic swaying dance tune came through, and Ronald seemed to see a very fat girl in front of the TV, learning the dance moves from the show with her girlfriend. "This is pretty well done," Ronald couldn't help but admire. The dance moves were clearly the result of excellent training. Although the female lead was very fat, her movements were very agile. What is this?" Ronald saw several more group dance scenes and realized that, just like his fondness for filming beautiful women's legs, John Waters had a particular penchant for women's buttocks. Several shots featured a close-up of Tracy's buttocks swaying in front of the camera, dominating the screen. Then came the ending scene, where Ronald saw Tracy with dyed blonde hair, and despite being overweight, She was invited by her beloved boy to perform a cockroach dance on a television program. Not bad. Ronald thought that being able to film overweight girls so cutely was very appealing to viewers whose body types weren't exactly standard. Overweight girls could also find handsome guys who loved them. Soon, the scenes provided by the yoga breathing technique ended. Ronald collapsed onto the floor and fell asleep. The next day, Roger Corman was waiting for Ronald in his office, noticing him walking in with his head tilted. "What happened to your neck?" "I slept on the floor last night and twisted it." Ronald touched his neck. He had twisted it while sleeping on the floor last night. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine. I have an appointment with a chiropractor." "Okay, so you brought a collaborative project to discuss with me." Roger Corman looked at Ronald, who had sat down. "Actually, there are two." Ronald took two scripts out of his briefcase, placed them on the table, and pushed them towards him. "I know Cassandra Peterson. She's been in quite a few movies." Roger Corman first looked at the synopsis of The Ecstasy. "This film has a budget of over $7 million. I wanted to ask if you're interested in collaborating. That musical is cheaper. If you think $7 million is too expensive, we can start with this one. Let me see." Roger Corman then opened the script for White Lipstick. He was a seasoned producer. He had basically read through these scripts once and already knew whether they were suitable for production. "How is it? Doesn't this script have a very old New World feel?" Ronald pointed to White Lipstick and asked Corman. "It certainly does." Corman smiled. This cost-saving approach to filmmaking really resembled the old New World films. "Shall we start with this film?" Ronald asked. "No, I'm more interested in The Ecstasy Master." To Ronald's surprise, Corman wanted a film with a budget of $7 million. Why? Ronald felt this wasn't like Corman. "You know, my distribution channels used to mainly rely on drive-in theaters and converted old movie theaters." Roger Corman was also helpless. Given the opportunity to make a low-budget film and earn money, he wouldn't invest heavily in a blockbuster. In the last 5 years, especially the last 3, real estate has developed very rapidly due to low interest rates. Many drive-in theater sites and converted old movie theater sites, these two of my original main distribution channels, have begun to wither rapidly. Oh, Ronald thought to himself that it seemed to make sense. He hadn't seen drive-in theaters, which used to be everywhere, in Los Angeles for a long time. To get a theatrical release, we have to increase the budget, otherwise it's impossible to break even at the box office. Isn't there something else? Videos. Corman chuckled. The market for releasing videos directly without going through theaters is limited. We can only make films worth a few $100,000 for directors to practice on. Things are different now than when you entered the industry. Opportunities for new directors are becoming increasingly scarce. Ronald shook his head. If they shot it directly on videotape, it would only sell for a few $100,000 a film. The quality of these two scripts actually had far more market potential than that. But to sell more, they needed a corresponding marketing strategy. Neither his own Daydream nor Corman's Concord could afford to spend $1 million on marketing for a videotape film with a budget of a few $100,000. Videotape sales needed theatrical releases to build word of mouth. So Corman's choice was logical. Right now, they could only make films with budgets of $5 to $8 million, release them in less popular slots that big-budget films with budgets of $20 million wouldn't consider, and then recoup their costs through videotapes. Compared to the story of an overweight girl participating in a television talent show in 1963, The Ecstasy Master was a humorous horror film that suited Roger Corman's usual tastes. A budget of $7 million was also more than enough to compete with big-budget films in theaters. Okay, then let's collaborate on this film. We'll do the distribution together. It's a pleasure to work with him. Ronald shook hands firmly with his former boss, indicating that an agreement had been reached. Corman's reputation had remained unchanged for decades. The two didn't need contracts. A handshake was enough to trust each other's commitments. "Julie loves your sexy dance. She's watched it 3 or 4 times, Corman said, mentioning Family Matters. "I'll send her the videotape." Since Corman had chosen to collaborate with a master of ecstasy, Ronald would have to find another partner for White Lipstick. He was determined to make these 2 films, releasing them as his Daydream next year. A healthy company couldn't rely solely on its own filmmaking. He called Cassandra Peterson first to tell her the good news. Cassandra was overjoyed on the phone, saying she'd start casting directors and actors immediately. "No, the final decision rests with the company. You can only suggest candidates, Cassandra," Ronald corrected her with a laugh. Of course, Everyone needs casting. But the female lead, of course, that's yours. Then came John Waters. Ronald called to tell him the company had given the project the green light and was now looking for investors. So, once we find funding, we can start filming. Yes, Waters. I already have a few candidates in mind, and you'll join the meeting too. Ronald had a few options in mind. Steve Bannon still wanted to invest in Daydream's project, and he didn't know how much pocket money little Douglas had left. By the way, have you decided on a name? Yes, I'll call it Hairspray. What the hell does that mean? Ronald was shocked. Another strange name. It's from the sponsor of that talent show, and the winner was called Miss Hairspray. And in 1963, Hairspray represented liberation, progress. Okay, let's use this name for now. You can think of something better. This name is pretty good. Middle-aged viewers will remember those days when they hear it. Back then, the trendy hairstyle was to spray a lot of hairspray, comb your hair up high, and fix it so it wouldn't budge even in a strong wind. Whatever. Ronald didn't really like the name either, but it was just a tentative name. And they'd decide later. Chapter 821 Victory Party, Money Distribution. Dirty Dancing. 2 films were released in America. The 7 major studios didn't participate in this lackluster season. New releases during the off-season are always so peculiar. One was Hamburg Heights, an independently financed production like Ronald's, which then found Paramount for distribution. This film, also set against a backdrop of the Vietnam War, differs from Oliver Stone's Platoon and Kubrick's Full Metal Shell by telling a story from the perspective of the U.S. military. And unlike the previous 2 films, which depicted North Vietnam's offensive and the U.S. military's defensive posture, this film tells the story of the U.S. offensive. New recruits of the 101st Airborne Division arrive in Vietnam and launch an attack on a hill. Soldiers from different races and social classes unite in the battle. After 11 attacks, they finally capture Hill 937. The other was the British-produced and distributed spy film Northern Lights. The 2 leads were familiar faces to Ronald, British actors Michael Caine and Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan plays a Soviet spy who infiltrates a U.S. military base in Britain to attempt to detonate a nuclear bomb. His plan is thwarted by a British spy played by Michael Caine. To be fair, both films are well made, with smooth storylines and explosive action. However, they feel somewhat out of place in America today. 1. Taking a pro-Vietnam stance has been criticized by critics for not only showing scenes of war but also attempting to dictate how viewers should perceive them. The other seems to portray Britain as the true leader of NATO, suggesting that America's survival in the Cold War is solely due to the effectiveness of British spies. Both films grossed over $3 million at the weekend's box office, far behind Spicy Dancing. Ronald, looking at the box office rankings in The Hollywood Reporter, was naturally delighted. The new film posing no threat was a good thing. A repeat of the Labor Day weekend was assured. Pierce Brosnan, Michael Caine, Ronald began writing names on cards. Although their film couldn't compete with his own, he would still invite them to the party. The box office success of Spicy Dance far exceeded Ronald's most optimistic estimates. To ensure the company's employees shared in this joyous occasion and maintain team spirit, Ronald, after discussing it with his agent Nisida, decided to throw a big party. He wanted to invite as many industry friends as possible. The opportunity for employees to meet the stars in person was a form of perk. Gathering the various guest lists scattered on the bed, Ronald called Bud Jr. to send the cards to CAA. Richard would handle the handover with the party's PR firm to ensure everyone who was supposed to attend showed up. On the night of the party, Ronald arrived early at the rented Beverly Hills mansion. This place originally belonged to Samuel Goldwyn, one of the 3 founders of MGM. It was now inhabited by his son, Samuel Goldwyn Jr. Its proximity to Hollywood studios made it convenient for guests. The previous owner often walked to MGM for work. Katharine Hepburn and Gary Cooper were frequent guests. 2 presidents had stayed here. Ronald was only able to borrow this mansion for the event because Michael Ovitz, the president of CAA, had pulled some strings. Ronald, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. The host, Samuel Goldwyn Jr., personally greeted him. His residence was on the other side. The amusement park originally used for the party was being rented out today. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Goldwyn. Ronald stepped forward to shake hands. Samuel Jr. had followed in his father's footsteps, but his business was mediocre, and he wasn't well known. Only because of his father's connections did he become the producer of the Oscars ceremony this year. Call me Sam. You have a good chance of getting an Oscar nomination next year. I've seen many reviews praising your new film. That depends on the Nomination Association's opinion. Ronald actually knew that the chances of getting a Best Director nomination for Dirty Dancing were slim. Not to mention the critics, Jews had a grudge against him, and even in the heyday of musicals in the 1940s and 50s, this genre wasn't favored by the Academy. Will you be producing next year's awards ceremony again? Yes, I look forward to seeing you next April. The host, Samuel Jr., was also 60 years old. After exchanging a few words with Ronald, he went to the lounge for a smoke. Ronald was led by the party company staff to the main venue, a large hall capable of hosting large balls. The antique wooden decorations, along with a buffet table covered in snow-white tablecloths, shimmered under the lights. Those who arrived first were the less important people, colleagues busy with distribution work, the dancers who played supporting roles in Spicy Dance, screenwriter Eleanor, assistant director Emil Itorino, and the set, props, and makeup crew. Ronald's arrival naturally made him the center of attention, and everyone came up to greet him. Some colleagues remembered Ronald's promise of a bonus for good box office performance, and now they looked at him like he was looking at a checkbook. Dear colleagues of Daydream, I have some good news to share. Before Labor Day, I'll keep my promise and distribute bonuses. Keep your paychecks safe, the amount on them will satisfy you. Yay, Daydream's colleagues cheered happily, some even clapping. To Ronald, a few seconds later, everyone raised their glasses in a toast to Ronald. To the spicy dancer, Ronald took a small sip of his drink. He had many people to meet tonight and couldn't drink too much. Colleagues weren't allowed to know each other's salaries and bonuses. They would only receive their wages for the past 2 weeks on the weekend, at which point they would find out how much Ronald's bonus was. However, Ronald was confident that everyone would be satisfied when they saw the amount on the check, several times their average monthly salary. Come with me, all of you. Ronald then gestured to the dancers and, along with Eleanor and Emil, went into a small room next door. Ronald gestured for his agent, Richard, to close the door, then took a stack of envelopes from him. This is yours, this is yours. Following the names on the envelopes, Ronald gave one to each of the choreographers, writers, assistant directors, and others involved in the creation of Spicy Dance. Open them and see. Ronald smiled at them, seeing their eager expressions as they held the thin envelopes. Oh, this is too much. A plump female dancer opened an envelope, exclaimed upon seeing the amount on the check. She immediately picked up the envelope, carefully checked the name on it, and confirmed it was correct. Not much, Ronald laughed. This isn't your regular bonus from the Screen Actors Guild, but a special bonus I'm paying you. Dirty Dancing is an independent film, and we unexpectedly succeeded. I think it's all thanks to your hard work. There's a Hollywood convention that the lead actor's salary is determined by their performance in their previous film. I don't think that's good. Many of you, because you didn't get the compensation you deserved for this film, go back to taking on lucrative but artistically low projects. I don't want to see you waste your talent like that, so I'm taking an extra portion of the film's revenue as a bonus for you. That way, you can do what you want, write the scripts you want to write, and make the films you want to make. Ronald's gaze swept over screenwriter Eleanor and assistant director Emil. If they were interested in working with him again, they could submit their scripts. Ronald was prepared to give them a bigger stage and more opportunities. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Ronald, the plump female dancer said, hugging Ronald tightly. What set her apart from the other extras in the dance crew was their less-than-perfect physiques. Ronald's large check provided the initial capital for her and her partner to own their own dance studio. I bet you're thrilled, Ronald said, patting the plus-sized dancer gently on the back. Choreographers Kenny Ortega and Miranda Garrison, tell me your studio is doing really well. Oh, yeah, yes. I also want to thank you, Ronald. Those photos you took of us on set proved we were indeed sizzling dancers. I enlarged the photo with Patrick Schwitz and put it outside the rented space, which is why we have so many students. I'm so happy for you. Ronald patted her again, then raised his glass to them. It shows we can make money in Hollywood. Fantastic. Everyone present was delighted, carefully placing the check away before filing out. Tonight was a perfect night for them. Eleanor, Ronald said to the screenwriter, this is just the first installment of our earnings. We'll have plenty more money to make together in the future. Feel free to contact me anytime if you have a script. I don't know, Ronald, I don't know. Maybe this is enough for me. Eleanor's thick eyebrows fluttered incessantly, betraying her excitement. Take a break, take your time. You have plenty of time to think. I have a few ideas. I'll discuss them with you at Daydream Studios. Emil, who had been working as the assistant on set, had plans to direct his own film and arranged to meet with Ronald to discuss it further. Everyone received their share, and smiles lit up their faces as they left. Ronald was also happy. Money should be earned together. His company was venturing into distribution for the first time and needed to build a good reputation. Richard, Ronald finally called out to his agent, Richard Lovett, who was about to leave. What is it? Ronald pulled out the last envelope from his pocket, one he had prepared himself, and quietly handed it to Richard. I can't. Agents have industry rules. They can only take the share stipulated in the contract. Richard smiled and refused. His share would be substantial once the box office results for Spicy Dance were settled. This is the share you got for being my assistant on set. Ronald handed it over anyway. I know you've spent most of your time on me now. You deserve it. Richard wouldn't receive his big check until next year when he received his director's fee, and he was still driving a cheap Toyota. He should upgrade. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Richard glanced at the amount on the check in the envelope. It was more than double his income last year. Thanks is enough. It's what you deserve. Ronald smiled and put his arm around Richard's shoulder. I also paid Rick, Nisita, for his help with the film. Outside the hall, quite a few guests had already arrived. Ronald was naturally the focus of any party. Many people, both acquaintances and strangers, gathered around him. Some struck up conversations with him, while others nodded in agreement. At that moment, Ronald was chatting with Pierce Brosnan, with whom he had just worked on a Coca-Cola commercial, and Michael Caine. Pierce, I saw your new movie. If you ask me, shouldn't you and Michael switch roles? Seeing you as a civil agent is a bit jarring. Do I look like an alliance agent? Michael Caine, still speaking with his East End London accent, feigned protest. Huh? You're clearly more convincing. Ha. Where's Diane? I haven't seen her. Brosnan remembered Diane, with whom he had worked on the commercial. She's promoting her new movie and has flown to New York for the premiere. What a pity. Seriously, do you also think I'd be suitable for a British agent? Without a doubt. Hi, Patrick. After chatting with several groups of guests, Ronald saw Patrick Schwitz, the male lead of Spicy Dance, and his wife enter the party hall. Ronald, hello, the two embraced. Jennifer Gray's neck hadn't healed yet, and Cynthia Rhodes was on vacation in her hometown. Only Schwitz happened to be in Los Angeles and came to the celebration party. I heard you're receiving. Patrick Schwitz made a gesture of twirling paper between his fingers. He had already seen several crew members outside, happily dancing. He learned from them that Ronald was receiving his share of the profits. You need to come to my office tomorrow to sign another document. Besides the movie, your song is also on the soundtrack, so you'll also get a share of the record profits. Congratulations. Patrick Schwitz was overjoyed. The film was unlikely to garner much critical acclaim, but in addition to his hundreds of thousands in salary, he would receive several times that amount in profit sharing. He could start adding facilities to his wife's ranch. I'm so happy. We can add a stable to a ranch. If I were you, I wouldn't be so quick. The overseas box office and video revenue are expected to be quite good. You might be able to buy a new horse farm then. Patrick Schwitz couldn't believe that Ronald would share the overseas box office and video revenue with him. His eyes were filled with questions, and a barely concealed excitement and desire. This is our collaborative creation, and we should share it. Ronald called over a waiter, got 2 glasses of champagne, and downed them with Schwitz in one gulp. Ha. The two laughed heartily and with great enjoyment, the kind of laughter that comes from success. Those around them inquired about what had happened, and after receiving the answer, their gazes towards Ronald held a newfound envy and a desire to collaborate with him. Ronald laughed even harder. This share of the profits was small change, the lion's share still going into his own pocket. As the producer, Ronald had the right to decide how to distribute the profits. Legally, Ronald didn't actually need to give these key creators extra income. He should pay them their full salaries. If they sued him, it's possible to win. But doing so goes against the principles of creation and is detrimental to collaborations with other artists. Instead, giving 10% of one's earnings to others, spreading one's reputation for sharing, is more beneficial to one's business. Ronald, Tom Cruise and his wife Mimi Rogers arrived. Besides the spicy dance, Ronald had also invited stars he'd worked with before, making it both a party and an opportunity to explore new collaborations. Tom, Ronald hugged him, while Mimi Rogers watched Ronald and Cruise chat with a wry smile. Want to talk alone for a bit? Tom Cruise asked Ronald. Of course. Ronald put down his glass and went with him to a small room next door. Honey, wait for me. Mimi Rogers also tried to come in, but Cruise stopped her at the door. Could you reconsider the Rain Man project? The original director, Barry Levinson, withdrew again. Is it because of Dustin Hoffman again? Ronald heard from Nisida a couple of days ago about the drama on the Rain Man set. Dustin Hoffman kept wanting to change the script, which annoyed director Barry Levinson, who then left the project because he had other projects lined up. Tom Cruise gave a helpless shrug, indicating that Ronald was right. I had the easiest time acting in any of your projects. So I thought we could work together again. Seriously, Tom, I have a question for you. Give me your honest answer, and if it meets my requirements, I might consider it. What question? Seeing that Ronald's attitude was softening, Tom Cruise immediately perked up and stared intently at Ronald. Are you making this movie hoping to win an Oscar? Think carefully before you answer. I want to hear your honest answer. Ronald stared at Tom Cruise without speaking. Yes, I want an Oscar nomination. I want to win. Tom Cruise recalled Ronald's kindness in helping him audition outside the audition room, and the time Ronald took him to the dentist. Moved, he spoke his mind. Very good. Wanting to win is a good thing, but you have to play the fool. If you play the fool, I can direct. This. Tom Cruise was stunned for a moment. He hadn't expected Ronald's condition to be like this. He thought it was a request for final cut or payment. Before coming, he and Paula Wagner, who was pregnant and unable to move easily, had discussed how to agree to Ronald's request. I can't. Dustin is already the guarantor of the film project. I can't push him out. Nonsense. Your security with a banker is much better than with Hoffman now. As long as you ask to play the fool, he can compete with you. You can make them choose one or the other. Bankable is a term used to describe securing funding for film projects. Since box office performance is unpredictable, banks can only invest based on which stars are in the film. They only knew that movies with stars had a much higher chance of breaking even, at least because theaters were willing to allocate screenings to them during peak seasons. So, stars were like collateral for film projects. With stars, banks were willing to lend, theaters were willing to sign distribution agreements, and with these, they could then raise funds by pre-selling copies overseas. The 7 major studios were also willing to invest in these projects. Therefore, this ability to guarantee box office success was unique to stars. In terms of box office revenue, Tom Cruise, who had just become a box office champion with Top Gun, was far more valuable to banks than Hoffman, who had become box office poison after winning the Best Actor award. I can't. Tom Cruise thought for a moment and still rejected Ronald's offer. This project was done by Mr. Ovitz himself. He's the actual producer of the film. Without him, there would be no movie. He insisted on Dustin Hoffman playing the role, and Paula and I discussed it, so we decided Paula should play the younger brother. This role could even get a Best Supporting Actor nomination. Brother, this is difficult. In the script, the younger brother is just a plot device, and the acting challenge is greater than that of the mentally challenged older brother. This is a good opportunity for you to win an award. Ronald still wanted to try. It's not mentally challenged anymore, it's autism. Dustin changed the script. Tom Cruise smiled wryly. He, Paula, and Nisida had discussed it, and this path was no longer viable. He still needed the support of the CAA and the Big Seven. Okay, then let's wait and see if there are any other opportunities to collaborate. Ronald felt that a good opportunity had been let go by Tom, but his reason wasn't an excuse. Ovitz was indeed someone the two of them couldn't challenge at this stage. So who's directing now? Ronald and Cruise asked casually as they walked out. We haven't found a suitable candidate yet. I'll take on another commercial production, Tom Cruise said from behind. By the way, that movie is still missing a female lead. Do you want Diane to give it a try? Ronald turned to look at him. You know, I invited her when I was filming Crazy Boys. She's your woman now, so I think it's worth a try. Consider it an opportunity. Ronald understood that Cruise wanted to do him a favor, so he nodded. I'll talk to Diane. What's the name of your movie? Cocktail. Have Paula give me the script. No, send it to Diane. Ronald felt he shouldn't influence Diane's judgment. She was an actress who had her own ideas about what roles she would take, but who would refuse to act alongside the popular Tom Cruise. Mimi. Ronald opened the door and saw Mimi Rogers waiting outside. She was very socially adept, standing in a position that allowed her to talk to others while also keeping an eye on the door, and she didn't seem to be watching her husband and other women. Ronald, or rather, the man, Mimi Rogers thought, it would be best to occupy Cruise's social time and leave her mark. Ronald, another familiar face greeted him. Tom, Mimi, it was Kelly McGillis, the female lead in Top Gun. Kelly. Ronald went over and hugged her. She was as captivating as ever. The group chatted for a while about the filming of Top Gun. McGillis recounted Cruise's thrilling car chase scene. Ronald joked that McGillis had startled him when she closed the Ferrari door. Ms. McGillis. Just as they were laughing, a woman approached and interrupted them, wanting to speak to Kelly McGillis. Ms. Lansing, I've already said I don't want that role. No, I still think the role is perfect for you. Ronald looked up and saw it was Shirley Lansing, the former president of 20th Century Fox who had made things difficult for him years ago. Since being fired by that oil tycoon who discriminated against female executives, Shirley Lansing had been working as a producer for the past few years, running her own small production company, essentially doing business in the same industry as Ronald. Ms. Lansing. Ronald reached out to stop her. I think Kelly has made her thoughts very clear, if you don't mind. Ronald. Shirley Lansing finally looked over and recognized Ronald. Shirley, Ronald retorted. This gesture of calling each other by name was a common Hollywood way of expressing "I remember you" as a provocation and response. Oh, she's been bothering me for ages. Kelly McGillis breathed a sigh of relief as Shirley Lansing left. You're in high demand now, Ronald said to McGillis with a smile. Really? You think I'm in high demand too? McGillis secretly took Ronald's hand and traced a few lines in his palm. Oh, McGillis let out a long sigh on the large bed in the Hilton Hotel. The two had already discovered that they were still very passionate about each other's bodies at the party, so after the party, they went to the best hotel in Beverly Hills. The two, familiar with each other, were filled with passion, their young bodies constantly demanding more, until finally they collapsed on the bed, exhausted. Why is Lansing clinging to you? Ronald gently stroked McGillis's back. She said I was the best choice for the role. With a potential Oscar nomination, McGillis happily accepted Ronald's caress. However, actually, her project needs me as collateral for a bankable deal. I'm not surprised at all. Ronald leaned down and kissed McGillis's arm. Actually, the script is quite good. It's based on Cheryl Arajo's assault case. Oh? Then why didn't you want to play the role? Ronald knew this woman. She was a victim of a home invasion assault, but in court, the suspect's lawyer attacked her, claiming she had a promiscuous private life and had flirted with strangers in a bar before the incident. The case was highly controversial in the media at the time, but she was ultimately convicted. It's a great subject for a women's film. McGillis accepted Ronald's gentle caress, feeling much more at ease. She turned to face Ronald, looking him into the eyes. If I tell you, can you keep it a secret? Seeing the seriousness of her question, Ronald's smile faded, and he nodded solemnly. I promise. Actually, I've only spoken to my prosecutor and psychologist about this. I'm also a victim of burglary. Chapter 822. Someone wants to give you money. How could this happen? Ronald looked at Kelly McGillis in astonishment. Convinced she wasn't joking, Ronald got out of bed, put on his clothes, poured a glass of water, and handed it to McGillis. He gently held her hand, looking into her eyes. If you find the memory painful, I'm afraid repeating it again would hurt you. It's okay. I saw a therapist for a long time. It happened 5 years ago, and I can face it now. I do want to talk to someone about it. I'm conflicted. Take your time. Ronald noticed McGillis's hand was still trembling slightly, even though 5 years had passed. This showed the depth of the shock and trauma McGillis had suffered. I had just divorced my first husband, and I was living with my girlfriend in a rent-controlled apartment in Manhattan, New York. One night, I was taking a shower when two men broke in. They held a knife to my neck. Oh, I feel so sad. Ronald listened as McGillis recounted the entire incident. McGillis, while showering, had a knife held to her neck by one of the thugs. Forced into the bedroom, the two men took turns assaulting McGillis. They spat at her, beat her repeatedly, threatened to cut her with a knife, and said they would kill her. They kept telling me they would beat me until I died, McGillis said. her voice still trembling with fear. "I thought I was really going to die, and I gave up." "Don't worry, you're safe now. I'm here." Ronald held McGillis in his arms, gently comforting the unfortunate woman. Later, my girlfriend came home, saw what happened, and immediately called the police. When the NYPD arrived, they scared the two thugs away. McGillis gradually calmed down. After that, I couldn't sleep for months and could only numb myself with alcohol, barely managing to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning. "It's all over, it's all over," Ronald thought, never expecting that Kelly McGillis's insistence on maintaining her independence, her inability to form intimate relationships with men, and her alcohol addiction were all related to this. I saw a psychologist for over a year before I could sleep normally. Even now, sometimes when I'm home alone, I still get sudden fears. "Those two thugs must have been punished by law. They can't hurt you anymore," Ronald continued to comfort McGillis, making her feel that there were still people in the world who could protect her. McGillis shifted slightly. "You guessed wrong. The two escaped on the spot and were only arrested a month later. One of their fingerprints matched the ones in my room, and he was sentenced to 3 years. The other was released because there was no direct evidence." "Why?" "You're guilty of multiple serious crimes, including robbery, murder, and assault. If you could identify them, with the fingerprint evidence and your confession, they definitely wouldn't have escaped. They'd be in prison for the next century." Ronald felt strange. The New York prosecutors couldn't be so incompetent as to let them get away. "Because I didn't agree to testify," McGillis replied, looking directly into Ronald's eyes. "Is there something you're hiding?" Ronald gently comforted McGillis's arm with one hand, vaguely sensing that McGillis was about to tell him what was coming next. "You can trust me, Kelly. If you're willing to tell me, then tell me. I won't judge you based on your actions. In my eyes, you'll always be that confident and charismatic actress. A good actress, I believe you." McGillis pulled a blanket over herself, covered her face with her hands, and whispered away from Ronald, "Because the person I live with is my girlfriend." "Huh?" Ronald's hand froze. What was going on? McGillis had just had a passionate encounter with him. How could she say she had a girlfriend? Was it what he meant? It must be. Only something like this could prevent her from testifying at the time, because if this were used as a testimony, her relationship would be exposed to the public and media. It would very likely be exposed to the judgment of the public. "You have nothing to say." McGillis gripped Ronald's arm tighter, as if trying to gauge his attitude. "I think everyone in America has the freedom to choose their own lifestyle. It's just that some people in the public don't understand." Ronald carefully chose his words. "You know what? I'm only talking to you about this today because you had no awkwardness with Emil, who was your assistant director at the party." McGillis immediately recognized that Emil, Ronald's assistant at the Spicy Dance event, was part of her group. Ronald never judged anyone and was very tolerant of these personal matters. "Since you still have scars from that memory, why not just decline it completely? If you need, I can speak to Shirley Lansing. No matter how assertive she is, I'll still give her face." Ronald sensed that Lansing's constant, forceful invitations might have caused McGillis psychological distress. "No, that's also where my hesitation lies. I really want to make this film. The story is very similar to my own experience. Female victims are always judged, while the perpetrators are treated with leniency. I hope to change the American public's perception of this injustice, but I can't play the role of the victim. Just imagining that scene brings back the horrors deep in my memory. I can't do it. If you really can't, that's okay. Are there any other female characters in the film?" "There's also a female lawyer who fights for justice for the victims. The teacher finally caught a criminal's weakness, brought justice to the victim, brought the criminal to justice, and even gave a good scolding to those bystanders who judged the victim." "Don't worry, Kelly. Even if Shirley Lansing thinks you're best suited to play the victim, I can get you a different role." "Which company is distributing the film?" "Paramount." "That's perfect. Their president Ned Tanning still owes me several roles." Ronald hugged McGillis comfortingly. "This role will also allow you to do what you've always wanted to do, to change the American people's views on this kind of thing." Ronald felt McGillis finally relax, his breathing became steady, and his body wasn't as stiff as before. "I'll call Ned tomorrow." But Ronald remembered something else. "What?" McGillis looked up at him, wondering if he had to offer something in exchange. "You have to tell me the truth. Did you make this movie to win an Oscar, or purely for yourself, and to seek justice for the millions of victims?" "No actress can refuse an Oscar nomination," But my true intention is to awaken the public to the correct view of this kind of thing. Beautiful women are not at fault, criminals are, Ronald nodded. This role is similar to the one Tom Cruise accepted in Rain Man. Both are roles that introduce the main storyline. To make the audience sympathize with the protagonist, the victim, they must see things from the lawyer's perspective to enter the plot. The lawyer role demands a very high level of acting skill, but it's not necessarily outstanding. Audiences and actors who don't understand acting well might overlook the lawyer's acting skills and be more impressed by the victim's performance in the convoluted and extreme situation. It's okay. My intention in making this movie wasn't to win awards. Besides, the salary they offered is quite good, several times higher than Top Gun. Seeing that McGillis had made a decision, Ronald fully supported her. Taking on this role required immense courage and was also a way to make peace with his past wounds. Ronald held McGillis close, their breaths mingling. McGillis felt a deep sense of peace and security. You know, I was under a lot of stress for those 2 years. I was binge eating, and I gained 30 pounds. Having confided in a trusted friend, McGillis felt the impact of that past experience was beginning to fade. In her happiness, she'd revealed the actress's biggest secret, her weight. Actually, I think you're more beautiful with a bit more weight. Ronald felt the woman in his arms had a Marilyn Monroe-esque quality, and that she would look best with a heavier figure and more makeup. By the way, what's the name of this movie? The Accused. They lay there quietly, embracing for a long time, until they smiled at each other. But then Ronald seemed to remember something, and his body began to move strangely. What's wrong? McGillis keenly noticed the change in Ronald's body. Ahem. Ronald scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't know you had a girlfriend. Between us, do you really have feelings for me? Hey, you don't know much about us. Most people don't mind having intimate relationships with men. McGillis laughed and leaned closer to Ronald. Of course, I like you, macho. And now, Ronald felt a little strange again. Now? I have a girlfriend. Don't worry, neither of us has made a promise to be faithful to each other. Ronald wrapped his arms around her and kissed her neck from behind. His nose brushed against her tousled hair, and a pleasant fragrance wafted into his nostrils. McGillis's perfume was very alluring. McGillis let out a low moan, jerking her head up and then lowering it again. You were quite memorable just now, macho. McGillis felt that Ronald's passion just now was more intense and admirable than all the previous interactions. Are you thinking about me? Should I introduce you? As a seasoned professional, McGillis was very knowledgeable about men's thoughts. No, all I want to do right now is hold you and rest. Come on, Ronald. You're a producer too, you understand the market. The selling point of this movie lies in those suggestive scenes. Otherwise, with such a small production and marketing budget, we wouldn't be able to attract an audience. Early the next morning, Ronald said goodbye to McGillis and, after arriving at his office, called Ned Tanning of Paramount. Ned Tanning agreed to all of Ronald's requests. After all, McGillis was still one of the lead actresses, and for financing, her participation was sufficient. However, when independent producer Shirley Lansing was informed of the decision to change McGillis's role to lawyer and cast another victim, she was furious and called Ronald to complain. Shirley, that's your problem, not mine. Besides, movie marketing doesn't necessarily rely on throwing money at it. The key is the film's reputation, Ronald said calmly, sitting in his chair. Okay, how about you directing? Or producing? You have a first-rate eye for women's films. Recommend a few actresses for the lead roles. Shirley Lansing nearly choked on her words. She knew this was a privilege of the successful, and Ronald was clearly mocking her poor marketing skills. However, Lansing was a seasoned veteran, having been ousted from 20th Century Fox for being a woman. After years as an independent producer, she knew that The Rape of Pear Blossoms had a strong chance of winning critical acclaim as a women's film. Lansing's producing skills were average. Unlike Ronald, she didn't have the keen eye to spot commercially successful films. But after decades in the industry, she had a knack for predicting which films would garner critical acclaim. I'll see what I can do, Shirley. Goodbye. Ronald made no promises. This wasn't his problem. Hanging up the phone, he looked at his company assistant. Where's Mr. Bannon? He was just here, this morning. Steve Bannon had arranged to meet with Ronald to discuss the follow-up to the film Love Is Not for Sale. He's on the phone, the company clerk, Ms. Chen, replied. A phone? There's a phone here. Where did he go? I'll go check. Ms. Chen got up and opened the office door. Hello? The signal is bad here. I'll call you back later." As he spoke, Bannon held up a large, brick-like object and gestured to Miss Chen as he walked. "What's that?" Ronald looked at the beige plastic object, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. "It's a Motorola mobile phone. You can make calls even where there are no phones, like a car phone, except this thing is battery-powered, so you can make calls while walking." "A mobile phone?" Ronald blurted out a Chinese phrase, puzzled. "What? Nothing." Ronald waved his hand. "Is this thing any good?" "What signal did you say?" "Yes, you have to be a certain distance from Motorola's communication station to make a call. It worked better when I was on Wall Street, where there were many communication stations, and they were concentrated there. Unlike Los Angeles, where you can't hear clearly if you're a little far away, just use a car phone or a payphone." Ronald thought it was just a toy. He felt it was better to leave a message or find another phone than to talk loudly while holding it. "So, what do you want to do with the dividends from Love Is Not For Sale?" News of Ronald's lavish spending at the party yesterday had spread throughout Hollywood, and many old friends had called to praise his generosity. Bannon had heard the news and was bound to come and ask. His Love Is Not For Sale had finished its theatrical run, raking in $35 million in America, and Bannon was starting to become an investment target for bankers on Wall Street. "Can you distribute the dividends quickly?" Bannon certainly wants the money as soon as possible, so he can have a stronger voice on Wall Street. Accounts receivable and cash are different, after all. The film industry is slow to pay. Ronald recalled the explanation his distributor, Atlantic Cinema, gave him when he was filming Coherence, and used it from a different angle. Those theater owners wouldn't settle. They'd rather drag it out for a year, then use the interest to renovate the seats and upgrade the candy machines. "Once I send them a lawyer's letter, and it's time to threaten a lawsuit, they settle their debts as soon as they see it's going to court. These people are also struggling to break even, and sometimes it's difficult for me too." "I understand." Bannon raised his hands, indicating that he didn't intend to rush Ronald. After all, he still wanted to maintain a relationship with Ronald so that Wall Street would give him more confidence. "If you're willing, I can talk to you about an early buyout. Your future income, discounted to the present, can be settled with you now. We'll have the accountant and lawyer handle it." Ronald didn't actually want to settle so quickly, so he gave him a small threat. "Why? I don't want to do that. You shouldn't take a cut right away. You should invest in new productions. That's how the film business can cycle. That's the right way to do business, and I'll always support you. You know your stuff, Steve," Ronald said happily, quickly retracting his hand that was pretending to reach for the phone. "Then wait until the theaters settle accounts with me. I won't hold you back. Also, Michelle Canold has a few new projects in development. You can talk to him, and if you're interested, you can join in and make money together. I've reserved an investment share for you." Bannon rubbed his hands together. Sure enough, his confident demeanor towards Ronald had brought an investment opportunity. "Not only do I not want your money, I'll bring you a large investment." Bannon smoothed his hair, then adjusted his tie, speaking mysteriously. "You've found money on Wall Street." Ronald became interested. Compared to loans, the terms of these Wall Street funds were more favorable, and the intervention and evaluation standards for projects were more lenient. Michael Eisner of Disney also received $400 million from that screen fund before he began to gain the upper hand at Disney. It was more than 3 times cheaper than the bond financing used by Minahan Golan. "No, it's about finding financing in Japan. Companies there are very interested in investing in Hollywood now because of the appreciation of the yen. And the friction between our two countries has made their entrepreneurs eager to invest in our industries." "Damn, isn't that a good thing? We welcome investment." Ronald was happy to hear this. They wanted to invest in Hollywood? That was great. The friction between our two governments ended with a victory for America, with favorable agreements signed. It hurt the pride of the Japanese people. They always felt that the Japanese were more hardworking and should have better quality and cheaper products than our American products. Why? Haven't our markets been open to them? On the contrary, our films face many difficulties entering the Japanese market. Ronald went there several times to promote his films, but even the 2 Dragon Boys movies with Japanese cultural backgrounds didn't do well at the Japanese box office. Ronald also vaguely felt that the cinemas there seemed to have conspired to never invest enough in Hollywood movies. They think that working 9 hours a day and eating a bowl of rice is enough to make them hard-working laborers, and they deserve to produce the best products in the world. Not just physical products, but also home appliances, textiles, cars, and even movies, Bannon told Ronald what he knew on Wall Street. So, Japanese entrepreneurs who suffered losses in trade friction want to invest in Hollywood movies to make money? Go back to Japan and tell the people there that they bought Hollywood, and feel proud, right? A win-win situation, a win-win situation. Ha ha ha, Ronald understood. There was also national pride and the mentality of a defeated nation wanting to make up for lost ground in the business world. Ha ha ha, exactly, Bannon laughed slyly. Okay, I'll call the presidents of Catacall Shotton and Johnny and Associates and have a chat. Ronald figured it out. As long as they gave them the empty fame they wanted, he and Bannon would get real benefits. A Wall Street banker and a Hollywood producer, two people who wanted to get a bargain in Japan, laughed heartily. Ronald reconnected with his old friends in Tokyo. Learning that Ronald had brought a box office monster that had swept America to Japan, they all expressed their intention to show even greater sincerity this time, discussing collaboration with Hollywood's youngest and most renowned director. After arranging the itinerary with Canold and others, Ronald even had the film processing plant print more copies, preparing to sell them to several East Asian countries first. Brother Ronnie, my movie is a flop again. Diane's new film, Casino Raiders, was another major failure. With over 800 theaters, it only grossed a little over $700,000, failing to reach an average of $1,000 per theater. It fell below the break-even point in its first week, and theaters were about to pull it from theaters. It looked like a one-week run. A grand launch and a grand failure. Huh? Ronald gestured for Diane to sit beside him. Don't be sad. I talked to Tom Cruise. You could try out for the lead role in his new movie. Afraid Diane would lose confidence due to her recent setbacks, Ronald downplayed the situation and offered her a new opportunity. Diane pouted and tapped the table a few times. The film critics are starting to say bad things about me again, saying I played a stripper and didn't even have a single erotic scene. Well, I think your acting isn't about how much clothing you wear. Besides, didn't they add a nude scene for the second female lead, Susie Amos? Ronald remembered for pressuring the producers to change the script, forbidding Diane from being too revealing. They said Susie was playing a single mother, so that scene was unnecessary. Diane was unhappy. Being criticized by film critics was psychologically damaging to an actor. This isn't your fault, is it? Matt Dillon and Tommy Lee Jones are in the movie too. They're also partly responsible for the film's poor box office performance. The main problem is that idiot producer Martin Landsakov, using a 1960s plot. How can 1980s audiences appreciate that? If I keep going like this, I'll only be able to make B movies. Don't be silly. I'll figure something out. Besides, there are good B movies too. Are you going to Japan? Diane noticed a plane ticket on Ronald's desk. Yes, I'm going to do the distribution for Sexy Dance. I'll go with you. It just so happens that Japanese advertisers have asked me to shoot a new version of their ad. They're really loyal to you. They've shot a new version every year for 3 years. Yeah, they just like to see Americans say a few words of Japanese and praise their products. True, Ronald smiled. The Japanese's seemingly arrogant but actually insecure mentality was evident in Diane's experience. To make the Japanese audience feel more connected, Diane always dyed her hair blonde, more like the stereotypical American woman. Why don't you audition for Tom Cruise's new movie? He's playing a bartender who falls in love with a college girl. Diane didn't reply. What's wrong? Ronald was puzzled. Diane didn't seem very interested in the opportunity. You know, when we were filming Good Boys 2, Tom approached me first, but I said some hurtful things. I said my father would never let me play that kind of woman. Ronald understood. At the time, Diane was a hot child star transitioning to teen film, and Coppola's go-to leading lady. Tom Cruise was just a newcomer with crooked teeth. He invited Diane, and after being rejected, he launched his meteoric rise with Good Boys 2. Diane was afraid to audition, feeling awkward around both of them. You should try it first. I think they'll treat you equally. That's all history now. Tom won't do anything to you, Ronald reassured Diane. However, even so, Cruise wasn't alone anymore. He was surrounded by a group of people forming a community of interest. Whether they would still want Diane to play the role was beyond his control. If it's a fair competition, I'm fine. I'm just worried that because of this history, our acting might feel awkward. I'll call Tom's agent, and we'll decide completely fairly based on your performance, without any favoritism. Diane was still very serious about her acting. and hearing Ronald say this made her happy again. "Paula, this is Ronald." Later, when Ronald was alone, he called Cruz's agent, Paula Wagner. "Hello, Ronald." Paula's voice sounded a little tired. "When is the baby due?" "In 2 months." After chatting for a while, Ronald said to Paula, "Tom told me he invited Diane Lane to audition for the lead role in his new film." "I know about that. I was just about to talk to you about this cocktail." Paula Wagner wasn't happy with Tom Cruise's choice, but his wife, Mimi Rogers, was so enthusiastic that she couldn't dissuade her. "Diane, why don't you just go with a normal audition process?" "I guess you might have some difficulties," Ronald asked tentatively. "Yes, Mimi has given me a lot of challenges." Sigh. Ronald didn't like this Scientologist either. "That's fine, don't overwork yourself. Mimi has her plans, and she has a lot of influence over Tom." Paula Wagner was also getting a little fed up with her. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823 Tokyo Film Festival Best Actor. The Hotel Okura in Tokyo was a Japanese-style hotel specially built to host the 1964 Tokyo Olympics. All the interior decorations were in traditional Japanese style, contrasting sharply with a modern exterior. "Good morning, sir. Welcome, Ronald-san, and Diane-san. Please follow me. Your room is ready." The waiter, wearing spotless white gloves and a formal suit, bowed deeply and then led Ronald and Diane into their reserved suite. Upon entering the suite, Ronald saw a semi-transparent window in the living room wall, reflecting the bamboo grove outside. Combined with the bamboo tatami mats and low coffee table, it created a harmonious blend of Western and Eastern aesthetics. "Thank you," Ronald said, taking his wallet from the back pocket of his jeans and handing over a $20 bill. "You're welcome, Ronald-san. Please let me know if you need anything," the waiter said, refusing the tip, bowing again to Ronald before turning and leaving. The Japanese consider their service to be of high quality, generally surpassing Western standards. Giving a tip is an insult to their service, Diane, also dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt, explained to Ronald. Having spent considerable time in Japan and filmed numerous commercials, she knew more about the local customs and culture than Ronald did. "My apologies," Ronald smiled, putting away his wallet. The hotel's interior was somewhat dated, but well maintained. Steve Bannon had advised him to stay here. It was one of Tokyo's 3 most prestigious luxury hotels. Moreover, Japanese Zaibatsu would be more aware of Ronald's power if they knew he was staying at a hotel so close to the Imperial Palace, only a 20-minute walk away. This was the pinnacle of Japanese-style hotels, and now Japanese business tycoons held reservations about American businessmen. Respecting their culture would be beneficial for future financing negotiations. "Let's go down for brunch. I've heard the Japanese cuisine here is excellent," Diane said, quickly tidying herself up before they went downstairs hand in hand for lunch. Passing through the spacious lobby, the walls adorned with diamond-patterned designs, and with 4 musicians playing a chamber quartet in front, Ronald observed the musicians in suits and the female audience members in traditional kimonos. The simple, geometric interior design, along with strings of lanterns hanging from the ceiling, created a momentary, whimsical harmony between East and West. Upon reaching the restaurant, Ronald, of course, ordered the hair toast that Bannon had so highly recommended. "Sir, today's reservations are sold out," the waiter said, bowing again and explaining that he should come early the next day. The toast here was limited in quantity. Once it was made, it was gone. "Toast requires a reservation? What's going on?" "Just bring whatever you have," Ronald said, unfolding his napkin. The Japanese certainly had a penchant for formalities. If a dessert was difficult to make, it wouldn't be served at all. "The toast here is indeed excellent, but you usually have to come early," a familiar voice said in English behind Ronald. "Mr. Parker. What are you doing here?" Ronald turned around and saw Gregory Parker, the famous American movie star, slowly enjoying his hair toast in a corner. He was wearing a dark blue navy jacket, light-colored trousers, a red tie, large glasses, and a full head of silver hair, looking very elegant. "Would you mind if we joined each other?" Ronald asked Gregory Parker. "Come here, young Ronald. We haven't seen each other since I last went to China. I saw your latest movie, it was very good." Gregory Parker waved, and a waiter quickly came over and moved chairs. Ronald and Diane sat down at his table. "You're still as energetic as ever," Ronald said, looking at him. "I'm here as a judge for the Tokyo International Film Festival." "Are you here for the film festival too?" Gregory Parker pushed his hard toast towards Diane and then poured a cup of maple syrup on it. "Thank you, it's delicious. It tastes like souffle," Diane exclaimed excitedly. The toast was truly delicious. "They soak the bread in egg for 24 hours, then fry it and bake it, so you have to come early to get some." Gregory Parker, who was 70, looked at Diane like she was his granddaughter. "I'm not here for the film festival," Ronald replied with a smile. "I'm here to promote spicy dance. Actually, I didn't even know Tokyo had a film festival with a competition section. It's normal that you didn't know. This is only their second edition, and it's the only A-list film festival in East Asia with a competition section, regardless of genre. They invited me to be the jury president to expand their influence." Mr. Parker, with you as president, you'll definitely be fair. Ronald couldn't help but think of this year's Cannes Film Festival, where the judging was a mess because of that president. I'm glad you say that, but we all know it's just because my appearance fee is cheap." "Ha ha ha," Ronald laughed. Gregory Peck still had that sense of humor. Semi-retired, he hadn't made many films in recent years, preferring to travel the world and see films from other places. "Any good films in competition these days? Let me tell you, there really was a Chinese film that moved me deeply. It was directed by a young man surnamed Wu. The technique and camera language were a bit outdated, but very simple and powerful. The actor was also very strong. It showed me a different kind of cinema. It was that British guy on the jury who kept bothering me. He gave a lot of feedback, but nothing could deter my determination. I heard the jury president has a lot of power." Ronald didn't know how film festivals worked. He was just speaking from his own experience with a Cannes Awards farce. "I have a lot of power, but I can only persuade them, not decide for myself. Would you like to see this movie? I can bring up your opinion during the meeting. I might disagree with you. I'll only speak from my own perspective." Ronald, having not yet tasted the Spanish toast, joked with Gregory Peck, who had monopolized the last two servings. "Haha, of course. Americans are free to express their opinions. But I strongly doubt that you share my taste. What you said in China last time really resonated with me. Movies aren't just made in Hollywood. Yeah, there are also those government-funded ones like in France, which I don't understand either." "Ha ha ha," Diane laughed, forking a piece of toast and putting it in Ronald's mouth. Indeed delicious." Ronald also felt that the Japanese chef had put more effort into this small dish than the main course. "All right, Mr. Parker, if that film still has screenings, I'll go see it and write down my thoughts for you. Of course, I'll have them screen it just for you. It's a story about the people of northwest China, who have been digging wells for water for over 100 years, constantly failing." "Sounds good," Ronald said, eating his Benedictine omelet. "These Japanese make English breakfasts better than the British. By the way, who is that British guy who opposed you on the jury?" "Alan Parker, from London, Britain." "Oh, it's him." No wonder, Ronald hadn't expected to run into the once world-famous director in Tokyo. Why wasn't he making movies? Why was he in Tokyo? Ronald agreed to Gregory Parker's request and then waited at the hotel for Bannon, who had just returned from the nearby American embassy. "We're going to meet with the heads of Catacall Bookstore and Johnny and Associates tomorrow." "Okay, let's make contact with them first. By the way, what are you doing at the embassy?" "It's about Wall Street, a lot of things overseas. I need the embassy's assistance," Bannon replied. "What are your plans for tonight?" "I'll see some old friends." "I'm also seeing old friends. I ran into Gregory Peck. There's a film festival going on here, and he's a judge." "Ah. Princess didn't come." Bannon was still a big fan of the old movies starring Audrey Hepburn and Peck. "I haven't heard." That evening, Ronald and Diane went to the place Peck had mentioned to watch a Chinese film. The film, called Old Well, only had subtitles and Chinese dialogue. Diane didn't understand it very well, and Ronald sometimes translated some of the plot for her. But the power of the film itself was strong, and Diane's own guesses about the plot were pretty close. The film's pace was slow, and its audio-visual language was somewhat outdated compared to the great development of Hollywood in recent years. Ronald and Diane could predict the plot just by looking at what was ahead. Even so, the performances of the male lead, the two female leads, and the supporting cast were all outstanding, striking a chord with a human heart. In the end, the male lead, whose name literally translates to favorable for well water, meaning abundant spring, finally struck water with the dowry he earned from his first love's marriage and the dowry from his widowed wife. The scene ended with the names of ancestors who had failed to dig the well for over a century, and finally, the protagonist's name appeared at the very end, success. Diane, who didn't understand the dialogue, was moved to tears. Ronald felt that the film's simplicity was its most powerful strength. A powerful performance can replace technique and story, moving the audience just as much. I agree with you, Ronald wrote. I think this is a very moving film, especially the male lead, Yimou, whose simplicity carries strength. His silence is more moving than his dialogue. He then wrote a short review and called a waiter to deliver it to Gregory Peck. Ronald, I knew you'd agree with me. The next morning, Pike called, very satisfied with Ronald's comments. Tomorrow, in the final vote, I'll vote your comments out of a year, and that will crush the Britons' ideas. Glad to be of help. Ronald hung up, straightened his clothes, went out to find Bannon, and went with him to meet the presidents of Catacall and Johnny and Associates. Ronald, old friend, we meet again. Catacall Haruki and Johnny Kitagawa met Ronald at a secluded sushi restaurant. This restaurant only served one table of guests each noon, and was basically reserved for high-ranking executives of large companies and politicians. Ordinary people had to wait patiently, while the lucky ones could boast about it on social media for a long time. Hello, how's the Japanese film market doing right now? Ronald got straight to the point. He wanted to sell his films to Japan and attract Japanese investors. You don't know yet, do you? For the past 2 months, Japan and the US have been locked in a fierce battle over the chip issue. NEC, Toshiba, Fuji, and other companies are reconsidering whether to abandon the American market because of DRAM chips. What chips? Ronald looked at Bannon. DRAM, a type of chip used in computers. Right now, Japan's manufacturing costs are much lower than ours, so those old men in Congress are going to start wielding the big stick of sanctions again. First it was textiles, then electronics, then automobiles, and now chips. America's free trade principles aren't applied to Japan like this. Catacall Haruki, being Japanese, unlike Johnny Kitagawa who retained his American citizenship, got straight to the point about the current state of the Japan-US friction. Right now, we pro-American businessmen are facing tremendous pressure in Japan, Johnny Kitagawa added from the side. Free trade is a two-way street. You teachers are preventing our films and other cultural products from entering the Japanese market, and our intellectual property products are being pirated by you on a massive scale. Don't tell me you don't know, Ronald interrupted the two entrepreneurs who wanted to refute him. Right now, Japan's strongest product is video game consoles, and most of the characters in them are copied from Hollywood. For example, King Kong, and your latest Contra, those two main warriors are clearly Schwarzenegger and Stallone. We're not here to argue, are we? We're here to discuss cooperation. Johnny Kitagawa also understood that the agreements signed between the two countries were actually being used by Japan to avoid cooperation through various covert means. Japan is a vertically integrated market, with a few large financial giants controlling many industry chains. Take the film industry here, for example, bookstores and newspapers are the controlling shareholders of several major film studios, and they also control most of the cinemas. As for Hollywood film copies, on the one hand, they secretly instruct cinema owners not to show or to show fewer copies, and on the other hand, they tell the American Film Institute that this is a spontaneous choice made by cinemas under a free market. Of course, what do you think we can do to get Japanese audiences to accept our Hollywood movies? Why don't you make some Japan-US co-productions? Catacall Haruki suggested. We Japanese shouldn't just be laughable villains in Hollywood movies, we need some positive characters too. Besides, Hollywood films shot in Japan too few times. If you're willing to cooperate, we have plenty of people here willing to invest. Ronald and Bannon exchanged a glance. This method was even better than what they had discussed. It was simply about creating a few positive Japanese characters and setting part of the story in modern Japan. Pleasant to cooperate, the two chairmen discussed a framework for cooperation with Ronald and Bannon, and they wanted to continue inviting Ronald to Kitagawa's territory to see their artists perform. Ronald politely declined the invitation, saying he could postpone it for a few days. He needed to go back with Diane to see the results of Gregory Peck's strategic planning. Did Diane come too? Why not let her be a presenter at this film festival? Kitagawa and Catacall, two bigwigs, wield considerable influence at the festival. It was decided in a few words that Diane would present the Best Actor award, significantly boosting the festival's reputation. Outside the hotel, Ronald pulled Bannon aside. "Who did you meet at the embassy yesterday? Don't be like that, just an acquaintance from the commercial section." The chip dispute between the US and Japan is already very tense. An agreement is imminent, and all American businessmen here need to gather information and report back. "Okay, don't go too far." Ronald understood. Bannon seemed to be more than just a Wall Street banker. "Is the diamond ring ad shoot finished?" Back at the hotel, Ronald had dinner with Diane. "Several more are scheduled for tomorrow. I specially dyed my hair blonde. Look." Diane showed Ronald her blonde hair. "How about we postpone it tomorrow? They invited you to be a presenter at the film festival." "Oh, really? I've never presented an award before." "What award is it for, and who won?" "I don't know. Let me ask." Ronald dialed the switchboard and was transferred to Gregory Pike. "Mr. Pike, Diane will be presenting the Best Actor award. I'm just asking if you have the voting results yet, my boy. Your evaluation was a huge help." "I won big." Oldwell won both the Best Film and Best Actor awards. The Britons only got a special jury prize in Best Actress. "Oh, who is that?" Ronald, hearing Pike's report, was also happy for Chinese cinema. Director Wu and lead actor Yimou were both going to win awards. He heard this was the first time in many years that China had won both a Best Actor award and a Film Festival Grand Prize. He wondered who the Best Actress was. Rachel Ward from Australia, her new film The Umbrella Woman needs some balance. Well, another acquaintance. Ronald felt that Ward's new film wasn't going to be very good either, so he had to come to this kind of new film festival to expand his influence. Chapter 824. The guy named Kimura is the most like a celebrity. The Best Actress award at the second Tokyo International Film Festival goes to Rachel Ward. Her performance in The Good Wife embodies the complexity of human nature, masterfully portraying the emotional release of a repressed wife in a neglected corner of the world before World War II. In a large cinema owned by the Tokyo Rapids Group in Shibuya Ward, the awards ceremony for the second Tokyo International Film Festival was nearing its end. Next, we invite the renowned Hollywood director, Ronald, to present the award to the Australian star, Ms. Rachel Ward, who has come all the way here. With a host's introduction, Ronald quickly walked up to the stage, took the crystal trophy from the hostess, and presented it to Rachel Ward, who was waiting nearby. "Congratulations." Ronald looked at Ward. She was as captivating as ever. Today, Ward wore a red and yellow dress in an early Australian style, adorned with a red coral necklace, and her hair was meticulously styled in a tousled manner, still incredibly charming. Ward smiled at Ronald. Ronald smiled back, their understanding unspoken. Ronald stepped aside, giving the stage to Ward. "First, I want to thank the jury of the Tokyo International Film Festival for their recognition. I also want to thank my husband, Barry, who plays him in the film." A round of applause erupted from the audience, followed by the band playing music. Ronald and Ward walked off the stage together. The audience's applause was very polite. The festival's organizer, Tokyo Rapids, is a company that operates railways and real estate, owning several cinemas in Shibuya. They tried to replicate the Oscars award ceremony in every aspect, and on the surface, they did a pretty good job. The only shortcoming was the lack of star power in the audience. Apart from a few participating celebrities, there weren't many well-known actors. "Barry," Ronald handed Rachel Ward, who was holding his arm, to her husband, and took a seat in the front row. "My turn," Diane said, wearing a black suit and her hair pulled back, making her appear more mature than she usually was. Ronald kissed her on the cheek and stood aside watching her walk onto the stage. The winner of the Best Actor award at the second Tokyo International Film Festival is Zhang Yimou from China. Oldwell, please welcome the renowned Hollywood actress Diane Lane to present the award. Since Mr. Yimou cannot be present, this award will be accepted on his behalf by Oldwell's director, Wu Xianming. The Tokyo audience was very polite. Although the leading actor wasn't there, they gave him a round of applause no less enthusiastic than Ward's. Diane, holding the crystal trophy, presented it to director Wu. Thank you to the film festival jury. The friendship between China and Japan has a long history. Our two countries are close neighbors separated only by a strip of water. Director Wu's acceptance speech was in Chinese, with a translator from the organizing committee providing on-site translation. Ronald could tell that Director Wu was genuinely unprepared, reciting a diplomat's lines. Clap clap clap, Ronald felt the audience's applause was even more intense this time. Perhaps it wasn't all just politeness, but rather that Diane's presence made her truly popular. After delivering his acceptance speech, Diane helped director Wu down the aisle, then switched arms with Ronald. "A very good film, I really enjoyed it, congratulations," Ronald said, his arm crossing with director Wu's. Seeing Ronald wiping sweat with a handkerchief, director Wu couldn't help but chuckle. "Have you prepared your acceptance speech for the Best Film Award?" Director Wu looked at Ronald speaking Chinese, seemingly taken aback by the advance notice. "You speak Chinese?" He was surprised that a native Westerner could speak Chinese. "A little." Ronald extended his other hand to shake his. Ronald Lee. "Oh, you're the director Luo who helped director Wong from Zujia win the Los Angeles Women's Film Special Award?" Director Wu suddenly realized. The domestic film industry was stunned by that award, a genuine Hollywood award, perhaps only slightly inferior to the Oscars. Who didn't know director Luo, the timely helper who won the award for director Wong? He'd heard he was very interested in Chinese culture. Seeing is believing, indeed. Being able to speak Chinese is already impressive, but to use idioms correctly is truly remarkable. "Will you be traveling to China? Your movie is a huge hit there right now, everyone wants to see you." "Huh?" Ronald didn't expect director Wu to say his movie was a hit in China. "What movie?" "My new movie doesn't have any plans to be released in China. Breakdancing. Even at my Xi'an film studio, lots of young people are learning to dance it, not to mention the big cities." Ronald realized that his breakdancing was one of the 10 films exported to China this year by the American Film Institute, sold to them at a very low price. "Is it really that popular? I'd like to see. If you have time, you might want to come to my Xi'an film studio. I'm the director there now. We also have Terracotta Warriors to see. Your leader has come to see them too." "Okay, I'll definitely come when I have time." "Where did you find your leading man?" His performance seemed like that of a real stonemason. Actually, his main job is a cinematographer. I specially dug him out from the Guangzhou film studio. But he's from the Northwest, and I couldn't find our leading man, so I found him. His understanding of film is already there, so his performance is fine. I just don't know if he'll win the judges' favor this time. This is the first Best Actor award at an overseas film festival since Liberation. Director Wu was actually the director of Xi'an Film Studio. He transitioned from director to director and was naturally very eloquent. He couldn't speak the language in Tokyo, and without a translator, he had no one to communicate with, so he was feeling very stifled. He happened to see Ronald speaking Chinese, and after winning the award, he was excited and started talking non-stop, wanting to have a good chat with director Ronald from Hollywood. Ronald suppressed a laugh, looked at the anxious translator beside him, and pointed to the stage. The winner of the Best Film Award at the second Tokyo International Film Festival is China. Old well, director Luo. I think I heard them say old well? Did I hear wrong? Ronald quickly nudged the bewildered director Wu and gestured for the translator to help. Director Wu handed the crystal trophy for Best Actor to Ronald and went back up to accept the award. Congratulations, Director Wu. This award was given thanks to Ronald Lee's strong recommendation, which allowed me to overcome all opposition. The award was presented by jury chairman Gregory Peck, who had seen director Wu chatting with Ronald for a while and knew the two hit it off. Thank you both, Director Wu said, surprised to receive such kindness from two Hollywood stars in Tokyo. Then, at Peck's prompting, he took the golden dragon-shaped trophy and went to the microphone to give his second acceptance speech. I'm very happy that this film was well received by Japanese audiences. This is the culmination of our collective efforts, not just my achievement. My male lead, who is also my cinematographer, carried stones on the mountain for a month to play the role of Wongquan. The stone trough at the beginning of the film was made by him. Chinese films have also been influenced by Japanese films. Our male lead is a devoted fan of Akira Kurosawa. Director Wu, true to his role as both leader and director, spontaneously delivered an acceptance speech without any prior preparation. After the awards ceremony, Ronald and Diane went to the film festival's closing banquet. Director Wu was surrounded by many Japanese filmmakers, who were captivated by the desolate and vast scenery of the Northwest. Gregory Peck stood with Ronald, expressing his deepest admiration for films that reflected the different styles of third world countries. If I had the chance, I'd like to make a film like this. If you did, the streets would be packed, HMPH, for Hollywood, this kind of film might be considered truly realistic. A British accent suddenly spoke up from the side. Ronald tilted his head, looking at the person who had made the strange remark. It was none other than Alan Parker, the British director who had once been famous worldwide, the one who had sabotaged Ronald's screenwriting credits. He, who preferred to depict the dark side of society, had always looked down on films with bright endings. Ronald, look at you, you're a film director now. Ronald smiled, not bothering to argue with him. He criticized mainstream commercial films harshly, yet Hollywood still funded his films, otherwise, he would never have had the opportunity to make those dark realist films. Back when you were on set, you were just a young man rewriting scripts. Alan Parker tried to regain some face in front of Ronald, hoping to gain the trust of the Japanese producers. His previous film had been a box office flop, making it difficult to find investors. Good luck finding investors in Hollywood who appreciate your taste. Ronald smiled, ignoring him, and left with Diane to greet Rachel Ward and her husband, Barry Brown. Rachel, Barry, Ronald greeted them with hugs. How's your movie doing at the box office? When will it be shown in America? We only got a little over $100,000 at the Australian box office. No distributor in America is willing to take it on. This time, I won Best Actress, and I hope to push for overseas distribution. Rachel Ward didn't hide anything from Ronald. She had heard that Ronald now had distribution business and wanted to see if he was interested. Why? I think it's a very interesting movie. Ronald was a little surprised by the box office figures. Rachel Ward's character was involved in a love triangle with two brothers. Even if the story background was relatively obscure, it shouldn't be this tragic. Ward and her husband Barry smiled at each other. Our image in Australia is very different from our image in the movie. Ronald chatted with him for a while and understood why. In Australia, the Wards were like Paul Newman and his wife Woodward, a loving celebrity couple. But in the movie, Barry Brown played an unromantic husband who didn't have much in common with his sensitive wife, to the point that she eventually had an affair with her husband's brother. The film's plot, where the character's image contradicts the star's image, made the audience uncomfortable. Although it contained no erotic scenes and had a strong storyline, and Ward's performance was excellent, the audience just wouldn't buy it. However, nobody in America knew either of them. Ronald couldn't help but assess the film's prospects in America. Rachel Ward was a great beauty, and she and her husband were putting on a great show. I'll ask my colleagues what they can do. After politely declining the organizer's invitation, Ronald and Diane left the banquet first. They still had to attend a banquet hosted by Kitagawa and Katakawa Haruki. The second Tokyo International Film Festival has successfully concluded, with films from China achieving great success. Diane Lane presented the award to Yimou for Best Actor. Oh, this film festival is quite impressive, Katakawa Haruki, the young master of Katakawa Bookstore, exclaimed as he watched the news on TV. It was even on NHK News. Diane is very beautiful, exuding the charm of a Hollywood star. Mary, Johnny Kitagawa's sister, began to flatter Ronald, praising his companion Diane for her American womanly grace. Ha ha ha, Ronald was quite pleased. Diane seemed to be very popular in Japan. She had filmed several more versions of her commercials this year, and the audiences here gave her high praise, practically the treatment of a Hollywood star. Could you consider acting in one or two Japanese movies? Ronald turned to Diane and asked. With her career not going smoothly, perhaps she could make some movies in Japan. HMPH, I'm very popular in Japan. My Ghetto Justice is still playing in theaters. Ronald made a disbelieving expression, turning to look at Johnny Kitagawa. That movie was 3 years old. It was still playing? It's true that it's still playing in some theaters. Johnny Kitagawa nodded. The opening and ending themes of that movie are still frequently requested on the radio, and the music video is often broadcast on television. Ronald turned to look at Diane, the image of her in her Armani performance outfit, exuding charm and glamour, vividly flashing before his eyes. It was then that Ronald discovered her feminine allure. Perhaps seeing the tenderness in Ronald's eyes, Diane smiled and gently squeezed his hand. Our new trainees are also learning the Japanese version of this theme song. Mary Kitagawa eagerly began to showcase her abilities again. Should I have them perform for Ronald-san? It would be best if you could give them some pointers. Then let them give it a try. Ronald shook Diane's hand, remembering that Kitagawa had also brought in a group to perform during his last visit. This time, he wanted to see how the next generation of Johnnies was doing. Mary Kitagawa gave an instruction to her assistant, and soon, 6 teenage boys filed into the banquet hall. They stepped forward one by one to introduce themselves to Ronald. "My name is Masahiro Nakai, I'm 15 years old. My name is Takuya Kimura, I'm 14 years old. My name is Shingo Katori, I'm 11 years old." "They're so young?" Diane looked at the boys. "This is Johnny's strategy. They're all trained from a young age and signed long-term contracts," Ronald explained to Diane. "This isn't Hollywood. Kitagawa casts a wide net for these boy groups, training trainees from a young age. These 6 boys are very lucky, they've already formed the group junior. With another year or 2 of training, they can debut." "Thank you. Next, we'll perform a song for you. Tonight is the meaning of youth." The 6 boys began singing the Japanese translation of the ending theme song from Ghetto Justice to the accompaniment. They were all a little nervous. The 2 oldest boys, Masahiro Nakai and Takuya Kimura, sang off-key, but the youngest, Shingo Katori, sang quite well. Great, Diane liked them. Her own singing skills were only so-so, but she found their efforts to sing adorable. "Ronald-san, do you think these guys are presentable enough?" Mary Kitagawa's penchant for showing off her handsome young men kicked in again. Johnny Kitagawa stopped his impatient sister, letting the 6 of them push forward first. "Ronald-san, who do you think has the most potential, acting?" "That long-haired one, is he called Kimura?" Ronald didn't hesitate to say that he thought the most promising actor was the second oldest, Kimura Takuya. "Oh, what do you mean?" Johnny Kitagawa was quite surprised, not expecting Ronald to pick someone so easily. Katakal Haruki was also watching Ronald with great interest, listening to his reasoning. "He's very focused, and his eyes have imagination. Of the 6, when he looks at us, the audience, only he seems to be facing a concert for tens of thousands of people, as if he's looking at tens of thousands of audience members." "Ha ha ha, I see, Ronald-san, I understand." Johnny Kitagawa was very happy and toasted Ronald. "Our investment is settled. Now, I'll leave it to Ronald-san. Thank you for your help too." Ronald drank sake with him. The 2 film festival bigwigs from Japan decided to invest in Hollywood films with Japanese themes or Japanese actors, and also welcomed Ronald and his team to film in Japan. As the Hollywood liaison, Ronald's recommendations and projects would receive priority investment from the 2 here. And the release conditions in Japan would be relaxed. This time, Spicy Dance would be screened with full force by their theater chains. Cheers, Bannon, who had been watching the situation closely, finally got a moment to finalize the cooperation and happily raised his glass to celebrate with him. Speaking of concerts with tens of thousands of people, MJ's new album concert in Tokyo was very popular. Kitagawa changed the subject and talked about MJ's concert arrangements in Japan. "Diane and I will go to see it live. MJ gave us front row tickets." "Ronald-san, you have connections with a king of pop." Kitagawa really liked MJ's concert style and had always wanted to introduce his live performance to the Japanese music scene. "We are very good friends," Ronald smiled faintly. These Japanese people still greatly admired MJ's music and live performances. As expected of Ronald-san, we can help you with anything in Japan in the future. Kitagawa and Katakal, the 2 bigwigs, exchanged glances. As some of the few pro-American figures in the Japanese business world, having such a well-connected director in America, a key figure in penetrating the American cultural scene, was a great opportunity. Sure, Ronald tried to maintain a mysterious and shrewd demeanor. In reality, he didn't know as many people in Hollywood as they thought. "By the way, are there many people watching VHS tapes in Japan these days?" Ronald thought of Diane's Ghetto Justice. Since it was still so popular, maybe releasing VHS tapes could make a fortune. "Quite a few. The format war between Sony and JVC is still ongoing, but when it comes to movies, everyone still prefers the VHS format. Their VHS tapes can hold a whole movie in one cassette. If Ronald has the rights to movies that Japanese audiences like, why not release them on videotape here? Both manufacturers would be happy to do so, as their VCR sales also depend on good movies. I'll go back and discuss it with them, and choose some movies that Japanese audiences like to try." Chapter 825 Breakdancing becomes a huge popularity in mainland China. Michael Jackson received a warm welcome at the airport, with over 600 reporters waiting for the King of Pop at Tokyo's Narita Airport. This was his second visit to Japan since performing as part of the Jackson 5 in 1973. The first concert was held at Korakuen Stadium, home of the Yomiuri Giants baseball team. Over 40,000 tickets sold out within 5 hours of going on sale. The organizers stated that they were in contact with Michael Jackson's team to negotiate adding more shows. MJ's pet gorilla, Bubble, arrived on a separate flight and was also greeted by over 300 fans. For this concert, a cargo plane was specially used to transport over 22 truckloads of equipment, over 700 lights, 100 loudspeakers, and 40 laser generators to ensure the Tokyo audience received the best possible performance. This is really crazy. In his room at the Hotel O'Current, Ronald, having made a reservation in advance, finally enjoyed a whole slice of braised pork toast prepared by the chef, accompanied by black tea, bacon, sausage, and other ingredients. Ronald was very happy with the meal. The Japanese are adept at taking simple food and cooking it in a sophisticated way, creating unique flavors. Diane, who was having breakfast with him, picked up the front row concert tickets that MJ's manager, Frank DiLeo, had given her the night before, examining them closely. "I heard these tickets are being resold for exorbitant prices. If you were to sell these 2 front row tickets, I bet some girl would offer herself to you on the spot. What are you thinking about?" Ronald pulled Diane onto his lap. "We should leave early, otherwise we'll probably get stuck in the crowd waiting for refunds at the door." He had exchanged contact information with director Wu, signed a distribution agreement for Spicy Dance with Katakal Shotten's theater chain, and held promises from 2 major figures in the Japanese entertainment industry. He was just waiting for the 7 major studios in Hollywood to come and pay their respects, seeking cooperation. Ronald was brimming with confidence and decided to extend his trip to East Asia, going to Hong Kong to see if there were any opportunities for collaboration. MJ, having just finished a film festival, arrived in Tokyo to begin his world tour for his new album Bad. Ronald received 2 tickets from DiLeo and planned to be a fan with Diane for a while. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the backyard stadium suddenly lit up, and Ronald and Diane immediately felt the volume of the 40,000 fans shouting together, like waves crashing across the stadium. Pepsi, Koniko Camera, a friendly female voice began announcing the sponsors' names over the loudspeakers. Ronald vaguely recognized them as Pepsi and Cone cameras. The drumbeat started to speed up and become louder, until finally, all the lights illuminated the stage, and through the smoke, a row of people in leather jackets appeared, faintly visible. Amid the deafening screams of the audience, lasers began to draw bright lines on the stage. A man wearing a top hat, with hair styled like instant noodles, and sunglasses appeared in the center of the stage. MJ unbuttoned his sparkling, rhinestone-studded leather jacket, placed one hand on his crotch, and began to sway to the rapid rhythm. All eyes were drawn to this extraordinary man. The concert opened with The Way You Make Me Feel from his new album, lasers flashing on and off to the beat. And the audience spontaneously rose to their feet and danced. The audience at Tokyo's Korakuen Stadium was completely mesmerized, guided by MJ to cry, laugh, and clap as they pleased, as if he were God at that moment, granting their every wish. Ronald felt that the appeal of this superstar was even more powerful than the best Hollywood movies. After all, it was a live performance, and the impact on the audience was different from the carefully guided approach of a film. The hour-and-a-half performance ended quickly. The Tokyo audience cooperated, leaving slowly and orderly. "These audience members really love MJ," Ronald remarked, noticing many female students in t-shirts lining up at the entrance, calling out MJ's name and expressing their affection. Ronald and Diane arrived at the hotel. Diane went to shower first. The concert had left her drenched in sweat. "I'm done," Diane called to Ronald as she emerged, wearing only a towel. CBS's 60 Minutes even came all the way here to do a live interview with MJ. It'll be broadcast simultaneously in America tomorrow. Ronald watched the program on TV, marveling at MJ's unparalleled popularity. 60 Minutes was the oldest news interview program. Many said that to understand America, all you needed to watch was this show. Ronald also took a shower. The hot water washed away his fatigue. He dried his hair with a towel and came to find Diane. "No, Ronald San doesn't need that kind of service," Diane said, "Who is on the phone?" "What kind of service?" Ronald asked. "I don't know. Someone called asking if you wanted a woman, someone who speaks English." "Huh?" Ronald was bewildered. He'd been in Tokyo for several days, and the Okura Hotel had never received such an unsolicited call. Diane slammed down the phone. Ronald dried his hair, went to draw the curtains, and turned back to see Diane on the phone again. "No, what?" The Prime Minister's secret lover? We don't need that either. Okay, please don't call again. What secret lover? That guy again? Ronald asked. Yes, he said their service is excellent, that he's the Prime Minister's secret lover, and that it doesn't matter if there are other women. Diane laughed as she spoke. Tokaiites have such strange tastes. Ronald seemed to sense a familiar presence. He smiled and took the phone. Hello? Michael, aren't you resting? You seem to be working very hard tonight. Diane opened her mouth in surprise. Was this MJ calling? He likes to call his friends, just to joke around. I've received several calls like this, Ronald explained to Diane, covering the receiver. How did you recognize me? MJ laughed loudly on the other end of the line. He didn't have many friends and liked to call hotels like this to play pranks. An hour or so is just a warm-up for me. Every time I finish a concert, I feel more energetic and like I could sing another one. What, have you decided to do a few more shows in Japan? Ronald understood that concerts are a huge physical strain for singers, like warming up a sports car engine. These short concerts of just over an hour allow singers to reach their peak performance. Yet, the fans here are the best. They're so enthusiastic. I've decided to add 5 more shows here, in Yokohama, Osaka. Yes, they're really great. I saw a lot of female students outside the venue, enthusiastically shouting I love you, MJ. A very energetic Michael Jackson chatted with Ronald on the phone. Where are you going next? Me. I'll be going to Hong Kong to check out the film market there. You know, besides coming to see your first world tour concert, I'm also here to sell movie copies. Hey, I'll see it when I get the chance. MJ paused for a moment, then suddenly asked, do you know any officials in mainland China? Not very well, just met the mayor once. My factory there received an award for excellence. In Tokyo, I saw a documentary, Yangtze River, made by the Japanese about China. I really like the scenery there and want to hold a concert there. But my manager, Delio, tried to contact them, but couldn't find the right person. It's quite difficult to get a visa there. I only got a visa because the women's volleyball team, who won the Olympic gold medal, invited me to go on a tourist trip. Ronald recalled how he almost didn't get a visa back then. I saw your news. You were at the film festival, and it seemed like you were speaking Chinese with a Chinese director. Are you very familiar with China? I really want to go and see it. Oh, I can make a few calls, but I can't guarantee anything. It's such a mysterious country. If I could go, I'd like to go as a tourist, then I'll find someone to help you. Also, would you like to go to Hong Kong? It's also part of China, so traveling there would be much easier. Really? Great. I'll leave everything to you. I'll have Delio contact you. Leaving Tokyo, Ronald and Diane arrived in Hong Kong. They received a warm welcome from Jackie Chan. At the Full Clam Moon restaurant on Johnston Road in Wan Chai, Jackie Chan had brought her entire crew. The two who had helped Ronald shoot the commercial in Los Angeles were also there. They were currently filming the police story movie series for Jackie. Michael Keeson is coming? That's great news. I'll call Anita Mui right away. She really loves his new song. But is Michael coming to Hong Kong for a concert? We're not nearly as good as Japan here. We don't have big venues, and there aren't many fans who can listen to English songs. He probably doesn't have any plans. In Tokyo, he performs in baseball stadiums that can hold 40,000 people. He might just come to Hong Kong for a short trip. His concerts aren't going back for another 2 weeks, so he has time to travel around, Ronald said to Jackie Chan while serving Diane some food with chopsticks. However, he really wants to hold a concert in mainland China, and he asked me to ask you if you could help him make some connections. Sigh, we don't have that kind of ability. Jackie Chan seemed a bit reluctant to talk about it. He shook his head. But in Hong Kong, we can just ask Mr. Zhu and Mr. Xiao to make arrangements. Their relationship with the governor of Hong Kong is just a matter of putting in a good word. I'll ask someone else. Ronald thought of the Chinese-American actor he knew, Zhao Li, who seemed to have an older brother in the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Ronald put his mind at ease and began to feast on Cantonese food, his mouth greasy with various roasted meats and seafood. Suddenly, he remembered something. By the way, I heard that the movie I made a few years ago, Breakdance, is really popular in China now. Have you guys heard of it? No, Jackie Chan didn't know much about dance films. Have you heard of it? You? Your brother's business is my business, you hear me? Ask around, The martial arts instructors shook their heads one by one, only the last thin martial arts instructor seemed to remember something. I think I've heard of it, isn't it called breakdance love? My girlfriend likes it. What did you say, breakdance love? Brother Ronald is talking about breakdance, what's the original name? Go find out. Okay, brother, I'll go right away. The man immediately stood up to make a phone call. After a while, he hurriedly returned. I asked around, and after Mr. Law's movie was released here, many people couldn't understand it because it's a foreign film. However, Mr. Shell made a copycat film, which did quite well at the box office, called Breakdancing. Then he took out 2 videotapes from a bag next to him. My girlfriend is a dancer, and she happened to have videotapes of these 2 movies, so I brought them to Mr. Law. Good, you've done a good job. Here's an abalone for you. Jackie Chan was very happy and turned the abalone over to him. Then she handed the 2 videotapes to Ronald. This is your movie in our copycat film. Okay, I heard you. Ronald accepted the 2 videotapes. He also toasted the martial arts performer who had helped him. This seems to be the Chinese dubbed version of breakdancing that I dreamed about back then. Ronald returned to his suite at the Mandarin Oriental Hotel that night, found a VCR, and started watching the 2 videotapes. Did they authorize the release of your breakdancing videotapes? Diane found it amusing that the people in Ronald's film were speaking Chinese. Their lip movements matched perfectly. No, this is dubbed in mainland China. They're speaking Mandarin, not Hong Kong Cantonese. Ronald fast-forwarded a bit. A few overly intimate scenes had been cut. But they offered a very low price. Even a film buyout costs $20,000, so I don't get a share. As he spoke, Ronald put the footage of breakup love filmed in Hong Kong into the VCR. Ha, what is that dancing? It's not breakdancing, is it? Diane laughed heartily. This film, Breakdance, was clearly a Shaw Brothers copycat film rushed into production because of the breakdancing craze. What's amusing is that the people in it weren't actually breakdancing. It lacked any of the spirit or charm of breakdancing. It was purely made to capitalize on the name and make money. Ronald quickly schemed through it. The plot was very localized and even involved martial arts. Shake, 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 shake. Ronald patiently read through part of it. There was nothing noteworthy in terms of technique or content, except for the background music, a female-led rock band's Shake, 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 which was somewhat interesting. Ring 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 ring, the phone rang. Ronald answered. Mr. Ronald, this is your international call. Hello, hello. Ronald asked the operator to connect. A voice spoke through the noise. Ronald, this is Jelly. I relayed your idea that Mr. Jackson wanted to hold a concert in mainland China. After research, they've decided it's not suitable for rock stars to hold concerts there now. As for tourism, they welcome it. Visas are not a problem. Can't hold a concert? I remember John Denver did a tour there a few years ago, didn't he? He's different. He's a country singer. He sings songs that praise the people. Rock stars are still quite controversial. If MJ goes on vacation, he should probably go to the coastal areas of Guangdong and Guangxi. Okay, I'll pass it on. Thank you, Jolly. Ronald felt like he had called MJ. He was very happy to hear that he was allowed to travel to the mainland, and immediately called Delio over, planning to quickly come to China for a couple of days before returning to Japan to catch up on the newly added concert, Coronation, at the welcome party for Michael Jackson. The 2 influential figures in the Hong Kong film industry, Mr. Chow and Mr. Xiao, both pulled out all the stops to please the American superstar. Mr. Chow brought a lion dance troupe to entertain MJ and his manager, Delio. The lifelike lion dance, with its dance and meaning, greatly interested MJ, who even went down to lift the lion's headgear to see how they danced. Mr. Xiao, on the other hand, brought out the film company's heirloom costumes, letting MJ dress up as an emperor and wear a hat for photos. MJ thoroughly enjoyed himself. This is very interesting. I enjoy watching how people dance all over the world. Many dances are very interesting. Your visa has been arranged. This time you can visit the provincial capitals near Hong Kong and also see the countryside. Due to time constraints, we'll see these places first. China is too big, and you'll be returning to Japan soon. Ronald brought out a travel map and showed it to MJ, pointing out a major southern cities he would be visiting. After getting off the car, MJ and his group, along with Ronald and Diane, checked into the White Swan Hotel in the provincial capital. This hotel was the first 5-star hotel in mainland China, requiring no proof of identity for check-in. Ronald even noticed a garden inside, and quite impressed, he pulled Diane to take a photo in front of the artificial waterfall. "Ronald, I've noticed you're more famous than me here," MJ called Ronald after strolling around the hotel. "Huh? Why?" Ronald was confused. How could he be more famous than MJ? Even if MJ hadn't been widely introduced to mainland China, as a director, he wouldn't have many fans. "I've noticed a lot of people imitating your breakdancing near the hotel." "Huh?" Ronald quickly made plans with MJ to go see breakdancing in China. As soon as they stepped out of the hotel lobby, a group of young people, wearing fingerless leather gloves, denim outfits, and some even sporting Ray-Ban sunglasses like those in Top Gun, were breakdancing on the paved floor. Their dance moves weren't entirely the same as in the movie Breakdance, they were an improvement, incorporating many localized elements. Ronald felt that the window wiping and rope pulling movements resembled the kind of dance he'd inexplicably picked up. "I think they seem to have a more genuine street dance mentality," he thought. MJ commented from the side. Indeed, Ronald felt the same way. Compared to Hong Kong, the people here had more of that breakdancing spirit, unafraid of simplicity, embracing self-expression, starting to dance on the street. Many were even competing, seeing who danced better, the winner judged by the applause and cheers of the audience. Apart from the clothing and appearance, it's really very similar to the street dancers in Los Angeles and New York. Ronald couldn't help but sigh. The spirit of a great power is indeed incomparable to that of a small country. The ordinary citizens of China and America both possess a spirit of being born to be leaders. Ha, what's this? Why is this cow in the water? After spending 2 days in the provincial capital, Ronald, accompanied by Diane and MJ, went on a trip to the countryside near the capital, arranged by the entourage sent by Jolly's brother. The farmers there cultivated paddy fields using water buffalo with curved horns. MJ watched the farmers wearing straw hats, letting the buffalo graze slowly in the fields, and he really enjoyed it. "These water buffaloes are very gentle, you can ride one," Ronald said, touching the buffalo as if they were old friends. The buffalo were ruminating and grazing, their mouths moving as they nuzzled Ronald, looking adorably dazed. "Really? I want to touch it." Ha. MJ was also seeing these unique Asian animals used for farming for the first time, and he found watching them graze very funny. "Come on, Xiaoliu, take some pictures of us," Ronald called over the young man acting as her guide. He had Diane ride on the back of a water buffalo, MJ put on a straw hat like a cowherd, and Ronald himself held the rope. The three of them smiled at the camera. Ho-ha, none of them had experienced this kind of rural southern China. They drifted through the village in a wooden boat, taking pictures with various ancient buildings. So thirsty, Diane finished a bottled water she brought from Hong Kong. Led by the guide, the three of them went to a family's house to ask for a bowl of water. "Young man, have some. It's well water, I boiled it, it's sweet." An old woman in a blue dress with a wrinkled face brought out several bowls and poured water for them. After drinking the water, which tasted delicious after walking so much, Ronald thanked the old woman. "Thank you so much," Ronald thanked the old woman. "It's nothing." "Where are they from? Why is that person so tanned?" the old woman secretly asked the guide, Xiaoliu, in her local dialect. "He's from America, he's black, not tanned. Do you want money?" MJ drank one bowl and asked the old lady for another. No, Xiaoliu translated for her, and she immediately raised her hand and shook it. "It's just a bowl of water, why would I want money?" After everyone finished drinking the water, they were a little tired, so they walked towards the parking area. While everyone was not paying attention, MJ secretly put 2 Hong Kong dollar bills on the table. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.